In our first story, Behind Mansion Walls.
He's going to break me. He's going to spend all of my money.
Insatiable greed has an explosive end.
We saw this vehicle that was almost entirely destroyed.
And the death of a wealthy father reveals a sordid secret life.
They discovered a list of prostitutes' names.
The most shocking part of this entire story is that a father and a son come to this end. Money can do bad things to people, inside and outside.
I'm Christopher Mason. It can take generations to build a vast family fortune, and only one to tear it all down. Every prosperous parent fears the curse of the wayward son.
The city of Naples, Florida. You don't have to be rich to live here. But if you're not, you're probably cleaning a rich person's house.
Naples, Florida is considered one of the most thickly populated places in the United States of millionaires. It's a place where the very wealthy congregate.
It's a luxurious world of manicured mansions, hired help, and recreational sports for the idle rich.
It's expensive to live here, or especially live at a country club where you have golf. Golf is a very expensive thing.
So, who are the millionaires of Naples? Retired executives, big shots who worked hard all their lives to buy a sprawling mansion in the sun and plan to spend their golden years playing golf and tennis.
Life in Naples seems picture perfect. That is all about to change.
I was driving home, and all of a sudden an announcement came over the radio.
Anna Kirkendall remembers the day she lost close family friends. In the strangest circumstances.
Everything they said about the car blowing up, and that there was a mother and a son and the daughter. And it had to be them. I mean, that's all I could think of. It has to be the Bensons.
On July 9th, 1985, a car explodes in the driveway of a mansion on White Violet Drive.
The car looked like someone had taken a can opener and opened the top of the vehicle after the explosion. There were bodies laying at the scene. Mrs. Benson was laying on one side. Part of her face was blown away. It was a very gruesome scene.
Margaret Benson, age 63, is killed instantly. So is her youngest son, Scott, just 21. Her daughter, 40-year-old Carol Lynn, clings to life with horrific burns.
I've just lost my best friend, a young man that I had raised since he was, he was 11 or 12 years old, and I cared deeply for Scott.
There's another survivor. One member of the family wasn't in the car when it exploded. The eldest Benson son, Stephen.
When we arrived, Stephen was sitting on the front steps, smoking a cigarette.
Detective George Nowicki was at the house that day. George has seen it all. But to him, this crime scene looks different.
We saw this vehicle that was almost entirely destroyed. All the metal was blasted down, so it was obvious that whatever exploded was inside the vehicle. We theorized that there had been two separate devices.
The Benson family has almost been destroyed by a bombing. A violent end to a wealthy dynasty. Margaret Benson is the family matriarch, a widow worth millions.
When her husband, Benny Benson, died at the age of 60, she inherited the $10 million that he had. Her father, Harry Hitchcock, was worth close to $100 million. The real money was with Harry Hitchcock.
Their fortune comes from the family business, the Lancaster Leaf Tobacco Company.
The grandfather was almost legendary by virtue of all the money he had made. His son-in-law then took over. He made even more money. They had more money than they knew what to do with, and they went on spending sprees.
They bought boats, they bought exotic cars, they bought 2 houses. They were very well off.
After her husband's death in 1980, Margaret retires to sunny Florida. And where her money goes, her 3 adult children are sure to follow.
Very well, how are you?
Carolyn was the beauty queen. She was the center of attention for the family.
Now a divorced mother of 2, Carol Lynn still turns heads at society gatherings.
Scott, he was good looking, he was outgoing, and he was attracting a lot of attention going to tennis tournaments.
And even more attention from his habits. Chasing girls, crashing expensive sports cars, and snorting cocaine.
And Stephen just seemed like he was the one that was the very ordinary, one that was not exceptional in any way.
Stephen is married with 3 kids. A nerdy electronics whiz with a string of failed businesses behind him.
Stephen was a spoiled, young, rich kid who was given too much, and when he didn't do properly, he was not disciplined.
All 3 of the Benson children have grown up spoiled rotten.
I mean, how spoiled was Stephen? At the age of 10, for a birthday present, he was given an 18-foot inboard motorboat. Carol Lynn, a few years later, was given, for her 16th birthday, a brand new red Ford Sunliner convertible.
So who wants a wealthy, slightly mixed-up family blown off the map?
When somebody's killed with a bomb, it's usually for political reasons or for organized crime type reasons.
Turns out, there may be a link to the Florida underworld. Scott Benson, the tennis player, is a rich kid with rich tastes in parties, ladies, and drugs.
There was a possibility that it was a drug-related killing, that young Scott, by virtue of his social drug habits, had been involved in buying and perhaps not paying for drugs or some problem of that sort, and that this was a revenge killing.
When that theory becomes a dead end, police turn to surviving witnesses. Carol Lynn is in critical condition, too severely burned to speak. So investigators focus their attention on the other survivor, her brother Stephen.
He said that he was crossing right in front of the vehicle and just right in front of the windshield when the bomb went off.
So let's get this straight. He was crossing right in front of the car, but he didn't suffer a scratch? Detectives find his lucky escape quite perplexing. They soon discover that Stephen Benson is a very odd man.
For weeks after the crime, he drove around in his van that had flesh and blood on the side of the van from the explosion. It had to be his mother's flesh and blood. He didn't even bother to wash it off.
They can't lock you up for baffling behavior. But when it comes to uncovering the secrets of the rich, there is one rule of thumb. Follow the money.
We discovered that Margaret had been financing the activities of Stephen Benson for some time. It appeared monies that she had been giving him and from the businesses that she had funded were being used basically by Stephen as his own private bank account.
Stephen is quietly swindling his own mother to fund his hapless business ventures to the tune of $2 million.
She left town with strict instructions to take care of some bills with signed checks she left him. Bills should have been $2,000 to $3,000. He writes checks to himself instead for $50,000 to $75,000.
But why would Stephen want to kill the golden goose? The answer lies in the simple, deadly math of inheritance.
If everyone had died, he would inherit all of Margaret's $10 million.
Could Stephen Benson be so ruthless? Only one person can answer that. His sister, Carol Lynn, clinging to life in the hospital. 3 weeks after the explosion, she can finally talk. So, what kind of story does she have to tell?
Help me!
She recalled making eye contact with him. She wondered why he wasn't coming to help her.
It's been 18 days since Carol Lynn Benson cheated death. 2 bombs turned her family's car into scrap metal, killing her mother Margaret and her brother Scott. There's another survivor, her older brother Stephen.
Stephen isn't in the car when his family is blown apart. Good luck or good planning? Detectives discover Stephen wants more than the silver spoon in his mouth. He's after the entire set of cutlery.
Stephen knew there was money, and so Stephen wanted his share of it. Margaret would say, Stephen, you can't buy a car. He'd go buy the car. Stephen, you can't buy this expensive home. He wouldn't argue, he'd just go buy it.
Stephen was constantly starting businesses. He was constantly trying to emulate the success of his father and aim for achieving some sort of parity with his grandfather, and he wasn't able to do it. He wasn't that type.
Mother, the technology these alarms...
Stephen would start a business, and he would start building it up, and he'd have a lot of interest and be working along with it, but then all of a sudden it'd just flop. He'd be doing something else. Then Margaret would take the loss on that business, then she'd start on the next business. It'd build up, and then plop, it would go.
Stephen's hand has been in his mother's pocketbook for years. By the summer of 1985, she's finally had enough. Margaret Benson starts investigating her accounts and doesn't like what she finds.
Margaret says he's going to break me, he's going to spend all of my money.
Stephen soon discovers that his mother is planning to cut him out of the will.
I think Stephen realized that the financial bonanza that he enjoyed all of his life was going to come to an end unless he took some kind of radical action.
Does Stephen's radical action include murder? Really? Would he cash in the lives of his own family to keep the money flowing? One thing he didn't count on was a survivor.
Okay, Miss Benson, I need you to explain to me
exactly what happened.
The family was supposed to take a trip to the site where they were going to build a huge home here in Naples.
Why don't you drive?
Stephen began placing everyone in the vehicle in particular locations.
Come on,
Stephen, you're being silly. He doesn't drive.
According to Carol Lynn, Margaret was sitting in the right front seat, and she thought it was very strange because Margaret usually likes to ride in the back.
I can't wait to see you.
Scott was sitting behind the steering wheel.
What the hell's going on?
Normally, Stephen would be driving.
Are you kidding me?
Come on, Carol, let's go. Come on.
Carol Lynn realized that it was just a short trip.
It's okay.
What's wrong with you?
I'm looking forward to it.
She thought it was very strange.
Carol Lynn says that just before the family leaves,
I'll be back. Give me 1 second.
Stephen forgets something and rushes back to the house.
Well, what is this about? Oh, it is so infuriating.
He knows I get car sick. I don't know.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
She told us, she said she didn't hear a sound. She said she just saw this huge ball of orange mass coming at her. She could not hear anything, and it was just engulfing her.
She looked up, and there is Stephen, and he comes out, and she looks up. He could see Carol Lynn was alive.
She recalled making eye contact with him. She wondered why he wasn't coming to help her. He ran back in the house because he knew that there was a second bomb.
Carol Lynn's revelations make it very clear. Stephen Benson is now the prime suspect. But police need some hard evidence. They find it in the wreckage. Fragments of plumbing pipe.
Our bomb expert was able to piece together the pipe almost like a jigsaw puzzle. It was a 4-inch diameter pipe, 12 inches in length.
A statewide search of plumbing supply companies leads to one particular store. And where is it located? How about just around the corner from Stephen Benson's office?
And they said, yes, they sell 4 by 12-inch pipe, and in fact, they had sold some recently.
Can I just get your signature there, sir?
I don't need to sign it. I'm fine. I need to get going.
Sir, it's store regulation.
And we were very fortunate.
I need you to sign it.
They made purchasers sign invoices for their purchases.
Thank you very much.
Stephen Benson gives a fake name, but his palm prints don't lie.
I looked at the two documents side by side, and even somebody who is not a fingerprint expert could look at the two sets of prints and say, it has to be him.
One more piece of evidence helps detectives complete the puzzle.
As a teenager in high school, he had experimented with small explosive devices contained in small tubing. With his electronics background and his explosives background, it was a natural choice to accomplish the murders.
Police now have the eyewitness, the evidence, and the motive.
That is what's going on.
They arrest Stephen Benson and charge him with murder. 12 months and 5 days after the bomb blast, Stephen stands trial. Florida is transfixed in horror. Star witness for the prosecution is his own sister, Carol Lynn.
You know, her brother had just tried to snuff out her life with a pipe bomb. And when she discovered the facts surrounding that, she became very angry, very bitter.
I think it was a tremendous emotional ordeal for her, because even though she suspected Stephen, I think she really hoped it wasn't him. And I've heard to this day that, you know, she feels that that he was just forced by circumstances to do it, and that he really didn't want to do it.
Stephen Benson is found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. Escaping the death penalty, he's sentenced to 50 years without parole. Even today, he still claims he is innocent.
Even as a teenager, Stephen Benson always wore the finest clothes and drove an MG to high school. In prison, he complained about the size of the squad car that had taken him into custody and asked whether he could be served poached eggs for his breakfast.
Up next, behind mansion walls.
He was very wealthy. He entertained a lot of women. He had a lot of parties.
A father and son, torn by love and hate.
He had been hit by a whiskey bottle.
But who is the angel? And who is the devil?
He had a temper. That temper would come out when he was drinking.
The airplane pilot called. He was waiting for him at the airport to take him to the Monday night football game to watch the Cowboys. And we knew if he didn't show up for that, something was terribly wrong.
We got a call from law enforcement. They had found a deceased person's body in a home in Horseshoe Bay.
When the well-to-do are murdered, it tends to attract a lot of attention. A violent death demands an explanation, especially when the deceased is as popular as Texan millionaire Charlie White.
This murder just shocked the place. This thing just does not happen. Especially doesn't happen in Horseshoe Bay.
About an hour out of Austin, Texas, you'll find the exclusive resort community of Horseshoe Bay.
Horseshoe Bay, it's just a quiet place. It's small. We live here for a reason, you know, because it's not big city and it's not hustle and bustle.
It's also away from the hustle and bustle of the less fortunate.
You had your waterfront, you had your swimming pool, you got your tennis courts.
A lot of very well-heeled people, a lot of condos, million-dollar homes.
There's a lot of movie stars and athletes and actors that live out there.
King of the Bay is a man no one forgets meeting. Charlie White.
If you were in a local bar in town, he's liable to walk in and buy rounds for everyone.
Charlie White was a man of means. I couldn't tell you how many millions he had.
He was very wealthy. He had inherited a lot of money from his parents.
With that inheritance, he continues to build the fortune and starts his own chain of beauty schools.
That became a real cash cow for him, very successful.
He bankrolls a life of good times for everyone.
He had all the toys and all the appearances of somebody that had a lot of money. He had a plane, he had a beautiful house, he went on trips.
He went to the Dallas games, all the home games. Same with the Spurs. I mean, he was just an avid sports person, and that's what he used his jet for.
Nearing 70, Charlie retires, but not to head out and tend to the roses. Oh, no. Not when there are young ladies to entertain.
Charlie loved beautiful women, and beautiful young women especially. But doesn't every man like beautiful young women?
Charlie's passions were women, money, and sport.
Women/sex, money, and just having a good time.
Now, the party is over.
It was a very extensive, very violent scene. The investigators found teeth, just stray teeth.
He was found with a green extension cord wrapped around his neck and beaten pretty severely. He had been hit by a whiskey bottle, which knocked his teeth out and cracked his skull open.
Well, the first thing we noticed was pretty brutal.
District Attorney Sam Oatman is called to the crime scene.
It wasn't robbery, it wasn't anything where someone had broken into the house. Right away, my thoughts were it was someone who knew the individual.
Well, actually, I thought that yes, Charlie could have had some enemies.
So who would want the colorful King of the Bay dead?
Depending on who you talked to, Charlie was either the greatest guy in the world or just a horrible, horrible person. Charlie had a temper, and apparently that temper would come out when he was drinking.
And Charlie's young girlfriends, many of them are being paid by the hour.
One thing that they discovered in the home was a list of prostitutes' names.
A list of names. Busty Dolores.
It also had these really colorful descriptors for them.
Bondage Butter.
Physical attributes and characteristics, and pet names, nicknames, things like that.
Thousands of them.
They thought, well, maybe a prostitute or somebody involved in prostitution had done this to him for some reason.
The great pirates of the Caribbean in the 17th century had a saying, "Dead men tell no tales." But they'd never encountered a dead man with a pacemaker.
Through the examination of the pacemaker after the autopsy, they could actually pinpoint the exact time of his death.
So the investigators were looking into who he was with that day, around that time.
Well, there we here.
Charlie White died at 9:38 p.m. In his house, police find another clue. A receipt from a visit to a local mall just 2 hours earlier. A mall with security cameras in its parking lot.
They also had a piece of CCTV footage of him in a car in a parking lot with an unidentified man. So they knew he was with somebody, it was a man, but the video just didn't reveal exactly who it was.
A shadowy figure with a man about to be murdered. This mystery gentleman has some questions to answer.
Where were you?
Things just weren't adding up.
Isn't that you? Isn't it?
When millionaire playboy Charlie White is found brutally murdered, it shocks the wealthy enclave of Horseshoe Bay, Texas.
Never saw Charlie lift a hand to anyone. No, that wasn't his style. He could yell at you, but, I mean, that'd be it.
Carol Noble was a good friend of Charlie White, with fond memories of the exuberant millionaire.
He loved Sherry's money. Many times we went out to dinner together and he would want to pick up the tab.
Others in town aren't so sure about the big-spending, big-talking Texan.
Very few of them said, well, he's a good guy, but he had a temper. Lots of people were either for him or against him.
He had a lot of friends in the community, but there were definitely people that he had run-ins with.
Yeah, Benson.
Charlie's, he's an enigma. I mean, he's hard to pin down.
If you saw him in public on the surface, you would have thought, man, what a great guy. He's having a good time and he's picking up the tab for it. But if you talk to his family, most family members, you would readily agree that there was a dark side to Charlie White Sr. He had 5 kids, and most of them had a tragic story to go with their life.
The wealthier Charlie got, the more he lost.
Charlie's wife left him in 1975. Then his 11-year-old daughter was hit by a car and eventually died. His son Lance killed himself with a shotgun. Another son, Ronnie, disowned the family and lives as a recluse in the California desert. And then there's the youngest son, Darren.
Darren's a chip off the old block. He was a ski instructor. He was a handsome young man.
Charlie White Sr. relied on Darren's good looks and good personality to pick up good-looking women.
Charlie paid his way, took him places, took him to dinner, bought him vehicles. I think he only came for the money. Without mother and father, Darren White had nothing, and made very few attempts to do it on his own.
I believe Darren disappointed his father because he had never really accomplished anything.
I think he definitely wanted Darren to understand I've got the money and I can spend the money if I want to, and and I can cut you off if I want to.
What I knew of Darren was always after his father for money. Give me this, give me that.
Money. That's what gets a rich man killed.
When I first heard that Charlie was dead, and that he'd been murdered, pretty much, my first thoughts went to Darren.
The Texas Rangers are thinking the same way.
Yeah, well, like I told you,
Darren is called in for routine questioning.
You murmurs, please.
The investigators were speaking to Charlie's son, Darren.
You know, whatever you say.
Some of the answers that he was giving, some of the chronology, the timeline, things just weren't adding up.
We know you were with your father that night.
1 hour into the interview, Charlie's wingman is caught in a lie about his alibi.
Isn't that you? In the car park? There's your father. Looks like him.
Tripped up, he takes a fall.
Isn't that you? Isn't it? Well, yeah, that's me.
It was Darren with Charlie at the mall, just 2 hours before his murder. And now, Darren can't hold back the truth.
You've got to understand it. It was self-defense.
Oh, I'm listening.
Self-defense? From a 73-year-old with a pacemaker?
You kept calling me names and abusing me.
It seems Charlie White never was much of a family man.
I think the relationship was very demeaning for Darren. Charlie White would call him things like a dumbass, a loser, a failure, those kinds of things in front of his friends. And usually, it was followed by a pop on the back of the head or a drink over the top of your head. Anything to demean Darren, Charlie White Sr. was all about that.
Some people say that Charlie had it coming, that he just pushed too far and somebody pushed back.
Look, that day, my father and I got into a big fight.
Darren begins to tell police how a father and son trip to the mall ended in brutal murder.
Darren claimed that the last night that he and his father were together, they got into a real big fight that lasted all evening.
They went home, and when they started to unload the groceries, it sort of erupted into a physical altercation. Charlie started throwing groceries and started throwing things at Darren, and it pretty much escalated.
You're just like your mother, Darren.
Charlie White ran to the cabinet where they kept a shotgun.
I'm gonna kill you.
That's when Darren said that he felt threatened and scared and panicked. Next thing you know, his father is on the floor bleeding with teeth all over the floor. Darren admitted to bludgeoning him to death with a whiskey bottle and then tying an electric cord around his neck and then around his feet.
A brutal fight to the death. Father and son, him or me. Plausible, possible, but true?
Didn't look like it was a two-way fight. The story wasn't adding up on that point.
I want you to tell me.
The son of millionaire Charlie White is under arrest for the murder of his father.
I tied it around his leg.
I can't imagine what it'd be like to be killed by my own son.
I wrapped it around his neck about 5 or 6 times.
That your relationship was so bad that it came down to that, it's hard to imagine.
Darren White says it was self-defense, a fight to the death. The evidence says something else.
Darren specifically said that his father started throwing groceries at him as the fight escalated, throwing canned goods. Well, the crime scene showed all the groceries stacked up on the counters. Nothing was thrown, nothing was amiss.
Okay, let's take a look.
Detectives think the truth is written right on Darren's body.
So the investigators took photos of Darren. They had him stripped to the waist, and they took pictures of his fingernails, of his knuckles.
There was no indication that there was any kind of a fight, that any bruises or any broken bones or any lacerations that Darren had on his body.
That's where he threw the groceries at you?
Yeah, in the bottom.
In the bottom?
Yeah.
They didn't see any marks on him that would suggest that he was fighting for his life and needed to defend himself. So his story wasn't adding up on that point.
Turn around.
Didn't look like it was a two-way fight.
And with that evidence, Darren White's future hangs by a thread. On trial for murder, the jury must decide, did he kill his father in a fit of sudden passion, or was this bitter revenge served cold?
He might have had in mind all along that if just one more time and I'm going to hit him. To strangle the man. So to me, that's more of a premeditated thought process. Once you've hit him with a bottle and then you want to continue the process, all of a sudden deciding, what have I done? Gee, I'm sorry, or whatever you might do if it is, in fact, a sudden rage situation. He had a vehicle to get out of there and leave, and he didn't have to commit an act of murder. Charlie, he didn't deserve to die. That was not Darren White's right to kill him.
Over the years, Charlie had given Darren many reasons to hate him. But one was a little beyond the pale.
Darren said that Charlie would make advances on his girlfriends and even slept with his girlfriend one time and would brag about it.
Oh!
Hello, Daisy. Nice to picture.
Darcy. Hello, Charlie. How are you?
I'm terrific.
Charlie one time suggested that they have a threesome between him and his son, Darren, and his son's girlfriend, Darcy.
We have some fun.
I'm Darren's girl.
Darren and Darcy turned him down on that one.
Darcy testified in court to the fact that Charlie White Sr. had propositioned her.
She has another story. The first time Charlie meets Darcy's father, he makes an offer of friendship. Would he perhaps enjoy the services of one of Charlie's prostitutes? Charlie's treat.
Darcy's father is horrified and rejects the offer. Does the jury see a tragic son tortured by a monstrous father, or a lazy slacker lashing out for the spoils of wealth?
I think certainly that money was a contributing factor to this. I think there probably was some dysfunction between the father and son and the entire family, but my opinion is Darren would not have been there if Charlie had been poor.
We put on a case whereby, yes, he's guilty, but look at the facts and don't give him life.
The jury doesn't believe that Darren killed his father in a fit of sudden passion, but they still go easy on his sentence. Just 20 years in a state where many killers go to death row.
I would have liked to see Darren get more time. I think many of us, friends of his, would have preferred to see him get a life sentence at least.
Darren said that he felt relieved, that he finally felt safe after he killed his father. You know, that this thing was welling up for years and years and finally broke. There was something between him and his father, something that wasn't good, something that was very, very toxic. I don't know if anybody doubts that. I don't think anybody can doubt that.
I feel the most shocking part of this entire story is that a father and a son come to this end. Money can do bad things to people, inside and outside.
The sons of the rich should be blessed heirs with opportunities to burnish the family name and fortune. But too much money in the bloodline can be a poisonous inheritance. Stephen Benson coldly coveted his family's wealth, whatever the cost. While Darren White desperately desired what money couldn't buy, his father's love. Wealth can pass down the generations, only to sink in a pool of blood at the hands of a wayward son. Till next we meet, behind mansion walls, I'm Christopher Mason.
In our first story, Behind Mansion Walls.
They were wild, there were drugs, there was sex.
Texas oil money fuels the good life until it all slips away.
He shot Stan again, and again, and again. Shot him a total of 4 times.
And later, Politics makes for deadly bedfellows.
He was a manipulative, arrogant, and evil person.
Is his money and his power going to keep him out of jail?
I'm Christopher Mason. When the rich and powerful are accused of murder, two things are certain: a courtroom drama and the best defense money can buy. Welcome to Rich Justice.
Texas crude is like money spilling out of the ground. For 100 years, it's been making men here rich beyond their imaginations. It's built grand fortunes, luxurious estates, and powerful dynasties. Some would say too powerful.
Too much money. Too much money.
Thomas Cullen Davis was born into Texas oil money, barrels of it. His father, Ken, made millions outfitting the big rigs in the 1930s.
He had an awful lot of money. The Ken Davis Industries were a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar company.
When Ken Davis dies, his vast business empire is split among three sons.
Well, I want the best skybox at Texas State.
Middle son Cullen soon proves he's as good at spending money as he is at making it.
Well, whatever it takes, you work it out.
Cullen's first wife will never forget their fairy tale honeymoon. 36 countries in 6 weeks. Christian Dior showings in Paris, a $10,000 mink coat for those chilly Texas barbecues. And when they get home, the spending doesn't stop.
There was kind of a, shall we say, a wild and lavish lifestyle that was pretty well known. He lived a good life. Spending money really was not a big problem to him.
But after the marriage and 2 children, someone else catches the billionaire's eye. A young woman on the tennis courts at the Ridgely Country Club, Priscilla Wilborn. Cullen divorces Sandra and sets his sights on the buxom blonde.
In the beginning, it was nice. It was good. They were in love. He courted her amazingly.
Hey, honey, can you help me with my necklace?
Sure.
Cullen was he was a big spender. Lots of jewelry, lots of furs, lots of big trips.
Mighty handsome, sir.
See?
Priscilla was married with children, but the fuse was lit. Soon she has a new husband and a new home. Cullen Davis builds her a $6 million, 20-room mansion, complete with a tiny silver bell to call the servants. But is it all too good to be true?
Priscilla revels in her newfound wealth, flaunting her possessions to Texas high society.
She had a necklace that Cullen had given her. The words on it were "rich bitch," and that became a real talking point.
Oh, that's nice.
In 1972, Priscilla's oldest daughter, Dee, moves into Stonegate Mansion overlooking Fort Worth. And youngest daughter, Andrea, visits regularly. With 11 bathrooms and a 2,000-square-foot master bedroom, there's room for everyone. But Dee soon discovers Cullen's generosity is limited to her mother.
If I said the wrong thing, if I said something he didn't want to hear, he would literally just reach across the table and, punch me in the face.
Dee Davis will never forget one especially cruel incident.
What did we forget to do tonight?
One night I was 13. He came and woke me up in the middle of the night. I forgot to lock the doors. And he put his hands on his hips and said,
Why do we lock the doors at night?
So no one steals your precious junk.
and he, bam, punched me in the nose and broke it.
I
So at that point, my mother came in and started yelling at him. And she had a baby kitten in her arms. And he slammed it on the tile floor with all his might and killed it.
In 1974, Dee and her mother have had enough.
He once pushed me down the stairs.
Priscilla files for divorce.
They divorced because she got tired of the barrage of abuse, and he tried to control where she went, everything she did, who she ran around with, you know, the control.
To Cullen's horror, a judge rules that Priscilla and her daughters can stay in the mansion. His mansion.
That had to anger him mightily. That was Cullen's mansion. That was nobody else's.
Dee remembers the day Cullen left.
When I watched Cullen leave the house, he took a couple of suitcases, and I could see that he was holding in his rage. He didn't like it. He didn't like not being in control and not being the one to call the shots. He had a love affair with that house. It was his baby.
With the mansion and $3,500 a month in alimony, Priscilla starts a new life.
There was some pretty good evidence of wild and crazy parties going on at the mansion.
From the testimony that would come out later, they were wild. There were drugs, there was sex, and there were lots of people.
With her new life, Priscilla also has a new man, Stan Farr.
Stan Farr, who was a former basketball player at TCU. He was a large man, 6'7".
August 2nd is Priscilla's birthday. She invites Stan to celebrate at one of Fort Worth's finest restaurants. Before the night is over, Priscilla's world will turn upside down. Priscilla's oldest daughter, Dee, is also up that night, leaving her 12-year-old sister, Andrea, home alone in their sprawling mansion.
We had a security system that, you know, comparable to Fort Knox. I mean, it was an amazing, amazing, very, very high-tech for those days, security alarm system. When I left, I watched her arm the security system.
Andrea assumes she is safe and sound inside the sprawling mansion on Mockingbird Lane. She is anything but.
Sometime that evening, she has a strange visitor, a man wearing a black wig and carrying a pistol. Somehow, he gets past the elaborate security system.
At some point, he got her down to the basement. We don't know if he got her down to the basement in fear, at gunpoint. Nobody knows that.
Please don't.
What we do know is that she died where she was shot.
She was shot at close range with no defensive wounds. She never put up her hands. She was 12 years old. She turned around and faced him and did not raise her hands.
A little over an hour later, Andrea's mom, Priscilla, and her boyfriend get home. Priscilla notices the alarm has been turned off.
Stan?
And my mother started kind of looking around and saw blood on the door facing.
Stan?
They don't know it, but the killer is still inside the house.
He shot her. Shot her in the left breast. It didn't kill her because she had had, at the instructions of her husband, silicone breast implants. And so instead of going through her heart, it ricocheted up and off.
Stan had gone upstairs, and he was starting to come down the stairs, and she hollered, go back, he's got a gun.
Of course, Stan didn't go back. He was, you know, coming down to try to help. He shot Stan again, and again, and again. Shot him a total of 4 times. And as he lay dying, he looked over at my mother and he said, I love you, and he died.
But the bloodshed isn't over.
My friends showed up. He raced outside to see who it was.
The visitors are in for a shock. Not only are they confronted by a gunman, they think they know who it is.
Hey, Mama, look at me.
4 people shot in cold blood. 2 dead. 2 eyewitnesses who saw the killer and swear he is a man they know well. T. Cullen Davis.
At a Fort Worth mansion, a gunman in a wig has killed 2
Please don't.
and left a 3rd, Priscilla Davis, critically wounded. A surviving eyewitness, Beverly Bass, believes she recognizes the killer, and Priscilla does too. She thinks it's her estranged husband, one of the richest men in Texas, T. Cullen Davis.
She made some statements to the ambulance drivers to the effect that was called. So she was lucid and coherent and talking.
Priscilla's 12-year-old daughter, Andrea, is dead. So is Priscilla's boyfriend. Family friend Bubba Gavrell is paralyzed for life. Did a messy divorce really lead to murder?
You have 2 eyewitnesses saying he did it. That was sufficient to make an arrest, which they did do.
There was no question as far as Priscilla and Beverly Bass were concerned. Not then, not now. The man in black that night in the woman's black wig was Cullen Davis.
T. Cullen Davis denies the charge and begins to mount his defense while in custody.
So he contacted me, and I set him a fee, and he paid it, and we got started.
Defense attorney Richard Racehorse Haynes has a reputation for pulling off the impossible.
Well, he paid me $13 million, and he had plenty left over.
Both sides show up in court heavily armed.
Thank you, sir.
The defense with their multi-million-dollar legal team. The prosecution with 2 eyewitnesses and a motive. Davis wanted his estranged wife and daughters out of his mansion.
In the public mind, this is a hopeless case. They joke that the best Cullen Davis can hope for is to get the charges reduced from 40,000 volts to 20,000.
Mrs. Davis, is it not true to say that you threw wild parties to
the defense said Priscilla lied, and they brought her lifestyle before the jury, all her sexual escapades and her drug friends and her own use of drugs, and they made her out to be a terrible person.
Well, would you say that it's true to say that you shared your bed with a...
She got it proved up that she was taking dope, and we proved up that she had a doper coming over to the house.
But it is true to say...
Well, let me put it this way. The people in the town had already thought that Priscilla was a whore.
That is not true.
By letting in a lot of this extraneous evidence, permitted a character assassination of Priscilla during the trial. And the focus began to shift from Cullen's conduct to Priscilla's conduct.
This one woman said, I knew she was guilty the minute I saw her. And Priscilla had done absolutely nothing.
I put it to you,
And
ladies and gentlemen.
Cullen Davis has an alibi.
Innocent man on trial here today.
He was home with the lady he married, and he had gone to the movie. And so I proved up that he was at the movie. I proved up what movie was on that night and said he was there.
Racehorse Haynes is certainly earning his $13 million. He accuses Priscilla of being addicted to the painkiller Percodan, forcing her to admit that she's taking more than 200 tablets a week. He says that on the night of the shootings, she was in a narcotic haze.
As for the killer's true identity, the defense has an answer for that, too.
I think it was somebody that she owed money to for drugs, and he came to the house and just got in a shooting match. It was a drug deal gone bad.
Lasting 12 weeks, it's one of the longest and most expensive trials in Texas history at the
To
time.
be quite honest, I don't think that this charade that you're
Now,
playing out is
the state
a
holds its
single
breath.
person in this courtroom. And I think that the true victim here
Is this a story of a husband bringing retribution to his wife and family? Or a party girl in the wrong crowd?
Mr. Davis, please rise. Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, we have, Your Honor. We find the defendants, Thomas Cullen Davis, not guilty.
I think almost everybody was stunned.
I didn't think he was guilty. I still don't think he was guilty, and the jury didn't think he was guilty. Hopefully, justice works whether you got money or not. Just luckily, he had cash enough to hire some good lawyers.
In the eyes of the law, T. Cullen Davis is an innocent man. But his legal troubles aren't over. He and Priscilla are still locked in a bitter divorce battle. And when Cullen Davis isn't getting his way, best be prepared for a Texas-sized surprise.
It's a year after the jury set Cullen Davis free. Months earlier, he had asked a former friend to do a job for him. To kill the judge sitting on Cullen's divorce case. With photo evidence in hand, the friend shows him proof that the job is done. But the photo isn't real. The friend is an FBI informant, and he's wearing a wire. It's all caught on tape. And soon after, T. Cullen Davis is back behind bars, charged with conspiring to kill the judge. One of the richest men in Texas is going to trial again.
All right, Mr. Davis.
Cullen claimed that he was working for the FBI at the direction of an FBI agent, and he was trying to trap this guy.
He asked me to help him set up a trap for David McCord.
As the court watches the video evidence, Davis and his legal team argue it was a setup, all right. Davis is set up to catch his former friend.
I am telling the truth, goddammit!
I sat there in the courtroom, and it was astounding.
Mr. Davis, please rise.
Let me tell you something that you need to know. That when that verdict came in, everyone in that courtroom thought Cullen was going to be convicted.
We, the jury, we find the defendant, Thomas Cullen Davis, not guilty.
Davis is found not guilty for a second time.
I can say that was the most astounding verdict that in my 50 years in this business that I have ever seen.
Not long after that verdict, T. Cullen Davis makes a big announcement. He has found Jesus. To prove his newfound piety, he publicly destroys millions of dollars worth of gold, ivory, and jade.
A decade later, his life is a far cry from the days of mansions and slavish spending. Davis files for bankruptcy with debts of more than $230 million. Today, he lives quietly in Fort Worth with his third wife.
T. Cullen Davis is living a contented, happy life. He has been accepted back into society. Priscilla Davis died of breast cancer just a few years ago. And no one has ever paid for the death of Andrea.
Up next, behind mansion walls.
He was a manipulative, arrogant, and evil person.
What happens when you say no?
And they just thought, oh my God.
To the most powerful man in town.
When Jerry turned around and looked, you could see a leg sinking into the ocean.
Wilmington, Delaware. A city built on the vast fortune of the DuPont family. Around here, establishment money likes to lay low on country estates. But sometimes the big players brush up against little people, like young secretary Anne-Marie Fahey. In 1996, she has a big secret. It's between her and her diary. And it might have stayed that way had she not disappeared on June 27th.
Anne? Annie?
She doesn't show up for a dinner at her brother's house.
Anne?
This was totally behavior outside the norm for her.
Her concerned sister goes to Anne-Marie's apartment to check on her.
They find food on the table, they find her keys there, her wallet's there, her car is there.
But no Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie Fahey isn't from a privileged background. She lives in a rough part of town, but she knows how Wilmington's glittering other half live. As scheduling secretary for the governor of Delaware, she has seen wealth and power up close. It's intoxicating. And it's deadly.
I read about the disappearance of Anne-Marie Fahey. She was the governor's secretary. It was front page news.
With her political connections, Anne-Marie's disappearance captures the attention of people in high places.
The governor had told the press that he'd received a call from President Clinton about the matter to offer federal resources if need be.
There were a lot of suspicions. We tried to cover every possible lead that there could be.
FBI Special Agent Eric Alpert is assigned to the case.
You run down her credit cards to see if they're being used. You check her bank account to see if that's being used. You talk to the neighbors. You talk to all her friends and everyone who knows her. You go to the last place she was seen. You try to track her whereabouts. You try to track her cell phone if it's being used.
None of those leads brings good news.
Based on all the circumstances, we felt that her disappearance would not be something that would have occurred by her own free will.
In Anne-Marie Fahey's eerily abandoned apartment, her sister searches for clues.
They start, sifting through everything, looking for, any clues to her sudden disappearance. And while they're doing that, they found her diary.
Although 30-year-old Anne-Marie is engaged to a young lawyer, she also has a secret she's keeping.
So they started looking through her diary. There's all this reference to this man that she'd been seeing.
In the diary, it talked about her having a relationship with Thomas Capano.
He was the legal counsel to the governor of Delaware. He was the top assistant to the mayor of Wilmington. He was a bond attorney. He had a lot of savoir-faire. He had a lot of money. I mean, he was a big shot. There is no doubt about it.
For a year and a half, Anne Marie Fahey has been having an affair with one of the most powerful men in town.
Tom Capano was a millionaire. He had been offered the best in education. He led the country club life. He had a lot of money, and money carries with it a lot of power.
Tom Capano was someone who had a lot of wealth and liked to be out with the top people in society.
He has a beautiful wife, Kay. Their 4 daughters attend the exclusive Archmere Academy. A house in town, house at the beach. Tom Capano has it all. And you know what's coming next. He wants more. Tom has a craving, which he does nothing to control.
Good morning, Mr. Capano.
Tom Capano was a ladies' man. He had numerous girlfriends.
Your coffee?
Thanks, Laura.
How many? We know of at least 3 or 4, or there are probably others.
I like your blouse.
Thank you. Someone with excellent taste gave it to me.
Tom Capano had an amazing capacity to lead 2 lives.
Anne Marie Fahey is just one of a string of girlfriends.
He was known by his friends as a serial adulterer. I mean, they did know that.
At first, Anne Marie enjoys the attentions of her high-powered sugar daddy. But over time, her passion wanes, and she decides to end the clandestine affair.
He was a married man. He was probably about 20 years older than her. I think she wanted to have a different kind of life.
No, this isn't right.
He was telling her that he wanted to leave his wife and his kids for her.
Marriage is over.
That bothered her. Might have been the main reason that led to their breakup.
But Tom Capano didn't get to where he is by taking no for an answer to anything. Certainly not from women, especially mere secretaries.
Investigators begin to discover the truth behind this legal high flyer.
He was someone who wanted to run everybody's life and didn't like it when things didn't go his way.
Anne Marie's diary reveals her lover has a dark side.
They found this entry that talked about how glad she was to be rid of this controlling, manipulative maniac. And they just thought, oh my God.
Can I get you anything else?
No.
June 27th, 1996.
Just come over so I can give you the gift.
High-flying lawyer Thomas Capano is angry and frustrated.
Tom, I don't want another gift.
Over an expensive meal, he tries to win back his lover, 30-year-old Anne Marie Fahey.
You can at least do this.
But she's already moved on.
I can tell you that normally, Ristorante Panorama is a favorite among Philadelphia's smart set. But this dinner puts Thomas Capano in a bit of a pickle. This tense, very public display is the last time anyone sees Anne Marie Fahey ever again.
You can at least do this.
It was clear from the description given by the waitress in the restaurant in Philadelphia that things were not going well between Anne Marie Fahey and Tom Capano.
A witness says the upset couple left Ristorante Panorama together. Following that lead, investigators search a rental property where Capano is staying. His housekeeper notices something strange.
The housekeeper said there was something different. The carpet had changed and the couch was gone.
There was no reason for him to get rid of a rug and a couch that were in fine condition in a rental house.
And we both said he rolled her up in a carpet.
But it's only a hunch. And if investigators want to prosecute one of Delaware's top lawmen, they need hard evidence.
During the search of Thomas Capano's home, we found 3 droplets of blood.
A speck of blood, literally smaller than the head on a pencil.
This tiny clue has enormous implications.
At the time, we could not match them up to anyone as we had no DNA sample from Anne Marie Fahey. What we did was we had found in her notebook, her daily journal, that she had given blood 2 months earlier at the Delaware blood bank. So we contacted them, so hopefully we could get a sample of her blood.
That blood is a match.
That evidence, coupled with all of the circumstantial evidence we had, convinced us that Tom Capano had killed Anne Marie Fahey.
Sounds like a slam dunk, doesn't it? Why not march out and put the cuffs on Capano? Actually, no. That would be like jumping into a tank with a great white shark. He'd simply eat you for breakfast and then get away scot-free.
Circumstantial evidence won't be good enough to land this big fish.
Had no body, no weapon, no witness to the killing, and you had a millionaire defendant with every means at his disposal.
The FBI settle on a different bait. Tom's baby brother, Jerry.
We were looking hard at Jerry because Jerry was with him the day after she disappeared. We were able to put together enough information to do a search warrant at his home, and at his home we found cocaine and weapons there, which could have led to federal charges.
Investigators have Jerry over a barrel.
Okay.
Go to jail or tell them what he knows.
And at that point, he had no other alternative but to turn on his brother.
I drove the boat. That's all.
Jerry has an amazing story to tell, something that has haunted him for 16 long months. "5:30 a.m., June 28th, 1996. Tom Capano asks his brother to help him get rid of a problem.
The garage, there was a large fish cooler.
Jerry isn't exactly sure what's inside, but he agrees to help.
And Tom Capano said, "I need your boat."
The brothers take Jerry's boat far out to sea. 60 miles offshore, a favorite spot for shark fishing, Mako Alley. Whatever goes into the water here quickly becomes dinner.
They dump this ice chest, and it's bobbing in the water, and it won't sink, and Tom becomes frantic. And Jerry's a hunter, and he tells Jerry, shoot it, shoot it. So Jerry goes and gets a shotgun and fires 2 or 3 slugs through it.
It wouldn't sink. So Jerry maneuvered the boat over to where the cooler was at the time.
And Tom Capano opens the lid on a dead girl's coffin.
Jerry said that he went to the front of the boat because he didn't want to see. He had an idea what was in there, but he didn't want to be involved in that aspect of it.
And Tom Capano proceeded to take the body out, to wrap it in a chain and the anchor from the boat.
When Jerry turned around to look, you could see a leg sinking into the ocean with chains around it.
Disappearing into the depths of the Atlantic is the body of Anne Marie Fahey. It's all part of Thomas Capano's grand plan. He knows the law, so he can beat the law. But is anyone really above the law?
There are very few, if any, cases in Delaware that had ever been prosecuted where there had been no body found. And Tom Capano, being an attorney and had been a prosecutor one time, I'm sure knew that it's very difficult to bring a criminal case against somebody if you don't have a body.
What Tom Capano didn't count on was a knife in the back from his own baby brother. 16 months after his bloody fishing expedition to Mako Alley, the FBI agents swoop in. One of the biggest lawyers in the city is in shackles.
The arrest of Tom Capano is front-page news, and it triggers a local fisherman's memory.
He said that he had found a cooler floating in the ocean.
He puts in a call to the FBI.
And I spoke with him, and I asked him, was there anything different about this cooler? And he said, well, it didn't have a lid on it. And I said, well, anything else? He said, well, it had 2 shotgun holes in it. And at that point, we said, wait for us. We wanted that cooler right now.
It's proof that Jerry Capano's extraordinary fishing tale is true.
The cooler was the ultimate corroboration, because once we found the cooler, once we had fully corroborated Jerry Capano, Tom Capano had to admit that Anne-Marie Fahey was dead.
Now that is sounding like an open and shut case. Time to take on Capano on his home turf, the courtroom. But once cornered, he strikes back with a counterpunch that has everyone floored.
It's another woman.
Debbie.
In the fall of 1995, Thomas Capano is all-powerful. Top lawyer, political player. A charismatic man who walks into a room and gets what he wants. Now, he's about to go on trial for the murder of his ex-lover, Anne-Marie Fahey.
The line of media and gawkers spills down the marble staircase of the Daniel L. Herman courthouse. This is more than a murder trial. It's money and power versus justice. And the wily lawyer Tom Capano knows every trick in the book.
The overwhelming sense in the community was, are they going to get this guy? Are they, is his money and his power and his influence in politics, is all that going to keep him out of jail? Is he going to skirt this?
The case against him is strong. The victim's blood on the walls of his rented house.
I think we got blood over here.
A perfectly good rug, inexplicably replaced.
Okay.
A brother who swears he helped dump a body. And a fisherman with corroborating evidence. So what does the audacious lawman have to say? He blames an old girlfriend.
Anne and I were sitting on the love seat.
He stated that she'd had come to his house while he was with Anne-Marie, and he saw him with her.
He boldly claims that far from being Anne-Marie Fahey's killer,
Who is Debbie?
No, it's okay.
he is her protector.
She became hysterical when she saw another woman.
He stated that she had a gun in her purse, took the gun out, and said she was going to kill herself.
A hero who tried to save her life.
I'll kill myself. Don't do it.
Tom Capano testified that then he jumped across the room and tried to grab her arm.
Come on.
There was a single gunshot that went across the room and hit Anne-Marie and killed her instantly.
Debbie shot Anne-Marie.
The fantastic story stuns the courtroom, but few believe a word of it.
It was almost ludicrous to say something like that could have happened.
This really cockamamie story about trying to be the hero. I mean, that was really a real sign of his demonic nature.
And his former girlfriend, disgusted with her lover of 15 years, denies it all.
She wouldn't take the blame. She testified at the trial and said none of what he was saying is true.
The prosecution presents a much more plausible version of that fateful night. They allege that after their stormy dinner, Tom lured Anne-Marie back to his rental house.
Ultimately, he believed that he should have total control over Anne-Marie Fahey. And once she made clear that she was finally able to break free, he was not going to allow her to live.
And I believe he just, went to another room and got the pistol. And when she wasn't looking, I think he just shot her in the back of the head. He decided that, if he couldn't have her, no one could. I think it's that simple. I really do.
When the jury returns its verdict, only one person in the courtroom is caught by surprise.
I think Tom Capano thought that he was above the law and truly believed that he was accountable to no one or no thing.
Up until the conviction, until the jury came back and said, you're guilty, I think he believed he was somehow going to get away with this.
Thomas Capano is guilty of first-degree murder.
And the crowd cheered, there were tears, people were hugging each other, they were jumping up and down. It was almost like the court system had won the World Series.
7 weeks later, the shock deepens. Thomas Capano is sentenced to death. But on appeal, his sentence is commuted to life without parole.
Today, Thomas Capano sits in protective custody in the James T. Vaughan Correctional Center, Delaware. He languishes by himself in a single cell, locked up 23 hours a day with 1 hour for exercise. A high life of dinners at Ristorante Panorama and golf at the country club, a slowly fading memory. Two rich and powerful men, but two very different legal outcomes. T. Cullen Davis spent millions on his defense, and the jury declared him not guilty twice. Thomas Capano thought he could do the same, but an unchecked ego was his undoing. When money and power come up against the wheels of justice, it's not always safe to bet on the outcome. Till next we meet, behind mansion walls, I'm Christopher Mason.
In our first story, Behind Mansion Walls, a mystery caller unlocks dark family secrets.
Are you willing to make $5,000? I got a job for you.
I said, but I know you're guilty, and I'm gonna get you.
And later, cold-hearted greed
Look at the figures.
tears the ties that bind.
He fled this country and was running basically for his life.
Somebody help!
He's an evil person, no doubt about it.
Please.
I'm Christopher Mason. The story of Cain killing his brother Abel is said to be the first recorded murder in human history. And behind mansion walls, little has changed. A family feud can still take on biblical proportions.
Drive a half hour north of Akron, Ohio, and you'll begin to notice that the streets are getting nicer. Houses are growing larger. Yards become estates. And families are dynasties. Welcome to Bath Township.
Bath is home to billionaire families like the Firestones, the tire kings who made Akron famous as the Rubber City. Bath is wealthy, discreet, and very quiet. The last place one would expect to find the body of a CEO with 2 bullets in the back of his head.
Sunday morning, August 10th, 1980. Police rush to a family home on an exclusive street.
When we entered the house, the first thing I observed was a male laying down on the floor, face down.
Right in the entranceway, a dead man lies in a pool of blood.
What do we have here?
The neighbors haven't heard a sound.
His cars were parked in the garage. The back doors were locked, the front doors were locked.
Captain Larry Monchelo has worked this beat for over 20 years. He's never seen anything like this.
The murder itself was really a strange case. He had his underwear on backwards. On top of him was a pillow. There was 1 bullet hole through that cushion.
The dead man is Dean Milo, age 41. Father of 3 and a self-made multimillionaire.
Yeah, that's fine. Do that.
President of the Milo Barber and Beauty Supply Company.
He had approximately 97 stores east of the Mississippi along the East Coast. He was a very wealthy man, worth $48 million.
Good morning, Dean. Here's that document.
Milo Barber and Beauty Supply is a thriving family business. Dean Milo is a co-owner with his sister Sophie and brother Fred.
A lot of people really liked the Milo family. They were well known and they were well liked in this community because they were such hard workers, and they showed other people that, you know, success was something that they were going to do.
And now, this hard-working company president is the center of a very strange crime scene. His underwear is on backwards. That will always raise an eyebrow. And there are more surprises to come.
Next to the door was a telegram from Western Union. It was blank.
Upstairs in the master bedroom, another curious find.
When we arrived in the bedroom upstairs to search, we found Christian magazines next to the bed on one side of the bed. On the other side, we saw Playboy magazines. Next to the bed, we found a tissue with semen in it. We found jewelry. We found watches, gold bracelets, and also a check for $24,000 from IRS.
Plenty to steal, but nothing missing. This is no robbery. It's looking like a hit.
Definitely a bullet wound.
We felt that it was an execution, but we couldn't figure out why.
So who wants Dean Milo dead? A business rival? Or maybe a jilted lover? To help police find out, his company hires some backup.
So the comptroller of Milo Beauty and Barber Supply, who knew of my reputation, brought me in.
Private Detective William Deere. He zeroes in on the heart of Dean Milo's life, the family company.
He started a company right out of the trunk of his car with his dad, worked out of their house when he was a young fella, took over, and developed that thing into one of the largest beauty and barber supply in the whole country.
But you don't get that big
I need to get those documents immediately.
without stepping on people's toes.
It is not the photo I chose. It's not acceptable. No. The model is wrong. No. I don't need excuses. Why?
Here we have a man whose company has grown by leaps and bounds in just a matter of years and putting other people out of business, and we felt there could be some competitive jealousy, or it could be the mob, or, you know, there was just a number of things that everybody had to look at.
Veteran investigators Bill Deere and Larry Monchello chase down different leads, only to reach the same conclusion. Follow the money.
After a while, after we got into this, it turned towards the money and the greed, and especially the family.
No, this is wrong. I told you yesterday that the G is too big on that, and this is wrong. We need to change it. Oh.
Milo Beauty and Barber Supply has become a battleground in a bitter family feud.
How'd you go?
Dean's brother Fred and sister Sophie are meant to have equal shares of the company. But Dean Milo has made himself first among equals.
I got something for you. You're gonna be blown away by this idea.
Dean was the dynamic one. Dean was the one that was making it grow. Fred and Sophie just were there.
This is the wrong model. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Fred Milo was somebody that never liked to work. Dean and him did not get along very well.
What are you doing? You're not listening to me?
We first looked at Fred Milo, and I felt he had to be a very good suspect.
Except for one important thing. Fred has an airtight alibi. He was out of state on a business trip on the night of the murder. Sister Sophie was also out of town. After months of work, the investigation has hit a dead end.
There was a lot of pressure on us, a lot of pressure from the news media, from everywhere about this, because he was so well-liked.
But never fear, Private Detective William Deere has a game breaker.
I said, look, the way this thing is at now, it's only going to be that money speaks. And we need to put up X, Y, Z dollars, then I bet you we'll get some results out of it. I said, if we toss out enough bait, something's going to catch on the hook.
The bait is a reward of $50,000. Small change in upmarket Bath Township. But on the seamier side of town, bottom feeders come slithering from the darkness. One of them bites, providing a name. A delightful go-go dancer, Terry Lee King.
She would stare you down, and she wanted you to blink. Well, then she had you.
Meet Terry Lee King. Go-go dancer, cocaine addict, drug courier, and married mother of one.
I want to know what I'm doing here. Why have you even brought me here? Answering a few questions for me and then
A fellow street criminal has given her up in the hope of scoring a $50,000 reward. He says Terry Lee was trying to hire hitmen to take out Akron millionaire Dean Milo.
Terry Lee King said to the guy, "Are you willing to make $5,000? I got a job for you." And the guy asked him what the job was. She says to eliminate a well-known businessman in the Akron area.
To catch the killer of a rich man, one occasionally has to dirty one's hands in the unseemly side of life. Terry Lee King is many things. Junkie, drug mule, working mom. She may even be a stripper with a heart of gold. But one thing she certainly isn't is a snitch.
Do you know who these people are?
We felt that Terry Lee King was going to give us a confession. Well, we were wrong because Terry Lee King was very hard. She was not going to tell us anything.
She would stare you down, and she wanted you to blink. And I could watch it through the window, how two of them interviewed her, and they'd go like this. Well, then she had you.
Her pouting lips are sealed, but her past is doing the talking for her. Terry likes to do cocaine with her lawyer, Barry Boyd. And Barry has powerful friends.
Terry Lee King led us to Barry Boyd, the lawyer. Her lawyer, and also the lawyer of his close friend, Fred Milo.
You're wasting your time and mine because I had nothing to do with it.
Shut up, drug dealer.
Is Fred Milo's lawyer bankrolling Terry Lee King's search for a hitman?
There's no proof.
We gave him 2 polygraph tests. Both of them were inconsistent. But the second test, I knew we had him. I could see some emotion at different times coming from his face. I said, "But I know you're guilty, you son of a bitch, and I'm gonna get you." And he started to shake, and I knew I had him.
Then, another informant confirms that Barry Boyd offered $5 grand as down payment for the hit. And Barry is under arrest.
Once we got Barry and got him to jail that night, he hollered at me as the doors of the jail cell closed, and he said, Bill, come here, I'll tell you everything, everything.
Barry Boyd names the mastermind behind the execution of Dean Milo.
It was him.
Dean's own brother, Fred.
It was Fred Milo.
He told us that it was Fred Milo that was behind this whole thing, that wanted his own brother killed.
Fred's anger had been building for some time.
They had a lot of fights. And back in 1979, Dean Milo was in Boston at a conference, and he learned that Fred Milo and Sophie, the sister, withdrew $150,000 each out of the bank for no reason at all.
Dean Milo thinks his own siblings are bad for business.
He said, look, you're all fired. Go home. I'll send you your check, but I don't want you here.
I will make you guys millionaires. Just stay away from me, and you have nothing to do with this company from now on. Fred couldn't take that. He wanted to control that company.
Fred and Sophie Milo are furious with their big brother. Lawsuits start flying between family members.
It became crucial between them who was going to be control of this company. And at that point, Fred decided he wanted to be in control of this company and not Dean.
Fred Milo's solution is murder.
Fred had told Barry Boyd that you get him killed. When you have him killed, I will then make you the corporate lawyer.
Barry Boyd also sells out his go-go dancing friend, Terry Lee King. Confronted with the truth, Terry Lee's luscious lips finally start flapping.
He gave me some money for a gun.
Slowly, but systematically.
He told me to hire a hitman.
The pieces are slowly but surely systematically falling into place.
Soon, there's enough evidence to arrest Fred Milo for conspiracy to murder.
We went to Fred Milo's house, knocked on the door. I told Fred Milo that he was under arrest for aggravated murder of his brother.
At that time, I looked over at him, and he had wet his pants.
Fred has another surprise. At his murder trial, he pleads not guilty by reason of insanity.
The reason he pled not guilty by reason of insanity was that his brother drove him to this crime by his conduct against the family.
Business should be run by all of us, not just you. You have no idea. You gotta take a good look at yourself.
Dean not only was treating his brother and sister improperly, he actually treated his parents improperly, which, being a family, an Albanian family, was the ultimate insult. He was no longer respecting his parents. I think that because of the culture of the family, that he was under pressure to correct the problem.
But does that pressure drive Fred insane, or just turn him into a killer? On May 25th, 1981, the jury delivers its verdict.
The jury was hung 10-2. 10 jurors wanted to find him insane.
I was scared. I was scared we were going to lose this case when it came back a hung jury.
The judge declares a mistrial, and a new trial date is set.
Waiting for the retrial, a lucky break. A self-serving chain of snitches and sellouts leads to the missing link in this grubby conspiracy. The man who pulled the trigger on Dean Milo.
Dave Harden, a 22-year-old drug addict from Arizona, wanted for armed robbery.
As soon as we arrested David Harden, I told him right straight, I said, look me in the face. I said, you know exactly who I am. And you could tell he knew that I was the investigator chasing for the Milo case.
Police have some interesting news for Dave. Fred Milo has paid out nearly $80,000 for the hit on his brother. But how much did Dave get for killing a man and risking life in prison?
How much of that did you see? 600.
He was angry when I told him how much money had been paid out. And so it really angered him that he had been suckered into this thing.
Oh, I'm so stupid. Stupid.
Bitter at being conned, David Harden is happy to testify at Fred Milo's second trial, spelling out the murder in cold-blooded detail. 1 a.m. Sunday, August 10th, 1980.
David Harden went up to the house. He rang the doorbell.
Dean said, who is it? He said, Western Union.
Got a telegram for Mr. Milo.
David said he handed the telegram through there. He reached for it. When he did, he pushed the door back, knocked Dean down. Dean said, please don't kill me, please don't kill me.
Put the gun to his back of his head and shot him. David Harden went in and got a cushion, brought it back out, put it on top of his head, and shot him the second time.
When the jury hears the gruesome details, they reject Fred's insanity plea. Fred Milo, Dave Harden, and 3 others get life for aggravated murder. Milo's attorney, Barry Boyd, the go-go dancer Terry Lee King, and 4 others are found guilty of conspiracy and get lighter terms.
Fred passed away when he was in prison in 1998. He died of a heart attack. Terry Lee King died of breast cancer.
The biblical story goes like this. Cain slew his brother Abel, then God cursed him so he'd never grow another crop of grain. And so Fred Milo was cursed. Without his brother Dean, the Milo Beauty and Barber Supply Company collapsed. And all the family had built turned to dust.
Fred was responsible for killing his brother and taking a company that was worth $48 million to being basically bankrupt to $1.5 million when it was sold.
If you go to Akron, Ohio, go out to the buildings now closed, and you see a broken sign just swaying in the wind, Milo Beauty and Barber Supply.
I'm talking to you.
Still to come, behind mansion walls.
When I walked into the house, I found myself in the scene of an extremely violent crime.
Who would gun down a wealthy family?
At the beginning, we were looking for that needle in the haystack.
Who stands to gain?
Donald was very unforgiving.
No!
He made a lot of enemies in the business that he was in.
In the world of the wealthy, there are different kinds of money. Old money, new money, and discreet money. The kind you find here, in the tranquil streets of Munster, Indiana.
I think a lot of people have moved here or live in this community because of the safety and the good schools and just the community atmosphere that we have in our little town.
Very affluent neighborhood, beautiful homes, big trees, you know, a very well-established neighborhood outside of Chicago. Not known for violent crime at all.
Help! Help!
Until November 9th, 1989.
Somebody help!
When a blood-spattered man goes running down 35th Street.
He was bleeding pretty bad.
Help! He shot my mom! Help!
That just doesn't happen in a place like Munster.
There was a bit of a panic because they saw this guy coming in with blood all over. And he was trying to get a telephone.
That blood-stained young man is Mark Levine. Shot dead on the floor of the family home are his parents, Don and Marcia. Mark is the only survivor and heir to a family fortune of $25 million.
Is it okay if I talk to you?
Yes, it is.
When police arrive, Yale Law graduate Mark Levine tries to make sense of what happened. That morning, the family planned to drive to Chicago, where Mark was to be sworn in to the Illinois bar. At around 8:50 a.m., there's a knock at the door.
Hello? I've got a delivery for you. Oh, sure. You don't need to sign for it. Yeah, okay.
In his hand, he had the FedEx package. He also had a Ruger 357 Magnum 6-shot revolver.
Down on the ground, don't say anything. Okay.
The individual produced a gun.
Get down! Okay, okay.
The delivery man struck him over the head with the butt of the gun.
Please.
And Mark Levine is briefly knocked out, only to be woken by gunfire.
It was very brutal. Both of the Levines were shot twice at close range with, we determined to be a 357 handgun. By this time, the son, Mark, had actually gotten up, gotten his balance, and was running across the street.
Help! Somebody help! I shot my mom!
When I walked into the house, I found myself in the scene of an extremely violent crime. There was no evidence that anything had been taken from the house as a result of a robbery. And the purpose of the person who shot him was for no other reason than to kill him.
The Munster PD has a suburban assassination on its hands. And the first question is, who would want Don and Marsha Levine dead?
They were people that had money and that they were well known in the community as being a very upstanding family.
Donald Levine had a reputation of being a successful businessman.
We have 3 weeks. 3 weeks to get this shopping center up and running.
He had interests in gold mines, and he was involved in numerous real estate ventures in a number of states.
I'm telling you, I'm in charge here.
Donald was a very, very shrewd businessman, and that's how he accumulated his wealth and fortune.
But Donald Levine didn't amass his fortune by being Mr. Nice Guy. In business, he was ruthless, making enemies as easily as he made profits. His sister-in-law gave him a nickname, Darth Vader.
I've told you so many times, you're not listening.
I mean, Donald was a very abrupt, unforgiving.
I'm sick of talking to you.
And he made a lot of enemies in the business that he was in.
Who did Donald make mad enough to do this to him?
Donald's little brother, Robert, runs the Arizona arm of his real estate empire. You want enemies of Don Levine? He's got quite a list.
He said his brother was involved in business dealings with members of La Cosa Nostra.
If you don't like it, you can hit the highway.
That he had made some enemies in the real estate business, had taken advantage of certain situations, and the people that he had taken advantage of had a score to settle with him.
This double murder investigation could take a while.
He's got a gun.
At the beginning, we were looking for that needle in a haystack.
And he hit me.
But there's a nagging question.
People said, well, how come he only hit him on the head? How come he didn't shoot him?
Why is the son, Mark Levine, still alive? The answer to that came special delivery.
On that FedEx package were fingerprints.
And that was really the key piece of evidence right there.
November 1989. Indiana millionaire Don Levine and his wife Marsha are shot dead in their own home. Their only child, Mark, makes a lucky escape.
He gave us not a good, but an excellent physical description of the person who killed his parents.
He was, about a head higher and a beard.
He looked like Grizzly Adams, the former TV show. He had this big bushy beard, almost like a mountain type man. He was a big, huge guy.
The Grizzly Adams killer, a giant of a man. It's certainly a frightening description, but it still doesn't answer the question. Why was he there? Why did this bearded monster let an eyewitness live to tell the tale?
Mark was a suspect because he would have stood to benefit from the death of his parents, because he would have been left with the estate.
They were financially well off to the extent of around $25 million value.
The biggest clues in this murder mystery have been accidentally left behind by the killer.
The killer runs out of the house. He forgets about the package that's laying on the floor.
The package is the hitman's prop for his disguise as a delivery man. It's covered in fingerprints, and it contains an important clue, a map.
On the map, it basically shows the route from Midway Airport to the house in Munster. That pointed us in the direction of that this person probably flew in. If he flew in, he needed a vehicle.
Eyewitnesses in the neighborhood saw the killer drive off in a Chevy Corsica. You can rent those from Chicago's Midway Airport. Detectives start sifting through thousands of rental records.
One of them jumped out at us that this isn't right. And that record came back that Robert Levine had rented a car on the night before the murder from one of the major airports in Chicago.
Robert Levine, Donald Levine's younger brother and business partner.
When we started looking at Donald and Robert, we noticed that they weren't the both loving brothers that was originally portrayed.
In the aftermath of the murders, Robert Levine told investigators he was devastated by his brother's death and very concerned about his nephew, Mark. He did neglect to mention one thing, however. A few months earlier, he and Don had a brotherly brawl that can only be described as apocalyptic.
Robert, look at the figures.
Donald found out and believed that Robert had embezzled some money, significant money, from the company.
What is going on? Look at those figures.
Donald Levine told any and everybody that would listen that his brother was a thief and that he should go to jail.
Donald came down very hard on Robert, and Donald ended up making him back to just a paid employee. So he went from being an equal to being someone that worked for his brother.
Get out of me! Get out of me!
His pride injured, his bank balance hurt. Robert Levine has many reasons to hate his brother. But on the morning of the murders, he is 1,600 miles away in Phoenix, Arizona.
Robert clearly said, I was in Arizona. I had nothing to do with this.
And the getaway car rented on his credit card? Robert explains that card had been stolen. But the detectives from Munster, Indiana, are methodical, tenacious police officers. They will check every detail, no matter how small.
So when we get a copy of that rental agreement and it gets down to the line where they need a home phone number, and that's probably where our first big break came in.
The telephone number did not match Robert Levine's.
The phone number comes back to Bruce McKinney, and Bruce McKinney is somebody we hadn't heard about ever before.
But Bruce McKinney is known to Arizona police, who'd once arrested him in a minor drug bust. He has a record.
Inside his arrest file was his photograph.
He also has a beard. Just like the man Mark Levine described as the killer.
One of the best matches I've ever seen in my career.
The arrest file also holds Bruce McKinney's fingerprints.
They were a perfect match for the prints that were on the package.
Hello?
Within days, McKinney is under arrest again and under immense pressure to save his own skin.
We had a darn good case, and they were going to go after the death penalty.
Bruce denies anyone else was involved, even though his rental car was secured with Robert Levine's credit card. But Don Levine's surviving son, Mark, is also having trouble coming up with answers.
Did you ever tell your Uncle Robert that you'd like to kill your father?
There was conflicting testimony from various eyewitnesses about whether the assassin left before Mark or after Mark.
Nothing that was said seriously, so...
He did not attend his parents' funeral.
There's a difference between saying something and actually meaning it.
Which raised a lot of, suspicion.
Do you know Bruce McKinney?
No.
And they gave him a polygraph examination, which the polygraph examiner had concluded was inconclusive.
capturing the gunman will not be sufficient in this case. Detectives must find the hand that pulls the strings. It looks like a family affair, but who? The brother or the son? One of them is about to lose his nerve and show his hand.
He knew that we were coming after him. It was pretty obvious. And at that point in time, he disappeared.
At age 40, Bruce McKinney has made a deal with the devil
And you're going to tell me why you know right now.
for the promise of $1 million.
Of course it's true. Well, have a look at this.
But who is that devil? Now he must decide if his soul and his life are worth saving.
Do you really want to go to jail for a couple of rich guys? Really?
You know, the case against Bruce McKinney was extremely strong. He was looking at the death penalty for the double murder.
Right here. Your fingerprints again. These were inside.
Does McKinney tell police who paid him to shoot Don and Marsha Levine?
If you testify, you'll not get the death penalty.
Or does he become a dead man walking?
Your signature.
In the end, his choice is easy.
I promise.
Bruce McKinney told us that the reason for the whole murder was being hired by Robert Levine to kill Donald, Marsha, and Mark so that Robert would inherit Donald's estate.
Bruce McKinney's confession is chilling. Robert Levine had groomed him for months, meticulously planning the murders. Robert would never have to put up with his brother's bullying ways again. At last, he would be king of the Levine empire and all of its riches.
Anger, greed, murder, and revenge. That really embodied what the case was all about.
It's a typical Cain and Abel story where one brother wanted what the other brother had.
When Donald Levine stripped Robert of all his power in their real estate firm, something changed in Robert. And his brother became a marked man.
He was prepared to carry out whatever it took to change the circumstances he was in, which included the death of his brother and sister-in-law and nephew.
Robert knows one person who just might be able to carry out a hit. A reliable, resourceful chap. He's the handyman who works on some of his properties, Bruce McKinney.
Bruce kind of alludes that he's bigger than a handyman, and he is actually a hitman, or is willing to do a hit, where he was in the military and he had these big jobs for special forces in the military.
None of that is true. Bruce really is more handyman than hitman. But he likes the sound of $1 million payday. On November 9th, 1989, he's ready and willing to kill. Robert Levine has planned this to a T.
Hello?
Every terrible detail.
The order of death by the killer had to be in a certain sequence. The sister-in-law, the nephew, and then the brother.
If Donald or his son Mark were the last to die, the money would then all go to Robert's side of the family. If his wife was the last one to expire, then the money would then revert to her side of the family.
And that is why Mark Levine survived the attack. His Uncle Robert's vicious greed saved his life.
Just don't hurt me, please.
He was hit very hard to knock him out, hoping that when he could go in and find Donald and Marsha, he could take care of them and then come back, Mark would still be there.
Right around that time that he was hitting Mark, Marsha Levine came around the corner.
And at that point in time, the delivery man shot her. in the chest. The husband came barreling out of a bathroom. He shot him once in the side.
He went over to him and point-blank range, fired another shot into his head. He went back to Marcia Levine, almost point-blank range, and put one in her head.
And when Bruce McKinney returns to finish the job, Mark has made his lucky escape.
I shot my mom! Help!
After all this planning, Bruce has botched the job.
He hits the car like, damn, I didn't get all of them like I was supposed to.
With Bruce McKinney's confession and irrefutable evidence, the FBI swoop in to arrest Robert Levine. But they're too late.
Robert took off and ran on us. The FBI had him as a wanted fugitive. And he was going back and forth in California, into Mexico, and living the life on the run.
5 months later, Robert Levine finally surrenders. In October 1991, he is convicted of conspiracy and murder and sentenced to life in prison.
Robert Levine was and is an evil person, no doubt about it. To do what he did, evil.
And Bruce McKinney, the hapless, bearded handyman turned hitman, gets 45 years. In prison, he is in witness protection. But the son who got away will never forget the grisly face of greed.
To have witnessed your own parents brutally murdered in your own home and having to find out that his own uncle was responsible is almost beyond comprehension.
Brother against brother with murderous intent. The Old Testament tale of Cain and Abel doomed to repeat itself. Fred Milo's jealousy and greed became a motive for murder. Robert Levine lived in the shadow of his brother until he arranged to have him killed. Jealousy may ignite a family feud. Naked greed will take it to the grave. Till next we meet, behind mansion walls, I'm Christopher Mason.
In our first story, Behind Mansion Walls, in the golden age of giving, a noble family shares its fortune.
Public service was something that was just expected.
Until greed destroys the legacy.
She just never seemed to have enough. She always wanted more.
And later, when wealth is an addiction.
We need more money. Let's get more money.
Some will sell their souls to get a hit.
Like most evils in the world, this was all motivated by greed.
We can understand murder in a highly charged emotional circumstance. But murder for money, murder for wealth is so cold.
I'm Christopher Mason. Behind mansion walls, there's no crime in having millions of dollars. It's how you acquire them that's important. Honestly, or with a touch of fatal greed.
America, where the rich get richer and the poor get subprime loans. In the days of greed is good, sharks in suits make money from money, billions out of numbers on a screen. And the most a lot of them give back to the community is a few bucks to polish the Bentley.
We all know the story. Good people lose their homes while the bankers walk away with gigantic bonuses. But it wasn't always like this. There was a time when wealth was derived by actually building things that benefited the community.
Duluth, Minnesota is one of the towns that built America. The mining and timber boom here in the late 19th century fuels an explosion of industry, turning ordinary men into tycoons. By 1905, there are more millionaires in Duluth than in any other city in the country, and the richest of them all is Chester Aldgate Congdon.
Chester developed his wealth through iron ore properties. He was a timber baron. He was into copper mining in the Arizona area. He was the wealthiest person in Minnesota.
For a hard-working religious man like Chester, greed is a sin. He believes it's the duty of the wealthy to contribute to society.
The Congdon name is so synonymous with philanthropy in the Duluth area that there's Congdon Park, Congdon Boulevard, Congdon School. The Congdon name is synonymous with Duluth because of the great wealth that the family had and the great wealth that they gave away, really, to this region.
And Chester makes sure his children follow the example.
Public service was something that was just expected of the family, and yet it was done in a very unassuming, very natural way and never done for publicity.
The youngest daughter, Elizabeth, dedicates her life to helping the poor, serving as president of the local junior league.
This woman contributed so much to the community over the years.
After her father dies, Elizabeth takes over the family mansion and the Congdon legacy of philanthropy. When the Great Depression hits and the fat cats tighten their belts, Elizabeth Congdon keeps on giving.
Hello, Marjorie.
Elizabeth never married, but in the 1930s, she actually adopted two daughters, Marjorie and Jennifer, and raised them there at the mansion.
Elizabeth's generosity transports these girls from the poorhouse to the lap of luxury.
The Congdon estate, Glen Sheen, makes modern-day mansions look rather puny. We're talking 39 rooms of old money opulence. Stained glass windows, hand-woven tapestries, silk, damask wallpaper. Elizabeth's daughters take piano lessons on a Steinway Grand and roller skate down marble hallways.
I just can't imagine having that much wealth and that much opportunity.
But too much privilege can have fatal consequences. The elder daughter, Marjorie, always wants more.
Elizabeth Congdon did everything for this daughter. But with all of that, with that silver spoon that was placed in her mouth by adoption, nothing could be enough.
You don't love me, do you?
Marjorie, from an early age, showed signs of classic sociopathic behavior. She would steal from her mother's purse, steal money. She would take her mother's credit cards and charge at the Duluth department stores. When the stores tried to take the cards away or stop her, she would forge her mother's signature.
But Elizabeth's generosity knows no limit.
If you need anything, you know you...
She keeps the handouts coming and settles Marjorie's debts to uphold the family's good name.
If Marjorie spent money she didn't have and she turned to her mother for help, then Elizabeth would give her daughter the money that she needed. And this is a pattern that just continued. As Marjorie got married and moved on with her life, Mom was always there to bail her out.
March 20th, 1976. 43-year-old Marjorie marries Roger Caldwell. He's an unemployed alcoholic from Pennsylvania. But that doesn't stop him from dreaming.
Roger styles himself as a wealthy rancher with a taste for turquoise jewelry. One of the Congdons dubs him the Rhinestone Cowboy. He and Marjorie are kindred spirits, bonded by a mutual passion: fraud.
Roger and Marjorie use the Congdon name to fool creditors into giving them loans.
They were going around with real estate agents in the mountains looking at ranches, and they told the real estate agent that their mother would be helping them buy a ranch real soon.
You know I wouldn't ask for it if I didn't really need it.
After Elizabeth suffers a stroke, she needs round-the-clock care. But instead of nursing her, Marjorie takes advantage of her mother's vulnerability and convinces her to sign over more money.
I really need this loan, Mother.
Elizabeth is too generous to say no.
Thank you, Mother.
It didn't matter what the family said to Elizabeth, and they strongly urged her to stop helping Marjorie. She wouldn't do it.
But Elizabeth isn't the only one with keys to the vault. The trustees of the Congdon estate have the authority to stop the payments, and they say enough is enough.
The trustees cut Marjorie off completely. They said no more money. So Marjorie, who'd grown up the mansion living on the shores of Lake Superior, had money all her life, suddenly found herself living in Denver with her new husband, and they were broke.
Marjorie's husband, Roger, is not happy. He's just gotten used to the life of a big spender, living off his mother-in-law's handouts. He lobbies the trustees, but they refuse to release the cash flow he wants.
Roger had been there a month before and had been turned down.
But he finds out something about Elizabeth Congdon's will that changes everything. When she dies, Marjorie will inherit more than $8 million. And the trustees have no power to change that.
Elizabeth was the last surviving child of Chester Congdon, and so she was worth tens of millions of dollars.
Roger Caldwell wanted to speed up the inheritance of the family fortune.
Generous Elizabeth, who never hesitated to share her wealth, is perhaps only a few years from dying a natural death.
But that's not quick enough to satisfy fatal greed. If Roger kills her now, his debts will be cleared, and he'll be set for life.
On June 24th, Marjorie pens in her own handwriting a document which gives Roger Caldwell $2.5 million of her inheritance upon the death of her mother. 3 days later, her mother's dead.
Lurking in the private woodlands of the Congdon family estate in Duluth, Minnesota, is a man consumed by fatal greed.
He was watching the mansion for the lights to go out.
Roger Caldwell wants to fast-track his wife Marjorie's inheritance to cover their massive debts and set them up for a life of luxury.
It was nothing more than greed and not being willing to wait for the inheritance that set things in motion.
To get the payout, he's willing to murder his helpless mother-in-law, Elizabeth Congdon, who spent her life helping the needy. She's 83 years old and partially paralyzed. It should be an easy kill. But there's one thing Roger hasn't thought of. Someone else is in the mansion that night.
Velma Pietola was the nurse on duty that night, and she heard something out on the stairway and went with a flashlight to investigate.
There was a battle on that staircase.
Roger knocks the nurse down, but it's not over yet.
He heard the nurse still moaning and crying, so he took a candlestick holder from the top of the stairs and went back and finished her off.
Blinded by greed, Roger has become a monster. And the worst is yet to come. Now, poor Elizabeth, who gave everything, is about to have her life stolen from her.
she resisted to the point where her nose was abraded. The skin had come off her nose from rubbing her face on the bottom of the pillow.
2 elderly women shown no mercy by a money-hungry murderer. He even slips the jewelry from his mother-in-law's lifeless hands. Then, Roger ransacks the house and escapes into the night.
On June 27, 1977, when the bodies of Elizabeth Congdon and Velma Piedla were discovered, it sent shockwaves across Duluth, across this entire region, across the entire state. It was part of front-page news as far away as Hawaii.
Everyone wants to know, who killed Elizabeth Congdon? It's not long before suspicion falls on Roger Caldwell.
Shortly after I arrived there, the other 2 detectives told me about what they were hearing about Marjorie and Roger and their financial problems.
Congdon family members tell investigators they believe Roger Caldwell is involved. And Roger has left some telltale signs at the scene.
We had physical evidence that placed Roger Caldwell at the murder scene as well. Some comparison of hair evidence and some blood evidence.
But something doesn't add up.
Roger had only been to the mansion once in his life and had only been into the lower level, had never been upstairs to the bedrooms, and really wouldn't have had a good first-hand knowledge of the layout of the mansion.
With 39 rooms to choose from, how did Roger know exactly where to find Elizabeth?
And then the Congdon family drops a bombshell. This is not the first attempt on Elizabeth's life.
3 years earlier, Elizabeth became seriously ill after eating homemade marmalade. The next day, a powerful sedative, not on Elizabeth's schedule of medications, was discovered in her system. Whispers at the time suggested her daughter Marjorie may have been involved.
The family found out about it through a blood test.
Detective Gary Waller recalls the shocking revelation that cast a cloud of suspicion over Marjorie. The family suspected foul play, but they chose not to alert the authorities. It seems that may have been a grave mistake.
The family never, ever brought this to our attention in 1974. Wealthy families, they don't want people looking inside. You know, they take care of things themselves, but they could hardly take care of 2 dead bodies in the house.
And on top of that,
This could blow the case wide open.
all we have to do is get you inside the house. That's
Detectives hatch a theory.
got to do this now. So, imagine what
They now believe Roger and Marjorie could be involved in the murders.
These things can put my neck in a noose.
I overheard some of the police officers talking about Colorado.
would like to just chill.
But my neck's on the line.
Detectives get a tip that Roger and Marjorie are living in a motel room in Denver.
You have no respect whatsoever.
The cops have a search warrant, and it doesn't take them long to hit the jackpot.
Fruits of the crime are actually in their possession.
Looks like it'll be an easy bust.
I see it time and time again. When greed is the motive, caution goes out the window. Rather than cover his tracks, Roger stamps his telltale footprints where everyone can see them.
An envelope with his handwriting on it was postmarked in Duluth the day of the murders and mailed to Roger and Marjorie's hotel room in Denver.
Inside the envelope is an ancient gold coin from Elizabeth Congdon's private collection. Cops believe it was a signal from Roger to Marjorie to tell her the job had been done.
With that postmark, they were able to prove that Roger was actually in Duluth on the day of the murders.
Roger denies everything, but analysis of the envelope will later reveal his thumbprint.
If there's one thing that cops like almost better than the truth is a good lie that we can prove is a lie.
I know, but it still costs a lot of money for her to do that.
Detective Waller isn't impressed by Marjorie's performance either.
Amazing, isn't it? Most of it's fake, though.
My first instinct was that she was manipulative, that she thought she was smarter than us.
The early evidence suggests that Marjorie may be involved, but that case will take time to build. For now, they arrest Roger, and he goes on trial for murder. The evidence against him is piled high as the Glen Sheen mansion rooftop.
He was in possession of the goods stolen from the mansion. His blood was found at the scene of the murders. We had hair evidence, and we had this contract. This document written by Marjorie 3 days before the murders on June 24th, 1977, that gave Roger $2.5 million of her $8 million inheritance upon the death of her mother. And they both signed off on it. It's a contract.
July 10th, 1978. Roger Caldwell gets back-to-back life sentences for 2 counts of first-degree murder. Emboldened by the result, the next day, Minnesota authorities arrest Marjorie on murder and conspiracy charges. Marjorie commits over $1 million of her future inheritance to a top attorney and some expert testimony to defend herself.
She was able to afford some of the same expert witnesses at her trial that O.J. Simpson had at his trial.
In Marjorie's trial, there was some new evidence that popped up, including an expert who said maybe that thumbprint that helped convict Roger really wasn't Roger's thumbprint.
Marjorie's legal team casts reasonable doubt all over the evidence from Roger's trial, blowing the prosecution's case apart. Marjorie is acquitted of all charges and walks free. Those who had questioned her innocence are left to rethink their suspicions. Was Roger acting alone after all?
Here's the deal. Only one person knows for sure if Marjorie was the mastermind, Roger Caldwell, and he's not talking.
Based on Marjorie's lawyer's thrashing of the evidence that convicted Roger, Caldwell appeals his sentence and is offered an incredible plea bargain. If he signs a confession for second-degree murder, he'll walk free based on time already served. Or he can go back to trial.
He said he thought about it for about 3 or 4 seconds and said, "Where do I sign?"
Justice was not served by the plea bargain. For Roger Caldwell to only spend 5 years in prison for these horrific murders of Elizabeth Congdon and her nurse, justice wasn't done.
In his confession, Roger doesn't point the finger at Marjorie or provide any new information.
Always just stuck to the very basic outline of breaking into the house, surprising the nurse on the stairway, and going up and killing Miss Congdon.
In the end, Roger never saw any of the spoils from that fateful night. And Marjorie only received about 1/4 of her inheritance. Most of it went to the lawyers. In the game of fatal greed, everybody loses.
This was a crime committed for greed, truly fatal greed.
Back in Duluth, the locals still mourn the loss of their great benefactor, Elizabeth Congdon. With her death, the golden era of giving comes to a tragic end, and the days of greed is good begin.
After years of waiting in vain for his share of the Congdon fortune, Roger Caldwell kills himself in despair. Today, Marjorie Congdon lives in Tucson, Arizona, on probation for fraud.
The Congdon name still holds its place in Minnesota history, with some memories happier than others. Still to come, behind mansion walls. For the princes of Beverly Hills, a lavish lifestyle is a birthright.
They spent money on anything they wanted to spend money on.
But for an exclusive band of brothers, too much is not enough. And they'll learn that the con game is not for boys.
This was way more than any of these kids had bargained for.
Welcome to Hollywood, where dreams come true. You can reinvent yourself in this town. Just ask Joe Hunt.
His name used to be Joe Gamsky, but he changed it to Hunt because that name has a rich lineage. The Hunt family of Texas is one of the wealthiest oil dynasties in history. The perfect profile for the kind of guy Joe Hunt wants to become. A billionaire.
Joe Hunt went to Harvard Boys School, and his parents did not have any money. He saw all this wealth there, and of course, the first thing that he was thinking of is the wealth and how he was amongst the wealth and wanted to be part of the wealth.
Joe's real family doesn't have an oil fortune. Luckily, he's a gifted student and has his tuition paid through a scholarship. But his humble roots make him an outcast of the exclusive Harvard School for Boys.
Joe was a scholarship kid surrounded by rich kids. And I think that shaped him a lot, that sense of being both the smartest kid in the room and the poorest kid in the room.
He definitely thought that he deserved everything that they had, money, and he was going to do no matter what he had to do to accomplish that.
Joe plans to get rich quick, the Wall Street way. So he races through a business degree, then heads to Chicago and works as a commodities trader, buying and selling bulk goods on the international market. After a year, he thinks he's Gordon Gekko and decides to start his own company. But first, he needs money.
He thought that if he just had money, he was smarter than anybody else. He could go put it into the commodities market, and because he was smarter than anybody else, he would succeed.
Then, Joe has a revelation. His Silver Spoon schoolmates could connect him to the startup cash he needs.
The idea was really to bring a bunch of kids with a lot of good contacts, affluent parents, affluent friends, to attract investors.
Back in Beverly Hills, he tracks down popular former classmate Dean Carney and lays on the sales pitch.
Joe Hunt said that he was doing trades on the Chicago Mercantile and was bragging about all that he had done.
Dean is impressed and agrees to help Joe with the venture. He'll round up some wealthy Harvard School boys, and Joe will deliver the spiel. With his mastery of commodities trading, he'll turn their trust funds into fortunes and make them partners in a new investment group he calls the Billionaire Boys Club. BBC for short.
It's all about money, right? Yeah. All right, this is about money.
Joe is a smooth-talking salesman, and he's found the perfect incentive for these idle sons of wealth.
A lot of the kids in the BBC were kind of lost. They weren't quite sure what they were going to do next. And here was Joe saying, it's okay, you don't have to start at the bottom. We can all start at the top. And we'll be extremely wealthy without ever really having to work very hard for it.
Joe plants the seed, and greed does the rest. The BBC boys think Joe will make them rich beyond their wildest dreams.
Once he got the trust of these boys, he used it to his advantage. He would talk them into getting money from their parents, getting money from friends. I mean, he was getting all kinds of money.
Joe invests some of the money, but he spends just as much on his lavish lifestyle.
He was funding his personal life, the boys' personal lives. They were getting apartments at the Wilshire Manning. I mean, they were all over the place just spending money that wasn't their money.
Meanwhile, Joe's trades aren't getting the huge returns he promised. In fact, he's losing money fast. But he knows how to fix that.
He would doctor up the statements after each month, and it looked like they were doing very well with their investments.
By faking the impressive returns, Joe maintains a steady flow of eager investors.
Joe Hunt's School of Finance sounds more Bernie Madoff than Gordon Gekko. He's not only robbing Peter to pay Paul, he's robbing them both to pay himself. A classic Ponzi scheme.
When people asked to get paid, he would pay by getting other people's money.
He didn't hesitate to lie, to cheat. He continued to live in the style that he was becoming accustomed, without letting them know that really their money was just gone.
Japan, I love Japan.
And even when some folks get burned, Joe's smooth talk keeps their wallets wide open.
Dean Carney's parents put $50,000 in and lost it, and Joe actually talked them into investing another $50,000 or so. I mean, that's how good he was.
I'm happy, so you should be happy.
Joe's tactics have placed him on a slippery slope, but he still thinks he can win big the Wall Street way, like a true player.
He still believed at that point that if he just had enough money to put in the commodities market, he could make a killing.
Then, a golden opportunity knocks. Joe lands a whale of an investor in Beverly Hills big shot, Ron Levin. Levin is a notorious player, and he sees a lot of potential in Joe Hunt.
I like your presentation. It's missing one thing.
He lays down $5 million for Joe to invest as he pleases.
I like that too. Hey, you okay with that figure? I love it, Ron. Awesome.
Joe gets a chance to wipe out all his debts and make some real-life super profits for the Billionaire Boys Club. But he has no idea what he's getting himself into. In the great age of American industry, bold young entrepreneurs built modern wonders to rival the ancient pyramids. In the 1980s, they built pyramid schemes. Smooth-talking Joe Hunt is a poster child for this era of excess.
Joe Hunt acquired a lifestyle before he really acquired a living.
Joe thinks he's a Top Gun trader and that the commodities market is his private ATM. But so far, he's on a losing streak. Then, Beverly Hills player Ron Levin gives Joe a $5 million chance to prove himself. But there's a catch. Joe can only trade the money through Ron's personal brokerage account.
Joe worked with the brokers there and invested the money in the commodities market. And he was getting these statements every month showing that he was making lots and lots of money.
He was doubling and tripling this money, and Joe Hunt was just ecstatic. He was bragging to everybody about all this money that he was making.
I know you know, but hey, let's get into it.
At last, Joe is the runaway success he always knew he would be. The account statements show he's turned Ron's $5 million into almost 14. More than $8 million profit. For now, it's just numbers on a page. But that's not going to stop him spending. Big time. BBC company policy is buy now, pay later.
He went out and bought a motorcycles and went out to these big dinners and clothes and so on and so forth. And they had cars. I mean, they had nice cars. So it was just no limit to the money that they spent.
They did a lot of celebrating. They lived very well during that period. But then things started to go south. Ron Levin kept not coming up with the money. Joe would say to him, "We've made all this money, half of it is mine. You get half, I get half. I want the money." And Ron kept saying, "Yes, soon, yes, soon." And this went on for weeks.
There's something about Ron Levin that Joe should have thought of before making any deals.
Ron Levin was one of the purest con men ever to live. His whole life was about conning other people.
Hey, I got your $5 million.
Con Man 101, pop quiz. How do you get Louis Vuitton luggage for free? Well, this is how Ron Levin did it. Take a Rolls-Royce for a test drive, pull up to the Louis Vuitton boutique in Beverly Hills. Tell them you'd like to see how many bags you can fit in the Rolls. Load it to the brim, and then drive off.
If he had to give back everything that he'd gotten through scams, he wouldn't have anything.
Ron has scammed Joe, but he hasn't done it for money. He's done it for fun.
Ron Levin lived for amusement, and the BBC boys amused him. He thought of them as just kind of this temporary little amusement in his life.
One night, alone at the office, Joe Hunt finally learns the truth. Ron can't pay him his cut of the $8 million in profits because they don't exist.
Pick up the phone.
Ron's $5 million investment account was a phony, and the brokers Joe thought he was trading with were in on the joke.
The entire investment had been a scam. There was no money from the start. And what Joe Hunt thought were real earnings were really earnings only on paper.
Looks like Conman Jr. got outsmarted by Conman Sr. To Ron, it's just a harmless bit of fun between colleagues. But Joe is not laughing.
It made him look like a fool within the Billionaire Boys Club. I mean, here he is bragging that they've made all this money. He's going around, he's dancing around the office, showing the statements and being the big shot. And now he's looking like a fool.
The BBC has spent millions on false credit, and there's an ever-growing list of investors waiting to get paid. But Joe has a plan to hide the truth and save the BBC from collapse. He'll rob Ron Levin of every cent he has and guarantee his silence with a bullet.
Joe Hunt was very methodical. He did to-do lists for everything. So when he decided to kill Ron Levin, he made a to-do list. On a yellow legal pad, he wrote out things like kill dog, tape mouth, close curtains.
It was a to-do list to kill somebody.
Joe confides his plan to BBC co-founder Dean Carney. But he knows pretty boy Dean isn't the right man for the job. Joe has someone else in mind. The BBC bodyguard, Jim Pittman, a former bodybuilder with a fondness for guns.
After making his careful to-do list, Joe Hunt and Jim Pittman went to Ron Levin's house one night.
Okay. Put your signature right there.
Ron barters for his life with all the money he has in an offshore account.
They made Ron Levin sign a check for $1.5 million on a Swiss bank account because he had blank checks.
But it's the last check Ron Levin will ever sign. Joe Hunt's greed made him blind to risk. He thought he was a player, but he got played by a notorious con man, Ron Levin.
Joe should have seen the signs. Ron Levin bragged that he had scammed everything that he owned in life.
Ron Levin pays with his life. The BBC gets a $1.5 million payout, or so they think. The boys head to Soledad Canyon, about an hour out of Los Angeles, to dump Levin's corpse. In this remote location, it's unlikely the body will ever be found. But they're not taking any risks. They shoot up Ron Levin's face to disguise his identity.
In the game of fatal greed, Joe Hunt has graduated with flying colors. At first, he conned investors into bankrolling his ambitions and his lifestyle. Then he lied and cheated to cover his debts. Now, he murders for money.
Back in Beverly Hills, Joe Hunt tries to cash in his blood ransom. The $1.5 million should be just enough to keep the BBC afloat.
The check that Ron Levin signed over to Joe Hunt for $1.5 million on a Swiss bank account, Joe thought was going to save them.
But even from beyond the grave, trickster Ron Levin has one more surprise for the Billionaire Boys Club.
There wasn't any money in that account. It was an account that Ron Levin had had because there was status in having a Swiss bank account.
Joe Hunt is devastated and fresh out of ideas. With no money coming in, the BBC rank and file are losing faith.
The whole BBC was on the verge of collapse. People were starting just not to believe in Joe Hunt anymore.
Then, out of the blue, Joe gets a lifeline. A new BBC recruit, Reza Eslaminia, is eager to impress, and he says he knows a way to turn around the BBC's fortunes.
Joe and BBC co-founder Dean Carney believe their new club member, Reza, could provide an avenue to millions of dollars. All their money troubles could be over in one hit. Reza Eslaminia is a wealthy son of privilege. His father, Hedayat Eslaminia, is a rich Iranian dignitary living in Northern California. A key state's witness will later allege that Joe planned to force Hedayat to sign over his assets to his son Reza.
Reza promised that he would share this with the BBC, everyone would be happy.
Everyone except Hedayat Eslaminia.
The plan was to kidnap Hedayat Eslaminia and then torture him until he gave up his money.
It's a desperate plan, but if they can just pull it off, they'll all be in the clear. Hunt believes Reza's father is worth $30 million.
They put him in the back of a U-Haul van that they'd rented. They drove him down to Los Angeles, but halfway down, he died in the trunk before they'd gotten him to sign over anything to his son, before they'd managed to do anything.
If two people hadn't died in gruesome circumstances, you'd call this a comedy of errors.
Down here.
Now they're trying to figure out what to do with him. And they decide that, well, let's take him up to the hills where we buried Ron Levin.
Every one of Joe's plots to get rich has failed, but fatal greed knows no bounds. He still thinks he can get his hands on the wealthy Iranian's fortune.
Go get the sucker's money.
Joe went to Plan B, which was trying to get Reza Eslaminia to get his father's assets, to have him declared missing, to take over his assets.
But is it too late to save the Billionaire Boys Club?
Mr. Hunt.
September 28th, 1984. Joe Hunt gets a visit from Detective Les Zoller, the lead investigator in the disappearance of Ron Levin.
Do you know this man?
Yeah, that's an old business associate of mine. How is O'Ryan? Well, as a matter of fact,
Joe plays it cool, but the detective has an ace up his sleeve.
Know anything about that list?
When Detective Zoller searched Ron Levin's house, he found something that Joe Hunt should have buried along with the body.
Joe Hunt's to-do list, which Joe Hunt had left behind the night that they killed Ron Levin.
Oops. Perhaps the last item on that list should have been, don't leave the list behind. A bit of an oversight, wouldn't you say?
I would say that that was a pretty major oversight.
You wrote this list, didn't you?
I'm not gonna say anything more until I have a lawyer.
So you're saying this is not your handwriting?
I have nothing to say.
Well, I'm gonna be seeing you, boy.
I gave him a copy of this 7-page to-do list. And I said, what can you tell us about that? And he starts looking at it, and his whole demeanor changed.
Joe's to-do list is vital incriminating evidence, but it's only the beginning. The whole corrupt empire of the Billionaire Boys Club is about to be blown to pieces from within.
Dean Carney got to a point where he realized what he was involved in, and he couldn't live with himself.
Dean Carney spills the beans on the entire operation.
Dean Carney was one of the few people that had the full knowledge of what was going on in the Billionaire Boys Club.
He takes Detective Zoller up to Soledad Canyon to look for the bodies. By the time they find Hedayat Eslaminia's remains, they've been ravaged by coyotes. Ron Levin's body is never found.
The to-do list was probably the most important piece of physical evidence. Dean Carney's testimony was what drove the nail into Joe Hunt's coffin, though.
Joe Hunt is convicted of the murder of Ron Levin and sentenced to life without parole. But his trial for the kidnapping and death of Hedayat Eslaminia is dismissed when the jury deadlocks. After 2 juries deadlock in Jim Pittman's trials, he takes a plea bargain for accessory after the fact to the murder of Ron Levin and gets 3.5 years in prison. Then, in a television interview after his release, he admits to the murder, knowing he can't be tried again because of double jeopardy. Dean Carney enters witness protection and is given a new identity.
Joe Hunt wanted to be a billionaire. Then he racked up massive debts and became a murderer instead. But he still dreams of success. In Folsom Prison, California, Joe has reinvented himself yet again as an author of fantasy fiction. Perhaps in his stories, he's finally the billionaire he could never be in real life. Joe Hunt was a bright young man who could have made a good living if only he'd been willing to work for it. Marjorie Congdon was given everything by a loving benefactor, but it would never be enough. Standing between them and money was a dangerous place to be. Their lives were driven by fatal greed. Till next we meet, behind mansion walls, I'm Christopher Mason.
This program contains dramatizations. Viewer discretion is advised. In our first story, Behind Mansion Walls, some will do anything to reach the top rung of society.
He wanted to be Mr. Palm Beach.
Even if it means a body at the bottom of the ladder.
To be so greedy, you're willing to kill somebody.
And later, for an aging Palm Beach big shot, a beautiful wife is a must.
Palm Beach millionaire seeks younger woman.
But who's using who?
She wanted to be a member of Palm Beach society.
You just don't break into that circle of folks unless you're one of them.
I'm Christopher Mason. Behind mansion walls, old money and new money sometimes share the same zip code. 33480, Palm Beach. An address to die for.
When money retires, or just wants to play in the sun, it comes here to Palm Beach, Florida.
Where else can you rub shoulders with the Vanderbilts and the Trumps, all in one very white stretch of sand? Palm Beach is Disneyland for billionaires.
I would say wealth would be starting at 100 million. If you want to play the game, if you have less than that, you better stay home.
Jim Sullivan doesn't even have 1 million. But that doesn't stop him from dreaming of moving to America's most prestigious address. It's a long way from the mean streets of Boston, where working-class Jim grew up. But he hits the jackpot in 1983. His wealthy uncle dies in Macon, Georgia, and Jim lands a $5 million windfall.
This was newfound money, and he was a newcomer to it. It's more or less like he hit the lottery.
It's chump change by Palm Beach standards, but enough for a makeover from working class to boating class. And with his glamorous wife, Lita, on his arm, Jim might just pass as a high roller. Lita doesn't need to climb the social ladder. She's from a prominent Atlanta family.
Very, very fine people and very influential people in their community.
And she's no gold digger either. She married Jim for love before he got his inheritance.
Lita was madly in love with him. He was very charming. You know, when you first met him, he was quite a charmer.
Lita's friend, Aida Flam, remembers when Jim charmed Lita into moving to Palm Beach.
Lita was not crazy about going to Palm Beach. He was the one that wanted to do it. It was all about Jim.
Jim thinks Lita will be his entree to the social circuit. But first, it's time to find the right address. He hits the streets right away for some mansion shopping and ends up here.
Jim has chosen well. His grand Italianate mansion was designed and built in the 1920s by Swiss architect Maurice Fatio, the same architect behind the mansions of the Rockefellers.
He just loved the idea of a home, an estate, and the house was on the register as a historic home.
Boston Jim's transformation into Palm Beach James is almost complete.
Look at that. Definitely look like the power couple.
Help him create the person he wanted to be, the person he never was.
Very handsome.
Thank you.
All the way back to the DuPonts and the Rockefellers and people that founded oil companies. Sullivan wanted to be part of that. He thought himself to be in that ilk.
You see.
A quick costume change, and at last, everything is in place.
We do.
Thank you.
James Sullivan, Palm Beach Millionaire, is ready for his debut.
Palm Beach, here we come.
Sullivan wanted to bring himself onto the scene. Palm Beach had a lot of cachet. He thought it brought him the same cachet because he came in with his money, and he just tried to insinuate himself into a wealthy community.
But Palm Beach society gives Sullivan the brush off. They can smell an imposter a golf course away.
It didn't take long for people to figure him out. You just don't break into that circle of folks unless you're one of them.
But Sullivan doesn't blame the closed ranks of the wealthy. He believes the problem is the color of Lita's skin.
He thought that Lita was pulling him back because she was African American. That caused problems, I guess, in their social climbing.
Sullivan starts looking around for a new partner. Perhaps someone more befitting Palm Beach in his eyes.
He was a cheat. He cheated on his wife, he cheated on girlfriends, he cheated whenever he could.
When Lita uncovers her husband's betrayal, she packs her bags and heads home to Atlanta, Georgia. In 1985, after 8 years of marriage, she files for divorce.
She'd gone back to Atlanta to be closer to her family and just proceed with her divorce.
Meanwhile, Sullivan sets his sights on another Palm Beach beauty. This time, he's sure he's found the right girl to usher him into society. Suki Rogers.
She's a platinum pass to the Palm Beach inner circle. From drinks at the Everglades Club to dinner at Club Colette, it looks like James has finally hit the big time.
He's attempting to get more into society. He thinks because he's with an exotic woman that everybody thinks he's some dashing, debonair dude. But he's just still same old Sullivan.
Sullivan intends to marry his new love, and the couple cuts dashing figures on the Palm Beach circuit. But he has some old business to attend to. And that's not the only pressure on Sullivan's finances. After an expensive legal battle, the divorce settlement with his first wife, Lita, is about to be finalized. And she stands to gain half his assets. Sullivan is not happy.
He was not going to relinquish anything to her. He didn't believe she deserved anything.
He was cheap. There's frugal and then there's cheap. He was cheap. He would take the napkins from the restaurants and bring them home. He was just cheap.
The settlement date is set for January 16th, 1987. But as Lita prepares for the hearing, there's a knock at her door that is about to change everything. Life is looking up for Boston transplant Jim Sullivan. He's finally found a ticket into Palm Beach high society with a new partner. And they're living it up together on the island of billionaires, Palm Beach.
James Vincent Sullivan is not so much a self-made man as a made-up man. His roots are blue-collar Boston. But after a rocky start, he's convinced some people he's a Palm Beach blue blood.
For his ex-wife, Lita, there also seems to be a light at the end of the tunnel. She's preparing for the final divorce hearing at her home in Atlanta when there's a knock at the door.
She probably thought it was a friend of hers wishing her good luck on the day of her hearing.
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Hi.
Got some lovely flowers for you. Are you Lita Sullivan?
Yeah, I'm Lita Sullivan.
Lita Sullivan is shot at point-blank range with a 9mm pistol. She's left to die in the foyer.
There was a neighbor of Miss Sullivan's. He looked over and saw a person running from the residence. After the person vacated the property, he went into her house and then discovered her lying in the foyer, covered in blood.
A soon-to-be ex-wife murdered on the day of her divorce settlement. Police immediately turned to her husband.
The first suspect that came to mind was James Sullivan because of the lengthy, bitterly contested divorce that he and Lita were going through.
But the neighbor's description of the fleeing gunman doesn't sound anything like Sullivan. What's more, he has an ironclad alibi. At the time of the murder, he was living it up 600 miles away.
Sullivan had an alibi. He was here in Palm Beach having dinner when it happened.
But that doesn't mean he couldn't have hired someone else. Investigators start digging into Sullivan's past and discover a cloud over his inheritance. Turns out, The benevolent uncle who left him a $5 million ticket to Palm Beach died under suspicious circumstances.
He was always a suspect in the uncle's death. They thought that he had poisoned him. There's a document produced that the uncle signed everything over to him. Shortly after that, the uncle's passed away.
Did Sullivan murder to get his fortune? And to keep it, too? His ex-wife's death certainly saved him a lot of money. The police have enough evidence to warrant a phone tap, and it pays off quickly.
Sullivan called a neighbor of Lita's, asking if he had seen anything unusual. Well, that's unusual in and of itself. Why would Sullivan want to know from a neighbor if he saw anything unusual?
A look back through Sullivan's phone records yields a telltale trace.
There was a collect phone call made from a payphone 40 minutes after the murder to Sullivan's house here in Palm Beach. And that payphone was about a 40-minute drive from the murder along the interstate.
Could this have been the hitman calling to say that the job was done? Then investigators hit pay dirt. Sullivan makes a grave mistake, telling a friend his wife was shot with a 9mm handgun.
He says she was shot with a 9mm. Yeah, that's right, a 9mm weapon.
That information was what we consider holdout information and was not released to anybody other than the investigative team.
Yeah, it's really messed up my life.
Cops knew that only the shooter or the killer would know the caliber of the weapon. That was another nail he was putting in his freedom coffin.
Atlanta authorities want to bring a murder-for-hire case against Sullivan, but they know the phone evidence alone won't be enough for a conviction. So they bide their time. Meanwhile, with Sullivan's ex-wife out of the picture, he can marry his new wife and keep his Palm Beach dreams alive.
Just get out of the car. Follow me.
Or can he?
Jim Sullivan was involved in a minor traffic accident in West Palm Beach, Florida. And at that particular time, his license was revoked. So he told Suki Rogers to tell the police that she was driving the car.
Did Sullivan ask his wife to lie for him?
He convinces her to stand up in front of the judge and say that she was driving. So that was perjury.
Suki is not charged, but Sullivan is, for perjury, and gets 1 year's house arrest.
Where are you going?
As far away from you as I can get.
No, you're not.
She's had enough.
All you think about is status and money.
But there's worse to come.
You better be ready to give some of it up, buddy, because I want divorce.
Sullivan confesses to Suki that he killed his ex-wife, according to her later court testimony. In November 1990, she files for divorce, then goes straight to the police. This is the break investigators have been waiting for. With Suki's testimony, they can finally bring the murder conspiracy case against Sullivan.
She testifies that he once threatened her that the same thing was going to happen to her that happened to Lita.
Suki said that he had told her that he had had Lita murdered.
But when the trial comes, it's a case of his word against hers.
In the trial of a multimillionaire, an ex-wife witness is no match for a Top Gun lawyer. The argument goes like this. An ex-wife wants money. An ex-wife is bitter. An ex-wife can't be trusted. The court buys it, and in June 1992, James Sullivan walks free.
In Palm Beach, There are often two standards of justice, one for the wealthy and one for the rest of us.
It just showed the power of having a good attorney and being able to pay powerful attorneys to keep you out of jail. That was the bottom dollar. If you're rich, you can get away with a lot.
6 long years later, in 1998, Georgia authorities get a new break in the Lita Sullivan case. After seeing a TV story about the murder, an informant comes forward.
We had a confidential source at that particular time that lived in Texas, and she was the former girlfriend of Tony Harwood.
The informant says her ex-boyfriend, furniture delivery man Tony Harwood, once bragged about being hired by a Palm Beach millionaire to kill his wife in Atlanta. Investigators chase the lead.
We secured the arrest warrant for Tony Harwood and went to his residence in Albemarle, North Carolina, to arrest him.
Harwood confesses and blows the whistle on James Sullivan in exchange for a plea bargain.
He gave up James Sullivan's name as being the person that hired him. He said that he was moving his furniture from Macon, Georgia to West Palm Beach, and Sullivan approached him in the mansion about having his wife taken care of, and that he was willing to pay $25,000.
Although Sullivan has already been cleared of the charge, detectives can still make a new case. One problem: Sullivan has already left the country.
We were able to show through records that he had gone to Costa Rica. He owned a home there for a while. He thought he was safe from extradition. Then he went to Venezuela for a short period and then off to Thailand.
Sullivan is a fugitive. For the next 4 years, he hides in 7 different countries before the law finally catches up to him.
It was not until 2 agents from a Thai police agency that were training at the FBI Academy saw his picture. When they went home, he was identified and living in this condo community in Thailand.
He sat in a Thai prison for a couple of years before he was brought back here, and then tried for the murder here.
In 2006, Sullivan goes on trial for murder, with Tony Harwood as the key witness.
Sullivan sends his A-list lawyers into battle again. But even his high-priced legal talent can't shake off the facts this time. James Sullivan is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole.
Finally, justice was served. A very cunning, selfish man, finally placed in a cage where he belonged to be.
He belongs in hell, but that's down the road.
In Atlanta, Georgia, the result is small consolation for Lita's family. Jim Sullivan's deadly social ambition and lust for wealth took their beloved daughter from them. No amount of jail time will change that.
For most of his adult life, Jim Sullivan tried to break into the Palm Beach establishment. In the end, they wouldn't even allow him into the Palm Beach prison. He will spend the rest of his life in Reedsville Penitentiary, Georgia, where the society he craved so much could not be further out of reach.
Coming up, behind mansion walls. They say love conquers all. But in Palm Beach, there's one thing that trumps love every time. Greed.
You don't give me what I want,
I want a divorce.
I'm gonna come and shoot everyone.
This program contains dramatizations. Viewer discretion is advised. Palm Beach was founded on money. Standard Oil money built the first resorts here at the turn of the last century. And for over 100 years, Palm Beach has been the preferred address for the best clubs, the best restaurants, and the best parties. But not everyone here chooses to indulge in high society's favorite pastimes. In the 1990s, one resident sits on the sidelines.
He absolutely did not participate in the social scene. And despite having an enormous amount of money from business, he was essentially a miser. He drove older cars, he ate in very inexpensive restaurants, dressed in very basic clothes.
His name is Fred Keller. And in a town where charity donations start at 6 figures, this Scrooge stands in stark contrast.
You're talking about a man who bragged about tipping the barber a nickel.
Fred started with nothing and made his money in real estate.
Fred got rich from the dull end of the real estate market. Warehouses and offices. Nothing flashy, but massive earners, just like Fred.
His net worth in real estate was approximately $100 million.
But you don't make $100 million by simply being a nice guy. Fred is known as a street fighter. Some say he would battle his own grandmother in court for $1. It's just the way he does business.
Fred was a very ruthless business person, was suing everybody, very litigious.
What kind? 3 o'clock? Buying cheap properties, manipulating people, driving people out. Ugly businessman.
Fred Keller's millions have not bought him happiness. After a lifetime of hard bargains, he's growing old, is in the early stages of leukemia, and he's lonely. He's desperately seeking an attractive young wife to take care of him and to provide him with an heir before he dies.
Fred met his women through putting ads in the newspaper or magazines saying rich Palm Beach millionaire, seeks younger woman.
He's already been married to 4 different women. Now he's looking for number 5.
He was a proud German. That's why he placed a personal ad for a nice German girl in a German magazine.
His father was pro-Nazi. He taught his son that Germans were superior, and Fred believed every word of it.
In the spring of 1992, a love letter arrives with a German postmark. 23-year-old Rose Kyle is everything he'd hoped for. And for this German Rose, Palm Beach Fred is her ticket out of poverty.
Rose came from this little town in Germany. She was looking for a way to get out of that little town, out of that life, to find a rich older man and move on.
On March 26, 1992, Rose arrives in Palm Beach with nothing but the clothes on her back. But she knows that life with Fred Keller will change all that.
Rose came to the United States in response to the personal ad, expecting to stay 2 weeks. She never went home to Germany.
Fred confides to her that he has leukemia and perhaps not long to live. She doesn't seem to mind.
Both were interested in having a child, and they were married, I think, within 3 or 4 months.
3 years later, the Kellers have a little boy. Fred is so besotted with his new family, he even lets Rose in on his business affairs.
Fred tried to bring Rose into the business. Rose was quite bright and was interested in becoming part of the business.
Good, darling. At home and at the office, Rose is doing everything right. So Fred rewards her.
He started giving her 10% of every new property he would buy in his business. And she thought it wasn't that wonderful.
The generosity extends to Rose's brother Wolfgang when Fred offers him a job in the firm.
Wolfgang Kyle was the younger brother of Rose, and she had brought Wolfgang Kyle over from Germany to get an education. And while he was living here, Fred Keller took a liking to Wolfgang and started to teach him the real estate business.
We need to turn...
For a while, it's one big happy family.
We have a courtyard on both sides.
Fred is content with his beautiful wife, his son, and a hard-working brother-in-law he can trust. But Rose wants more. She insists on being an equal partner in Fred's business.
Fred got tired of the requests and took her into the office one day and scrawled out a piece of paper saying, "Okay, Rose, you're a 50% owner of the business."
Rose must be a special girl. The man who tips a nickel has just handed her $50 million. What magic has she worked to turn Scrooge into a softie? It's an old story.
She had the right size breasts, and she said immediately, "I love you, Fred."
And she's given Fred the perfect male heir he wanted. But Rose still isn't satisfied. Having millions isn't enough for her. She wants to flaunt it.
Rose? What are you doing in that dress?
I am going to...
Rose wanted to go out to these balls and become part of the Palm Beach social life.
Rose once lived a humble life in a small German village. Now she's on the Palm Beach cocktail circuit. This transformation isn't quite what Fred has in mind.
Take that dress off right now and make me dinner. I don't want to hear any more about it.
He longs for the small-town girl he married, a stay-at-home mom who'll cook and clean.
Fred was a traditionalist, and he felt the mother of his child should be home, taking care of the child, and he became very controlling over her.
Just what's going on here? Where's his homework? Where's his math?
But the hard-headed business tycoon meets his match in Rose Kyle.
Enough today.
He's a young man.
She walks out on him, files for divorce, and demands half his fortune.
I want a divorce.
7 years after Rose brightened his life, Fred is back where he started, a lonely old millionaire dying of leukemia. At least now he has an heir, and he still has his fortune. Rose thinks she'll walk away with $50 million, but she's forgetting another document she signed, the prenup.
When I read the prenuptial between Fred and Rose, I thought I'd read it wrong. I read it twice. I read it 3 times, because Rose in a divorce would get absolutely nothing.
Fred's legal team assures him that his money is safe, but Rose's attorneys have found a potential loophole.
The prenuptial agreement gave Fred Keller the power to give Rose Keller gifts, and that she could keep the gifts that he gave her.
And one of those gifts, Rose's lawyers argue, is the 50% stake in Fred's business.
Such a crushing defeat because Fred litigated with everybody that he came into contact with, and he always won. Rose Keller was the first person who was able to beat him at his own game.
It's a huge coup for Rose. She came from rural Germany with no money and an 8th grade education. But she learned from the master. And now she owns half the master's empire.
Rose begins as a supposedly innocent young woman. She became the new Fred Keller, just as manipulative, just as sneaky, willing to do whatever she had to do to get whatever she wanted.
Dividing up the assets won't be easy. Somehow, the 2 warring parties have to reach an agreement.
There had to be a meeting, a series of meetings, to divide this real estate fortune, the various buildings.
And according to Fred, his ex-wife is playing hardball.
Fred claimed that Rose had called Fred one night and said, "If you don't give me what I want, I'm going to come into the business and shoot everyone. He began to become afraid of Rose.
Fred claims he fears for his life. He sends a fax to the Palm Beach police, warning them about Rose's threat. And it's not the only precaution he takes.
He began carrying a gun.
Tensions are high when Fred meets Rose and Wolfgang to discuss splitting the company.
I have some coffee for you.
And before that day is over, one of them will be dead. Amid the many heirs to great fortunes on the shores of Palm Beach, Fred Keller is a self-made man. Through sheer cunning and ruthlessness, he has built a $100 million empire. But eventually, he's outfoxed at his own game.
And it's not just anybody. It's his soon-to-be ex-wife, Rose Keller. The penniless young girl Fred brought from Germany to the high life of Palm Beach is about to take half his fortune, $50 million.
I want a divorce.
That's a lot of money to lose when an individual sees their self-worth as their power, money, and control.
Fred Keller has warned police that his ex-wife Rose has threatened him with violence, but there are assets to divide. And just a few days after the divorce decree is handed down, a meeting is called at Fred Keller's office.
Oh, well, you're on time. That's unusual for you.
Oh, okay. We have a copy for you to see.
You have a copy.
Rose's brother Wolfgang joins the estranged couple.
Here is your copy.
What happens next is hotly contested by both parties. But there are a few things on which everyone agrees. There was a gun, a violent struggle, 3 shootings, and a death in Palm Beach. Wolfgang calls the cops.
The arriving police officers didn't really know who had done what to whom, but they knew that they had one dead person, one very seriously injured person, and another individual who was shot.
Armed man on site still. Backup needed. Ambulance.
Rose Kyle lies dead with a bullet in her neck.
Man down, man
Wolfgang is on the floor, shot twice. He's alive. Police follow a blood trail to the office next door, where they find Fred sitting in a corner, bleeding from the head.
The 2 living victims, Fred and Wolfgang, were taken in separate ambulances to hospital. They were put in the ER room in beds, not 3 feet apart. And each man looked at the other man and said, "You've tried to kill me."
So who's telling the truth? Investigators start with the gun. It belongs to Fred. And the way he tells it, he had to use it in self-defense after mistaking Wolfgang's cell phone for a weapon.
He said when Wolfgang sat down, I saw him put down what I believed to be a gun. Fred said, I became frightened and believed that Wolfgang was there to kill me.
Fred says he shot Wolfgang as a preemptive strike, but he struck back. And in the struggle, Rose caught friendly fire. Then, Wolfgang wrestled the gun away and tried to take an eye for an eye. But investigators find Fred's story suspicious. After all, who mistakes a cell phone for a gun?
He said Wolfgang picked up the cell phone and pointed it at him. Well, you pick up a cell phone, you don't point it like a gun.
Forensics determine Wolfgang was sitting down when he was shot, hardly an aggressive position. Fred says he feared for his life and told the cops in a fax. But they raise the question, did Fred invent Rose's alleged threat?
He just wanted a stupid paper trail to give justification for what he was planning to do.
The police immediately arrested Fred, despite his assertion of innocence.
Fred goes on trial for murder. Assistant State Attorney Andrew Slater is assigned to the prosecution. Armed with a strong case, he has no way of knowing the twist that's coming.
I remember thinking initially, well, murder in an office, they've caught him, they've got a surviving victim, it's gonna be an easy case. Well, it turned out to be a little bit more complicated than that.
She's a beautiful young wife who makes an old millionaire very happy for a time.
You're not hanging around with those Palm Beach phonies that you call your friends.
After having their child and a successful business partnership, things go south.
I want a divorce.
I see it often on the social circuit. At first, they're lighting up the pages of Vanity Fair and Quest magazine. Later, they're hiding from the Star and Us Weekly. But millionaire divorces don't get much messier than this.
On January 20th, 2005, property mogul Fred Keller stands trial for murdering his wife Rose and shooting her brother Wolfgang. The prosecution thinks they have a strong case. When it comes to motive, Fred Keller had 50 million reasons to take Rose out of his life.
Fred believed that if he could eliminate Rose, that he could eliminate the divorce decree, which gave half of everything that he owned to Rose.
We have a copy for you to see.
Wolfgang Kyle takes the stand and tells the court about the fateful meeting between him, his sister, and her ex-husband.
The meeting had hardly begun when Fred pulled out his gun.
In Wolfgang's version, Fred Keller was the true aggressor, and Rose's death was no accident. The only part Wolfgang and Fred agree on is that Wolfgang tried to take revenge.
Wolfgang thought he had actually killed Fred because he had shot him at almost point-blank range, but he actually missed him, only grazed Fred Keller.
Two survivors with two vastly different recollections. The jury has to decide who is telling the truth, the millionaire or his trophy wife's brother.
On February 2nd, 2005, the jury begins its deliberations. 3 days later, they announce a deadlock. 9 jurors are convinced Fred planned to murder Rose. But the remaining 3 keep asking themselves one question. Why would a man worth $100 million risk losing it all by resorting to murder?
They find it hard to believe that. So when they heard any kind of possible explanation, like Wolfgang taking a phone off and putting it on the table, that's why Fred did it, they want to believe that, yeah, that makes more sense than a millionaire wanting to kill somebody.
It's a hung jury, a mistrial. Fred Keller walks free. But prosecutors keep on the case, and 2 years later, in January 2007, they get a new trial. This time, they attempt to sway the jury with tales of Keller's miserly behavior. This millionaire, they say, would sooner kill than lose a dime.
If anybody threatened his money, if the only thing he could do was kill them in order to preserve his money, he would do that.
It works. This jury comes to a very different conclusion. The cell phone story is a lie. This time, it takes the jury just 5 hours to return a guilty verdict. Fred is sentenced to life without parole. But the question remains, why would a man with a terminal illness murder for money he could never spend?
Fred Keller knew that he was dying of leukemia. And it was more a matter of, she's not gonna beat me. She's not gonna live the rest of her life enjoying my money.
Miserly to the end, Fred Keller has one more grudge to settle. With Rose dead, her family stands to inherit half his fortune, and he'll do anything to stop it. He appeals his case.
One of his lawyers told him that if he died while the case was still in appeal, that his deceased wife's family would not get any money out of the estate. So a light bulb went off in his head, he stopped taking his medicines, and he let himself die very quickly.
But Fred's premature death turns out to be for nothing. Despite his appeal, Fred's inheritance is passed on over his dead body. In the end, the empire of wealth Fred Keller spent his life making and ended his life to protect was broken up and given away. Every last brick and dollar. Wolfgang and the Kyle family received a little over $10 million. The rest went to Rose and Fred's orphaned son.
One can't help but wonder, when he learns where his fortune comes from and what it did to his parents, will he want to have anything to do with it? Fred Keller and James Sullivan, two working-class men driven by greed. Starting with nothing, they had everything to gain. But when they'd got it all, the millions, the mansion, the beautiful wife, they threw it all away. Money gave them glamorous new lives, but there's nothing glamorous about death. Not even death in Palm Beach. Till next we meet, behind mansion walls. I'm Christopher Mason.
In our first story, Behind Mansion Walls, bad blood destroys a dynasty.
This was a story of greed, overwhelming greed.
He wanted so bad to live a wealthy lifestyle.
And later, from high society to shallow grave.
This one is most unusual.
I've got something to tell you.
They had gates to keep the bad people out. They had security systems, but they forgot one thing. They forgot the greed that might lurk in their midst.
I'm Christopher Mason. Behind mansion walls, the rich think they're safe, but no gates or guard dogs can protect them from the enemy within.
High on a hill above Fort Worth, Texas, sits a fortress of wealth. The exclusive suburb of Westover Hills, where manicured lawns meet the fairways of Rivercrest Country Club.
Westover Hills, which is the rich area, the area that everybody who wants to be somebody aspires to live in.
These mansions are home to some of the highest paid people in America. Chief executives, property developers, and and top surgeons.
With their lake-sized pools, hired help, and manicured gardens, the people of Westover Hills enjoy the fruits of financial success. But there are some who don't need to earn a living. They're the beneficiaries of a different kind of cash flow, old money. Meet the Coslows.
Jack and Karen Coslow lived in a 4,000 square foot pink mansion. Karen came from Texas royalty, solid oil money stock. Jack had a lot of money too. They were the creme de la creme of Fort Worth society.
Jack has an adopted teenage daughter from his first marriage, but she lives with her mother. So with no children at home, Jack and Karen enjoy the dream life of the rich and retired. Leisure by day, society by night.
Jack is an avid golfer. Karen enjoys flower arranging. She's also a patron of the Jewel Charity Ball and the American Cancer Society. They're both supporters of the arts, from the Fort Worth Symphony to the local ballet.
They seemed to be a perfect match because he was successful, she was from a great background, and it looked like they had everything going for them.
That is, until March 12th, 1992, at 3:41 a.m.
Who's there?
The Coslows' neighbor gets a surprise visit from Jack.
You gotta help. What happened? Call the police. My wife. Actually, we're murdered. Oh, Jesus God.
He was just a bloody mess. He was barely recognizable.
Police race to the Coslow mansion. But Karen has been dead for several hours.
All right, what do we got?
Her throat is cut. A blood-stained knife on the floor beside her. Her body is covered with blunt force injuries, consistent with a crowbar. But no such weapon can be found.
There was such an enormous amount of blood all over the place.
Forensic examiner on the scene, Nazim Pirwani, is shocked by the extent of the bloodshed.
You know, I've literally done many thousands of cases, but this was an enormous amount of violence that was seen. We don't really see such extreme violence usually.
To him, the brutality suggests this is a crime of passion.
It's a lot of times the case where a spouse is murdered that the other spouse is in fact responsible for their death.
Immediately, suspicion falls on Jack Coslow.
The police thought it curious that he had bite marks on his hands and wondered, is that what happened when he attacked his wife? He told them that he'd turned the alarm on, but it wasn't on and it didn't fire off. What was up with that?
Jack's accounts of that night were very sketchy. He remembered being hit. He did not remember being cut. He remembered waking up. He remembered seeing Karen dead on the floor.
Jack has been beaten and cut, but what investigators want to know is why isn't he dead too?
They also wanted to know, why did Jack wait 4 hours from the attack till the time he went to call 911?
Oh, God!
And why didn't he just call from his home? Instead, he went over to a neighbor's house.
What's even more curious? The knife that cut Karen's throat belongs to Jack.
Jack Coslow's story wasn't adding up.
Behind their mansion walls, the Coslows enjoyed the luxury of seclusion. But now, their private residence on exclusive Clark Avenue is center stage in a scandalous drama, and everyone is watching.
This is becoming one of the longer crime scene investigations in recent memory, and as police continue to piece together evidence, there are still more questions than answers.
They were kind of the talk of the town to begin with, and so when this happened, it became somewhat of a soap opera.
Reporter Jack Douglas followed the story and the gossip from the beginning.
There were all sorts of rumors going on about that they had argued the night before and that they had a rocky relationship.
Most of their acquaintances were not aware of the fact that they had gone to see counseling.
A lot of the media speculation centered on Jack.
Relatives jumped to Jack's defense.
Hello, stranger.
First to speak out is Christy Koslow.
Hi, Karen. How are you? Very well. Well, that's good.
It was a big shock.
Christy actually conducted a press conference on the lawn of the house shortly after the crime was committed.
Don't think my father is capable of that. He is a wonderful person.
She said that she had no idea who could have done it, that Jack and Karen were wonderful people and that they got along great, and she couldn't have asked for a better father or stepmother.
But the media has its story and runs with it.
Jack lost it and turned on his wife and beat her to death and slashed her throat. Then, when he realized what he had done, he took a knife and he cut his throat, he beat himself in the head.
Oh, my God! You gotta help.
These may have been self-inflicted wounds on him to try to cover up what he did to his wife.
In Fort Worth's court of public opinion, Jack Koslow seems destined for death row. And I can tell you, when you fall from the pinnacle of privilege, it's a long way down. From king to killer, queen to corpse, the Koslows have hit rock bottom.
People were shocked when Jack Koslow came to his wife's funeral. What was he doing there? He had a lot of gall to show up there.
And it's not only the masses crowding round the gallows.
The police were very convinced of Jack's guilt. They were just waiting for the moment they were told they could go arrest him for his wife's murder. And then the phone rang.
And everything detectives thought they knew is blown away. In the gated community of Westover Hills, Texas, bad things aren't meant to happen. Just look at the crime records. The years roll by and not a single murder. But 1992 breaks the rule.
Thursday before dawn, Karen Koslow was beaten to death.
As if to balance out the quiet years, the murder of well-known heiress Karen Koslow is unimaginably savage.
It was overkill. She was not just murdered, she was brutalized.
Fort Worth society is appalled to discover there may be a killer in their midst. Everyone suspects the husband, Jack Koslow. He swears that two unknown attackers did the deed, but detectives think he's lying.
Then, almost 2 weeks after the murder, the cops get a phone call.
On the other end of the line was a young man telling them that he had the bloody clothes and the crowbar that were used in the murder.
I know who did the murder, and...
It was eating him up alive to have this knowledge of the murder of Karen Kozlow and do nothing about it.
The informant's name is Paul Carrillo, a 20-year-old local of Fort Worth.
Paul Carrillo told Detective Brannon that a young man by the name of Jeff Dillingham had come to him and said, "You think you've had a bad day? I murdered somebody," and told him that he needed him to get rid of the evidence.
Paul doesn't want to get involved, but he's frightened of his former school friend, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey had been an honor student at the high school. He didn't even know the Kozlows. It didn't make any sense.
Detectives can't believe what they're hearing. They haul in Jeffrey Dillingham for questioning.
I had a private.
He begins to sing like a bird.
Jeff Dillingham's confession was one of the most disturbing confessions that I've ever heard in its lack of emotion. He described the death events, the killing events, in completely unemotional language.
I won't shoot you! Get out of bed! Get down! I will take my gun! I will shoot you! Sit down! Get the fuck down! You shut your face!
I had a pry bar, and I used it on the woman.
His blows to her head broke her skull and her jaw.
Bashed him up too. But she got back up. So I came to her. And I just, jabbed her in her neck.
The final blow crushed her larynx, leaving her on the floor to suffocate to death.
Then, Dillingham gives up a second attacker. His good friend, Brian Salter. Salter is just as vicious.
Take this.
To add insult to injury, after she was already gone, Brian straddled her, took a knife, and drew it across her throat.
With Salter in custody, too, detectives have their murderers. But what could motivate such a cold-hearted crime?
Only two things were taken from the home: Jack's watch, as well as $120 in cash. A trivial amount from this wealthy home. It sure didn't look like robbery.
It looks like a contract killing. Did Jack give the order?
Clearly, somebody had intimate knowledge. They knew about the house, they knew the layout, they knew the alarm code.
Then, Jeffrey Dillingham drops a bombshell.
He pointed the finger at Brian's girlfriend.
Christy Kozlow.
Christy Kozlow.
He is a wonderful person.
Jack's adopted daughter.
What's she doing here?
Christy doesn't live with her wealthy father and stepmother.
She had tried living with Jack and Karen briefly, but it just didn't work out. There was too much conflict.
What do you really want? Nothing. Can't I drop by and pay my own father a visit?
Christy claimed that she and Karen were as close as any stepdaughter and stepmother could be.
Shouldn't you be at school? School's out, idiot.
Hey, don't be so rude.
But the reality of the situation was quite different. She was very resentful of her stepmother, a resentment that Karen was not showering Christy with more of her wealth.
Christy lives with her mother, Jack's ex-wife, Paula. To outside eyes, it's a comfortable middle-class home.
So unfair.
To Christie, it's an insult.
We're living in a place like this. Well,
Christy Koslow is a rich, spoiled brat.
we deserve so much better than this, Mama.
She felt entitled to have a life of luxury.
So how does one go from spoiled teenager to cold-blooded murderer?
She had a lot of money at her disposal, but still she wanted more.
Christie does the math. 2 dead millionaires equal 1 massive inheritance. But like so many of the spoiled brats I've encountered, Christie has no desire to do her own dirty work.
Christie was a very effective manipulator of Brian Salter. She played him like a fiddle. Brian Salter was to receive his reward by marrying Christie, and they would live happily ever after on Karen's inherited money.
Babe, that's it. That's my car.
Brian and Christie had gone so far with this fantasy of wealth that they'd actually looked at cars and houses.
This was a story of greed, overwhelming greed. They were ready to get their hands on what they thought would be about $12 million.
You need to cross the back lawn and through the back door. This here is your alarm code.
There wasn't a whole lot of manipulation that had to be done with Jeff Dillingham. Jeff Dillingham was greedy.
How much do we get again?
$1 million, but
He was an easy convert to this plot.
The media is stunned. This time, truth is far stranger than fiction.
She did not seem the type of person that could have, number one, pulled this off, much less been the mastermind behind the whole thing.
Spend time with the wealthy, and you'll learn one thing fast. Money can do bad things to people.
We have a strong Judeo-Christian culture that tells us money is the root of all evil.
if you screw it up, you get nothing.
But what it is, really, and what the Bible says, is the love of money.
That's it. That's my car.
How much do we get again?
And that is what drove them. They loved money more than they loved any person on the face of the earth.
A rousing sermon indeed. But Christie is unmoved. She prefers romance to religion.
Christie painted herself as a modern-day Robin Hood, stealing from the rich to give to the poor.
Jack is devastated. His beloved wife, brutally slain. His own death narrowly escaped. Condemned as a murderer. And then to discover his own daughter was behind it all. For him, only revenge will do.
He was so outraged that he advocated that the prosecutors and the jury give Christie Koslow the death penalty.
The court decides Christie should have time to think about her crime. She's sentenced to life and will be eligible for parole in 2027.
Christie Koslow had a family, a fiancé, and more of life's luxuries than most. But she wanted more. The mansion, the servants, and her stepmother's jewels. What does she have now? A prison cell, an ID bracelet, and not a friend in the world. Today, at least, she knows what poverty really means.
Up next, behind mansion walls.
They're not the normal sort of people that get hurt or go missing. Where are they?
A high society couple disappears without a trace.
The whole case was bizarre.
For some, money is power.
Sign it or I'll cut you off.
For others, it's poison.
The previous statement that she'd provided wasn't exactly the truth of the matter.
Oh, it's lovely.
We can't come to grips with why someone would want to hurt her.
Melbourne, Australia, April 10th, 2002.
We haven't heard from them for 6 days, and so we're very fearful for them.
Children of the affluent Wales family make a desperate plea.
Please contact the police.
Their mother and stepfather are missing.
It was very out of character for them not to be in contact.
He wouldn't go without his medication.
It's been almost a week since the wealthy couple was last seen.
They just simply disappeared.
But someone knows more than they're letting on. In the late 19th century, Melbourne, Australia was the world's richest city and the darling of the British Empire. Today, it retains certain characteristics of the mother country. The class system is one of them. The gap between rich and poor is as relevant here today as it was 100 years ago. Toorak, south of the Yarra River, is the Beverly Hills of Australia. The richest people in Melbourne live here.
They're the kind of folks who own a winter retreat in the mountains and a summer house by the sea. Big spenders who keep design boutiques and antique dealers in business. Society people like Margaret Wales King and her husband, Paul.
Margaret and Paul lived in one of our most expensive suburbs in a beautifully kept townhouse, and they drove a large silver Mercedes. They had a farm down in the Mornington Peninsula, which was also a playground for wealthy people in Melbourne.
Paul is a retired ad executive, while Margaret is a full-time heiress.
By day, you might find her at the Cattery Bridge Club or managing her stock portfolio. And her jewellery? A collection worth hundreds of thousands.
Margaret and Paul were firmly placed in the upper echelons of Melbourne society.
Margaret has 5 children from her first marriage. 3 daughters, Emma, Prudence, and Sally. And 2 sons, Damien and Matthew. Every one of them has been well provided for.
The children were all involved in trusts and were able to access some form of wealth.
Margaret's late father, R.J. Lord, owned a major road construction business. The streets of Melbourne are literally paved with his legacy. When he died, he left his daughter lots of money to play with. Margaret loves to play games.
Margaret's parents had given her a lot of money, and she had interfered in the children's lives in terms of giving them money. They disagreed about an inheritance that came through the family. They'd been in the solicitor's office and they'd been fighting.
Margaret wants to invest money from the sale of a family property into her own private trust. But she needs her children's consent.
Matthew signed one today.
They insist their grandfather intended for them to inherit the property. The elder children make a stand.
I don't even know what's in it.
Matthew was a little different. He appeared to be perhaps not of high intelligence.
Matthew was the youngest, and he was in some ways the runt of the litter. He didn't really fit in with his successful other siblings.
Now Matthew's not going to sign.
He's not going to sign.
He was almost intellectually disabled. His IQ was 83. No, he won't, not if he knows what's good for him. He went and became a hairdresser, and he thought that his family thought that was a bit lower class than they were.
Despite being the black sheep of the family, Matthew is his mother's favorite, her golden boy.
He was like a sweet, innocent young boy, just sweet and innocent.
Matthew's former employer, Peter Sango, recalls how Margaret always looked out for her son.
I think he was here for about a month, and then his mother came in and she said, look, if you're having difficulty keeping him employed, I will supplement his wages.
I see it often in wealthy families. Money given to one child feels like love taken from another. But does Margaret comprehend the resentment she's causing?
There was some factionalism between family members, and that became very obvious to the investigating police very quickly.
Detective Inspector Brian Ricks is a veteran investigator. He has a bad feeling about this case. When millionaires go missing, you can bet on foul play.
We have established a missing persons unit that aligns very closely with the homicide squad. And at that stage, I was in charge of the homicide squad. And we looked at this disappearance as a suspicious disappearance.
The daughters, they were calling around and they couldn't find where their mother was. She was meant to meet one of them for breakfast and she just didn't turn up. And she didn't return the phone calls. And this wasn't the sort of thing that Margaret Wales King did. So panic started and the sisters rang each other and rang their brothers and no one knew where Margaret was.
At this stage, there's not much to go on other than our suspicions. We're using traditional policing methods, door knocks, looking for people who might come forward to provide us with some information.
They took statements from every sibling about what they were doing on the night and what their partners or husbands or wives were doing on the night as well.
The couple was last seen at Matthew and his wife Maritza's house for dinner.
You should clean up a bit here, Matthew.
They said, oh no, they were fine. We waved them off and that was it. They were happy, we had a nice night, and off they went in their silver Mercedes.
Police check Margaret and Paul's bank accounts to see if they can track their movements.
There was no movement, no purchases, no credit card usage, no petrol bought, nothing.
With no ransom demands, detectives rule out kidnapping. Then, 5 days after the disappearance, a breakthrough discovery. Margaret's silver Mercedes. Wealthy couple Margaret Wales King and her husband Paul have been missing for 5 days and are feared dead. Police find their abandoned car and call the eldest son Damien to the scene. He has the spare keys. Does he know what's in the trunk?
We looked at the car extensively, and there was some hairs and some blood spots in the car.
This case is now beyond the scope of the Missing Persons Unit. Time to hand over to the boys from Homicide. What's their hunch? Well, consider the ingredients. Disputed inheritance, sibling rivalry, divided loyalties. You don't need to be Sherlock Holmes to figure out this is very much a family affair.
We interview all family members. I employed surveillance, listening devices, all sorts of other technologies to try and establish evidence.
Each of the Wales children is a potential suspect.
So tell me again, Matthew.
But Matthew and Maritza saw the couple last, and that puts them at the top of the list.
They interviewed Maritza separately, and she stuck to the story. That she got on well with her mother-in-law, that her mother-in-law had come for dinner, and then had been waved off and had a pleasant evening.
But Matthew's siblings cast doubt on their sister-in-law.
They brought a lot of pressure on her and told the media that they thought she wanted more money for a fashion shop that she'd set up, and that she wasn't happy with the way that Margaret was withholding money from the family.
To them, Maritza is nothing but a gold digger and a liar. They believe she's hiding something. To Matthew, it's just another example of his brother and sister's snobbery.
He married a woman who was from Chilean background, so migrant parents, and he thought that his sisters and his brother thought that he wasn't as good as they were.
The relationship between him and his siblings is very interesting because there is a conflict between members of the family.
Forensic psychologist Ian Joblin is intrigued by the Wales family dynamics. He believes it isn't only Matthew's siblings with a cross to bear against Maritza.
His mother didn't agree with the marriage and didn't agree with the background of Maritza.
When detectives interview Matthew,
Was Margaret on any medication?
he doesn't give much away. But police have a warrant to search the premises. And they're about to discover something this suspicious couple thought they had erased.
And they searched Matthew's house, and they found some interesting things in the garage.
How do you find blood you can't see with your own eyes? In the old days, police used bloodhounds. Today, they use luminol.
There was some spots of blood on the garage floor that the luminol showed up.
It's a big break in the case, but luminol only shows the presence of blood. It can't tell you who it belongs to.
At this stage, you must remember, we didn't have any bodies.
That is all about to change. April 29th, 2002. In a remote forest 80 miles outside of Melbourne, a gruesome discovery is made.
Two bodies lying face down in a shallow grave, covered with a baby's pool and other material, bricks and chains and things of that nature.
There were glasses of the lady and an enormous diamond ring on her hand.
There's no doubt for detectives. These are the bodies of Margaret and Paul Wales King.
It was very clear to us from the description of clothing that they were last seen wearing.
Police returned to Matthew and Maritza's house to deepen the search. The evidence is unmistakable.
It was at that stage that the police scrutiny is becoming quite intense on Matthew and Maritza.
It's time to stop investigating and begin pressing charges. But just as detectives prepare to make their move, Maritza waves the white flag.
Maritza says, "I've got something to tell you."
Maritza has been hiding an unspeakable truth, and it's too much to bear any longer. Her husband is a murderer.
She tells them about what Matthew did and what she saw him do and what she's been living with since that night. The night that he killed his parents, Matthew Wales cooked them dinner first.
He had stolen some blood pressure tablets, blended them up and put them in their soup to make them drowsy, thinking that would make it easier to kill them.
Oh, that's lovely. Oh, it's lovely. It's lovely, isn't it? Lovely soup.
Lovely soup.
About 9 o'clock, Margaret said, I'm feeling quite tired. Maritza went upstairs, took the little boy upstairs and put him to bed, and she went through a ritual with him of saying goodnight and singing him a song.
He escorted them out the front door. He let them go in front of him.
Oh, I should clean up here a bit. It's all over the dreadful mess. Stuff everywhere. Look at that.
He didn't want to make a mess inside the house, so they were killed in the front yard.
No one saw this coming. Not the family, not even Matthew's own wife.
Get back inside. Get back inside.
Every one of them wonders what on earth was going through Matthew's mind.
I had to. It was a relief. It's gonna be all right.
He really didn't think beyond getting rid of her. He left her in the front yard overnight, and then he dragged her and his stepfather into the garage and kept them covered up in there. Meanwhile, the family life is going round despite the fact there are 2 bodies in the garage.
But how could this golden boy have such a black heart?
He had an easy life. He had a charmed life, some people would think. There was plenty of money around. He'd had help from his mother, but something wasn't quite right. It was obvious he killed her, but why did he do it?
In the media frenzy surrounding the case, one word keeps popping up: money. But this is no ordinary tale of greed.
Just sign it, Matthew.
This didn't happen in an emotional vacuum. It didn't happen because he wanted money.
Sign it or I'll cut you off.
What he became ultimately obsessed about was the way that she used the money to get favours and to get the children to do what she wanted.
But why murder?
It was the only way that he could see himself clear of his mother's influence and perhaps gaining some financial freedom.
Matthew, sign, don't you know?
Matthew really craved success and he wanted to be recognised as being successful, and every turn he took, he wasn't able to achieve that.
Just sign it, Matthew.
And I think his mother felt that she was protecting him when in fact what she was probably doing was making him resent her.
He sat down and spoke for nearly 2 hours to the police officer who was interviewing him, and he had no emotion. He spoke about it as if he were just discussing a recipe.
About the way she used money, like, for power.
Very callous thing to do to, one, your mother and your stepfather, who he'd known for many, many years.
After 3 weeks of lies, Matthew finally confesses to his crime.
So you prepared for this?
Why?
Detectives are amazed at his total lack of remorse.
He really didn't feel that he'd done too much wrong. In fact, he'd solved a problem, and he felt that he'd solved a problem for other family members.
Matthew's siblings rushed to distance themselves from their brother.
They wanted the public to see that this was a fault with Matthew Wales, not a fault within the structure and the fabric of the family.
The problem with Matthew Wales was that he had a very low IQ, coupled with his obsession about his mother's use of money, and that was a very dangerous combination.
It's a cruel irony that often people with the most money least understand its power. It has the power to divide, the power to control, and the power to destroy your life. Matthew Wales is sentenced to 30 years in prison. At least inside, he has finally gained financial independence, cutting fellow prisoners' hair for the princely sum of $6 a day. Christy Coslow and Matthew Wales, two privileged children with crosses to bear. Their mansion exteriors concealed broken homes. Money was there to serve them. It ruled their lives instead. Born into this world, they were innocent, but they became the enemy within. Till next time, behind mansion walls, I'm Christopher Mason.
In our first story, Behind Mansion Walls, a match made in heaven
You look at a couple like this and you think they have it all.
descends into hell.
He had a secret apartment where he was hooking up with guys and cross-dressing.
And later,
Late nights, lots of cocaine, lots of champagne, lots of drugs around.
she was young, he was rich, and their marriage was doomed.
You know, where goes drugs, where goes money laundering, death sometimes is soon to follow.
I'm Christopher Mason. It's the promise every marriage is built on. Husbands and wives vowing to love each other till death do us part. Behind mansion walls, death can strike sooner than you expect.
Newburgh, in upstate New York. Police here have been called to a dumpster
What do we got here?
Whoa.
at a local car wash.
Nice. Does it look good on you, sir?
The car wash cleaner found identification for a small, thin woman. She was 5'3" and barely 100 pounds.
When the police officers went into that dumpster, it showed credit cards and personal belongings, jewelry.
The name on the license is Diane Peichel, age 44 of Greenwich Village, New York City. And right now, back in Manhattan, Diane's friends are wondering where she is.
Diane was missing. Her friends were calling. Where was she?
It was not like Diane Peichel to not show up or call to work Monday morning.
And there's another strange thing about the clothes in that dumpster.
Check this? Size 11. She must be huge.
Oddly enough, there were a lot of clothes for like a humongous woman. A woman who was as big as 6 foot tall and wore size 30 clothes or something.
Can't be this woman then. She's only 5'3".
What a curious find. The clothes of a petite woman from New York City, who's now reported missing, together with the clothes of another rather large woman. What does she have to do with the disappearance of Diane Peichel?
Diane Peichel has been living a glamorous life among the glittering towers of Manhattan.
She was absolutely beautiful. She was just stunning, and everybody loved her.
Working at Harper's Magazine, the vivacious mother of 2 makes friends easily. Maggie Bloomfield was one.
She had a very generous spirit and a very loving heart, and I don't think there was anybody who didn't like her.
Like so many before her, Diane came to New York City to escape the past and find a sparkling future.
We were both from Midwest, small towns, dying to get out, wanting to go to the big city and be rich and famous.
When I arrived in New York, I met many women like Diane. They lived the real-life sex and the city. Sassy, smart, and ready for anything. A lust for life that could lead to trouble.
After 10 years on the New York party circuit, Diane Peichel ends up in Alcoholics Anonymous. And there, she meets her husband, Joe Peichel, a Wall Street guy, stock analyst, money man, net worth in the multi-millions.
He was incredibly smart, and he made a great deal of money.
She was at the point, I think, where she wanted stability and she wanted a wealthy husband.
How we doing, honey?
She was vulnerable, and he was successful.
We're looking good, babe.
Did we get richer overnight?
Sure did.
And they met in a very kind of faded way.
Apartment in Greenwich Village, house in the Hamptons, 2 children in the exclusive Grace Church private school. Joe Peichel delivers the New York dream that Diane has always craved.
You're the wife of a very wealthy man. You're going out to dinner at good restaurants. The 80s were a lot of fun for women like that. This was the kind of couple that would waltz into a restaurant and you'd envy them.
I think ultimately she liked having money. Who doesn't?
By Monday, October 26, 1987, no one has seen Diane for 2 days.
What can I do for you?
She's officially missing.
Tell us the whole story.
And police question her husband, Joe, for any clues to her whereabouts.
Well, simple. It's like any family. You know, we had an argument a couple of days ago, and she stormed out of the house.
He last saw her on Saturday night at their weekend home in Amagansett, Long Island.
First of all, he told the officers, she just left. She just picked up and left.
He's done this before. She'll be back. What was the
They had an argument, and after the argument, he went to sleep at 2:30, and he woke up the next morning, and she was gone. Her bag was there, the cars were there, but she had vanished.
But Joe Peichel sets the police on edge.
His demeanor was weird. He made strange remarks, and he went and pulled out, of all things, a pair of panties. And he proffered the panties and said, "Here, you want the dogs to get a good sniff of her?" And when they left, they said, "This isn't a grieving husband. This is somebody who doesn't like his wife." They just knew there was something fishy about him.
Police follow the trail to the Hamptons, the unofficial playground of New York society. Beachfront estates that sell for tens of millions.
The Peichels own a summer home by the ocean in Amagansett, the perfect getaway from the stress of making millions on Wall Street. Now, police want to know what really happened that night in the Hamptons.
Meanwhile, investigators discover that all is not well in the opulent marriage of Joe and Diane Peichel.
Oh, so Madam is finally home.
Where is the babysitter?
I sent her home.
Joe and Diane had had an increasingly turbulent relationship,
It is the first time.
fighting all the time, upping the stakes of the fights.
And the last.
Diane Peikel's circle of friends are growing more concerned about her disappearance.
Not in some sleazy bar flirting with...
They tell police about the real Joe Peikel.
I will be going to my Pilates class.
A very fraught, complex character. Many, many inner demons. A very controlling, paranoid character. His way of dealing with things was violence.
If I find you're cheating on me...
I think he was a deeply, deeply disturbed, troubled guy.
I will kill you.
When Diane married Joe in 1978, she quickly had 2 children. But this career girl doesn't want to give up the New York dream. She wants to become a top writer.
Are insane.
That is not how Joe sees the mother of his children.
She was terrified. He had a history. He had a history of hurting women, of threatening women.
By 1986, she and Joe are not getting along. They begin seeing a marriage counselor. Then, Diane makes a discovery that any wealthy wife would dread. Her husband has a secret apartment. What she finds inside is shocking.
He had a secret apartment where he was hooking up with guys and cross-dressing.
Joe is a cross-dresser with a taste for illicit sex with men.
Diane did find recordings of his prancing around in women's clothes with a dildo.
Joe Peikel had this alternate personality, this alter ego of Chloe, he called himself. He was a very bizarre individual.
When Wall Street millionaire Joe Peikel became Chloe, he liked to videotape himself. On one tape, his wife Diane sees him reading the Wall Street Journal wearing a wedding dress while pleasuring himself to the tune of, what else? Here Comes the Bride.
Armed with scandalous evidence of Joe's bisexuality, Diane pushes for a divorce. Then, on October 28th, 3 days after Diane's disappearance, workers on the New York State Thruway make a horrible discovery.
They saw a green tarp, probably a tarp to a vehicle, and it had some rope wrapped around it. Thruway workers cut the canvas and observed 2 feet with ladies' black stockings on, at which time they realized that they had a body.
Diane Peikel is no longer a missing person.
She stormed out of the house and I haven't seen her since.
When police question Wall Street money man Joe Peikel about his missing wife Diane, he shrugs it off and offers up a pair of her panties for the search dogs.
Get a proper sniff.
No, that won't be necessary, sir.
So when Diane's body turns up on the edge of the New York State Thruway, the cops don't waste any time.
In a homicide like this, the first suspects are usually somebody associated with the family.
Sergeant Joe Tripotto of the New York State Police sees all kinds of people in his line of work. He's never forgotten the night he met Joe Peikel.
On that 29th of October, I had been assigned to the State Police Barracks in Newburgh. 2 investigators from Long Island had brought Joe Peikel up under arrest for the murder of Diane Peikel.
Joe Peikel is polite and quietly spoken, not the aggressive Manhattan banker police expect. Then it comes time to identify his wife's body in the morgue. Slipping on his jacket, he coldly mutters, "Let's go see the stiff."
Joe Peikel already has police unsettled.
Look, in all honesty, Detective
They haven't seen anything yet.
After he was arrested, as a normal course of business, we photograph him in his entirety.
Look, you have my confession, but I'm not taking my clothes off, huh?
To make sure that he's got all of his injuries are photographed.
Get off me.
In this particular case, when we did that, he was discovered to have the bra and the panties on.
All right, you happy now?
Officers of the New York State Police meet Chloe, Joe's more feminine side. If only Joe's many surprises stopped there.
He said that she was an evil and malicious person and that everybody was better off without her. And with that, he winked at me.
Joe then makes an admission. He killed Diane by strangling her. Why? He says she was blackmailing him into a divorce. Police soon discover more disturbing details. Joe's children were in his Hamptons holiday home when he killed their mother. The next morning, he took them on a family road trip from hell.
He had bought all this plastic sheeting and rope and wrapped the body, put it in the back of the station wagon, put the children in the back seat.
Where are we going?
Peichel spent the best part of that weekend driving around with Diane Peichel's body wrapped in a tarp in the back of his station wagon.
Where should we go without her car?
He couldn't find a good location to dump the body.
I don't know.
The weekend was dragging on, and it was now, I think, into a Sunday.
And he began to be worried that the body was going to smell.
So Joe Peichel comes back down the thruway, and I think as a last-ditch effort to get rid of the body, stops on the side of the thruway and throws the body over this hill, this knoll.
It was so unthinkable. It was just preposterous.
It shows that Joe Peichel was a desperate man, that he really hadn't thought anything out.
Out on bail, awaiting his murder trial, and with his wife barely in the grave, Joe marries one of the mothers from his children's exclusive private school.
Soon after, Joe's new bride tells police he tried to attack her with a knife. Then they both appear on a morning TV talk show to explain the incident. She says that early in any relationship, there is a period of adjustment. Think of it as Joe's idea of a honeymoon.
On December 21st, 1987, Joe Peichel goes on trial for the murder of his wife in Orange County, New York State. He's supremely confident. After all, he has money on his side.
Did he feel he was above the law as a very wealthy man? Absolutely. He was clearly a rich man who could hire big deal lawyers and win and win and win.
But Joe isn't on Wall Street now. Attorneys in upstate New York aren't fazed by his fancy Manhattan lawyers.
You know what? Number one, you're in my town. Number two, whether I'm a hick or I'm not a hick, you did something wrong. The evidence is there. We can prove that you did something wrong. You can pay as much money as you want for as high-priced an attorney as you want to pay, and the result's still going to be the same.
But this is Joe Peichel. You never know what's up his sleeve.
He changed his story somewhat when he got on the stand himself.
It was self-defense.
You bastard! Shit!
He tried to paint Diane Peichel as the perpetrator of the incident and how he was just the victim.
She dropped a knife and...
His contention is they get into a fight and she comes after him with a knife. He came up with this incredible scenario of how she died of strangulation as an accident.
I tried to get the knife from her, you know? And...
Let go of me! Let go!
I thought that was a stretch, to say the least.
Joe is Wall Street gone seriously awry. He thinks he's a master of the universe, able to outsmart and outspend anyone. Forensic science isn't so easily swayed.
The autopsy showed bashes to the head with an instrument and both manual and ligature strangulation. That means by the hands and by a rope.
Where have you been?
I had some things to do.
Oh, I'm sure you did, you slut.
We believe that the murder of Diane Peichel was a gruesome event, no question about it. I'm sure she was very scared. It definitely was not an instantaneous event. And for whatever that short period of time was, whether it was minutes, whether it was seconds, I'm sure the nightmarish thoughts that went through Diane Peichel's mind were just horrendous. We were not going to let this man use his wealth, power, position to get away with murder.
A moneyed marriage worthy of the social pages ends in murder. How did it come to this?
Agreed. He didn't want to pay her any money. He didn't want to have to go through the cost and expense of a divorce, and he wanted his kids.
He murdered an innocent woman and left two beautiful children without parents.
He was a sociopath, and he was a drug addict and an alcoholic. So you put all those together, and the test tube came up with this monster.
It's extremely difficult not to come to the conclusion that Joe was a serious deranged individual.
The jury finds him guilty.
This was a jury that looked at the parade of evidence and said, he did it.
And it seemed like he spent a lot of money for not a good result.
Joe Peichel, man of millions, is guilty of murder.
Of course, Joe being Joe, there's always another secret lurking in the darkness. It turns out that he is HIV positive. He dies of complications from AIDS before he can even be sentenced.
And when that happens, at least in the state of New York, your conviction is vacated. That means no conviction. He was a desperate, disturbed, angry, somewhat psychotic man, hated his wife, knew he was dying, kept it a secret, knew he could die, and wanted to kill her so she would not get the children.
Joe Peichel left nothing but bitterness and bad memories with the people he encountered. But the wife he killed is remembered in quite a different light.
We just always had fun together. We made each other laugh, and that's my most precious memory, is how we would laugh together. Every time I go to the beach, I talk to her. I go down to the beach and I talk to her often.
Still to come, behind mansion walls. When you're married to the Miami high life,
A substantial amount of cocaine, and it could be a trafficking amount of cocaine.
you better watch your back,
When you have a lot of money and you're a powerful person, you always have enemies.
or you might just lose a husband.
The movie Scarface wasn't too far off the mark.
Sunny Miami, Florida, where the wealthy retired go to live out their days peacefully in the land of sand and sun. They hope. In the 1980s, God's waiting room is a little busier than normal. Miami Nice becomes Miami Vice.
It was a town with too much money, too many drugs, too many people who played by no rules at all.
The cocaine cowboys rule Miami. $11 billion a year is washing through the city. Everyone is getting rich. And where drugs and money go, murder is sure to follow.
There were a lot of people in town with a lot of money. And a lot of that money was connected to drug import. There's no question about it. That had a number of consequences. One of them was big houses, lavish lifestyles. The movie Scarface, well, it wasn't too far off the mark.
The cocaine money drives a building boom, and Stan Cohen is poised to cash in. 52-year-old Stan runs a multi-million-dollar construction business, wheeling and dealing in Miami's exploding property market.
He had amassed quite a bit of property. He had a ranch in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. They were avid skiers. He owned a jet plane. He owned a yacht, and he owned this lovely home.
His other plaything is a young bride, Joyce Cohen. 17 years Stan's junior, Joyce used to be a secretary. He swept her off her feet to become a trophy wife. His fourth.
Joyce came to Miami from the Midwest. She was pretty, but a bit of a plain Jane. No makeup, no jewelry. People described her as vanilla. A few giant shopping sprees with Stan Cohen's credit cards would certainly change all that.
She needed and wanted the fancy cars, the jewelry, the furs, the expensive clothing.
She drove a Jaguar. She could buy whatever it was she wanted. She had all the designer clothes. She went to all the right hangouts.
And if you're young, rich, and beautiful in Miami, you like to party like there's no tomorrow.
She liked the party scene. She liked the party life. Late night clubs, lots of cocaine, lots of champagne, lots of drugs around.
Late night parties would often ring out from here. Stan and Joyce's stylish mansion. It presides over the glamorous neighborhood of Coconut Grove.
It's a large house up on a bluff. There's a very commanding view. It's a very interesting and imposing house with a lot of character.
But on March 7th, 1986, the Cohens' wonderful home becomes a madhouse.
Dozens of police officers, dozens of crime scene technicians combing the area. Police officers outside, cordoning off the neighborhood, keeping people out.
And I looked up at that house on the bluff and I thought, people who lived there had this wonderful, lovely, charming life. What could possibly have gone wrong in that beautiful house?
Sex, drugs, lies, and murder. That's what went wrong in that beautiful house.
Joyce Cohen was hysterical, so all she said was, "I heard shooting."
That morning, Joyce Cohen is up early, preparing for a garage sale.
What she heard was gunshots, and then she heard people coming down the stairs of this two-story home. She heard what she thought was a Latin-accented male talking to another, "Let's get out of here."
And then she glimpsed men wearing dark clothing, running back downstairs and fleeing out the front door.
She immediately ran upstairs to find her husband, Stan.
Stan?
Lying in bed.
No!
Having been shot. Blood gushing from his wounds.
Stan Cohen has been shot in the back 4 times. He's slowly bleeding to death. police arrive, they soon discover that all may not be well in the marriage of Stan and Joyce Cohen.
The detectives sort of smelt it. There may be a problem.
Downstairs when I first heard
She was in her own bedroom, which is always an indication that there's trouble in paradise.
Stan Cohen's money transformed Joyce's life into a luxurious dream. But it could never change their 17-year age difference. At age 52, Stan has a mild heart attack. Time for him to slow down. Trouble is, his young bride has no intention of doing the same.
New shoes.
I got these weeks ago. This is new.
Joyce began to spend more and more time without Stanley.
Don't hit it too hard tonight.
Yes, Father.
Stanley would be home in bed, Joyce would be out and about.
I was downstairs when I first heard her shoes.
And why were you downstairs?
At the crime scene, one detective asks a pointed question.
Can I ask, Mrs. Cohen, when was the last time that you and your husband had sex?
That's it.
It's a standard.
I'm not talking to you anymore.
It's a standard.
All of you get out of my house. All of you get out of my house.
This was the first time the widow said, "Get out of my house." That has never happened before or since.
And Joyce
Get out!
won't let them back in without a search warrant.
Get out!
That was the first hint that we had that maybe there would be more to the story.
Joyce Cohen's attorney, Alan Ross, says she had a very good reason to keep the police out. She might be charged over Miami's #1 vice.
I'm being asked to have a client sign a consent to search under circumstances where I'm told there's likely going to be cocaine found in the house, and I had a suspicion that it may be a substantial amount of cocaine, and it could be a trafficking amount of cocaine.
While police are locked out of the house, waiting for a search warrant, an officer checks the garden.
In the front of the house under a tree, a gun was found, turned out to be the murder weapon.
Detective, over here.
It's a .38 caliber revolver, and it belongs to the victim, Stanley Cohen.
Good job, officer.
The fingerprint technician said this was wiped down. It was nice and smooth. There were no fingerprints on it.
Under the hammer of the gun is found a very small speck, and I mean the tiniest of specks, of tissue paper.
300.
And when police finally get inside, they make another discovery.
In Joyce Cohen's bathroom, a very significant piece of evidence was found. An ordinary facial tissue.
It's more than just a tissue. It's a huge break.
There's no getting around that tissue. That was critical, powerful, scientific evidence.
Miami, in the mid-'80s. Cocaine keeps the party going, and the cops busy.
We averaged well over 600 homicides a year in those days. It's a lot of murders, and most of them were drug-related.
At first glance, the shooting of millionaire Stan Cohen looks like just another home invasion.
Total stranger comes in, looks to do a robbery. The victim wakes up, gets shot. It's a big house in a nice neighborhood, and you figure a burglar might break into a house like that.
She was there with you?
Stan's young wife, Joyce, says she heard gunshots and intruders.
She heard one say to someone else, "Let's get out of here." She saw shadowy figures run out of the house.
Shadowy figures in the darkness. In Miami, in those days, shadowy figures abound, especially in the colorful world of Stanley Cohen.
Stanley had many enemies. When you have a lot of money and you're a powerful person and you're running around town, everybody knows you, you always have enemies.
It was a rough and tumble world in Miami and the business that he was in, and that was the construction business.
Stanley's attorney of 30 years said I had a list of those enemies, all of whom had the means and the motive to kill Stanley.
But will a small shred of tissue paper tell the real story?
This was the critical evidence. Everyone thought this was the heart of the case.
A tissue found in Joyce Cohen's bathroom seems to match tiny tissue pieces stuck to the murder weapon. Was it used to wipe prints off the gun?
Forensic scientists find 3 things on that tissue: traces of makeup, gunpowder residue, and nasal mucus, which matches the blood type of Joyce Cohen.
So you had this piece of evidence that was pretty damning. It's associated with her, it's associated with a woman, and it contains gunshot residue.
And as for the motive, investigators say it's something very familiar in marriages of the wealthy.
Do you think I'm stupid?
The threat of losing a life of glamour through divorce.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I don't want to go to bed at 9:30 like an old person.
I almost died, you bitch.
One of Stan's very good friends, his accountant, testified to Stan and met with him and shared with him his intention and design to divorce Joyce.
Joyce told her friends that Stanley had said to her, if we get divorced, you're going out of this marriage the same way you came in.
With nothing.
But prosecutors don't think they have enough evidence to make an arrest. Joyce Cohen goes free, but Stan Cohen's children from a previous marriage freeze his assets. For Joyce, the Miami high life is over.
Joyce was penniless. For the first time since she had married Stanley Cohen, she was penniless. She had nowhere to live. She didn't have a car. She didn't have anything.
Nearly 3 years after her husband's murder, the undisputed party queen of Coconut Grove is living in exile. Home is now a trailer park in Chesapeake, Virginia. That's where police find her to announce a breakthrough in the case. She's under arrest.
Back in Miami, career criminal Frank Zuccarello has been busted for a series of violent home invasions. Facing a long prison stretch, he makes an astounding confession.
Frank Zuccarello told the investigators that he knew about the Cohen murder because he had been contacted as a possible hitman. He claimed that Joyce Cohen had gotten in touch with 2 other men to help kill her husband.
Okay. Frank, once you were here by this door.
She would set up the scene, and then they could stage a phony break-in, come into the house, and murder her husband and leave.
The link to Frank Zuccarello comes through one of Joyce Cohen's Miami cocaine connections. A fellow party girl from Coconut Grove.
Can you imagine me going back to Millman? No.
Joyce mentioned that she was afraid of getting divorced and losing all the money and wanted him dead.
Are you serious? Yeah.
And did she know anybody? And according to Frank Zuccarello, there were some meetings, and she promised them $20,000 if they would kill him.
Joyce goes on trial for murder. Frank's confession, combined with the tissue paper evidence, convince a jury that Joyce Cohen ordered her husband's death.
She wanted the money. She didn't want to lose her lifestyle, and she picked the wrong people to do it.
Joyce Cohen was living in a bubble provided by her husband's wealth and status and privilege. When Stanley Cohen was murdered, Joyce's bubble burst in every conceivable way. His wealth could not protect her. If she thought she might get away with murder, she was wrong.
From Coconut Grove to the trailer park, and then to prison with a life sentence. Marriage to money took Joyce Cohen on a roller coaster ride. But it doesn't end there. There's another side to the tale of Joyce Cohen.
There was more to this story than just a domestic problem between husband and wife resulting in a shooting.
Today, Joyce Cohen is prisoner number 161701 in Lowell Correctional Institution, Florida. She's serving a life sentence for ordering a hit on her husband, Stan.
Talk to most prisoners, rich or poor, and they'll try to convince you they're innocent. Joyce Cohen still swears 2 intruders killed her husband. The police and a jury didn't believe her. But to this day, there are others who do.
We spoke for maybe an hour, and I asked her specifically, did you kill your husband? She said no.
Former TV reporter Gail Bright Dorr visited Joyce in prison.
The one thing I remembered is she said, if I wanted his money, I could have just divorced him. I didn't have to kill him, and I didn't kill him.
Cohen's defense attorney, Alan Ross, also stands by his client.
I think there's a completely understandable explanation for how all of the physical evidence existed that's consistent with innocence.
That evidence is a white tissue found in Joyce's bathroom. On it was gunpowder residue, makeup, and her mucus.
Joyce Cohen ran upstairs after hearing gunshots, excited, alarmed, disturbed, to find her husband shot in bed. She immediately attended to him. She's touching the body. She's touching his head. She's placing a towel up against the bloody wounds in the back of his head. She would necessarily have had gunshot residue transferred to her hands because there's gunshot residue all over Stan Cohen.
I don't know. His head is completely covered in blood.
She's sniffling. She's crying. She takes tissue. She goes to the bathroom.
Not surprisingly, prosecuting attorney David Waxman sees it differently.
The tissue paper in her bathroom contained gunpowder, her mucus, tears in it. That was the end of her. I mean, there was no getting around that. Unless a little green man from Mars came down and put it in her wastepaper basket, that was critical, powerful, scientific evidence.
But there's still the inconvenient story of local criminal turned snitch, Zuccarello. He claims Joyce hired him and 2 others to kill her husband. In exchange for his testimony, Zuccarello gets an early release from a long stretch in jail. Was that incentive enough to invent the entire tale?
Brought the map.
His accomplices, who he claimed did the actual shooting, weren't so lucky. Both denied having anything to do with the killing. But they were already in prison for home invasion robberies. When Zuccarello put them in the hot seat, they were in no position to bargain.
They originally said they didn't know anything about it, and then they were offered some kind of deal, a lesser sentence for cooperating and saying that, yes, they too were there. However, now they absolutely still deny that they were there.
I'm convinced they never met Joyce Cohen. I'm convinced they wouldn't know where Stan Cohen's house was in a million years. They were never there. It's just a story that was told, and frankly, it's hard to tell why the jury convicted in this case.
It all begs the question, if Joyce Cohen didn't want her husband dead, who did?
An enemy from the construction business is one theory. Others allege that Stan Cohen was making money off the biggest business in town, cocaine.
One of the things we had heard was that Stan Cohen had been involved in using his own private jet for the purpose of helping drug dealers launder their proceeds and get their money out of the country. So, you know, where goes drugs, where goes money laundering, death sometimes is soon to follow. It's a dangerous business.
Whoever killed Stan Cohen, the motive remains the same: money. Whether it's a marriage vow or a business deal, when millions are at stake, the hand of greed is never far from pushing someone to murder.
I was completely convinced, as I am today, that Joyce is innocent of this murder. She had nothing to do with it.
I attended the trial. I interviewed everyone who would speak to me. I interviewed some of the jurors. I interviewed Mrs. Cohen. My belief, having the benefit of all this research, is that Joyce Cohen was culpable. She was culpable in the murder of her husband.
I think this woman may well be innocent and may be spending the rest of her life in jail for a murder she didn't commit.
For richer or poorer, for better or worse, who can tell at the altar which it will be? Diane Peichel was dazzled by the New York high life, then consumed by its dark side, while Joyce Cohen married into money and a life in prison. These husbands and wives aspired to glamorous lives. Money made their dreams come true until murder had the final say. Till next we meet behind mansion walls, I'm Christopher Mason.
In our first story, Behind Mansion Walls, a happy family destroyed by greed.
He loved money. He talked about money. He liked to show off money.
One of the witnesses called him the greediest person he had ever met.
And later, a life of entitlement breeds a master plan for murder.
The whole thing was about the thrill of being about to do a murder. How could people
of such a privileged position do such a thing?
I'm Christopher Mason. Sometimes the self-centered children of wealth grow up to believe they're better than everyone else, including the police. Will they dare try to commit the perfect crime?
Fresno, California, 2 days after Easter Sunday, 1992. Homicide detective John Souza is called to a bloody crime scene. He's stepping into a complex dance with a killer that will consume his life for the next 3 years.
Come on, we'll do it, boss.
We looked into the kitchen area, and we seen a young lady laying face down. Then it appeared that she had been shot in the back of the head.
She's quickly identified as Tiffany Ewell, a 24-year-old college student. Her father lies nearby.
The next victim was Dale Ewell. He was lying in the hallway, face down, and also with one gunshot wound to the back of the head.
And further down the hall, Tiffany's mother, Glee.
Glee Ewell was shot 4 times. Twice in the back, 1 in the heart and 1 in the face. She was on her back. She had her car keys in her hand.
Where's she coming or going?
This wasn't, gangsters killing gangsters. This was something that happened in a nice neighborhood. It was something that happened to a nice family.
Even surrounded by affluence, a family can be snuffed out in the safety of their own home. At first glance, this appears to be the work of someone less fortunate, plundering the wealthy. A robbery gone wrong.
Back in the 60s, if you had money in Fresno, you built a big house in the Sunnyside neighborhood. It's discreet and established, but not at all pretentious. Just the way Dale Ewell likes it.
Dale was a very private person. The area, actually, what they lived in was the kind of the older, influential area, but they didn't flaunt their wealth at all.
Dale is an ex-Air Force pilot who makes his millions selling small aircraft.
He was a good salesman, and he got very rich doing it. He built that business up very well.
He expands into real estate, buying up hundreds of acres of farmland. There's even change left over for a beach house at Pajaro Dunes in Monterey, California.
He made a lot of money. He's a hard-working guy and respected for that. I guess they always say he was a hard-nosed businessman, but honest.
Dale Ewell's dream is to build a fortune so his children don't have to work as hard as he did. His wife, Glee, supports him all the way. She's the model spouse, throwing herself into charity work.
Glee was very socially conscious. She was involved in a lot of charities, did a lot of that kind of charity work around Fresno. Popular woman.
She took care of her friends, saw to the sick and the needy. Was considered to be a wonderful friend.
For Detective John Sousa, one lap of the Ewell's house has him asking questions. Is all this really the work of a burglar? Or is it just meant to look that way?
I've been to a lot of burglary scenes. This has been ransacked. It was just a ransack, not a burglary.
This wasn't a burglary. It was staged to look like a burglary.
A family photo holds a vital clue. Dale and Glee Ewell had 2 children. Tiffany is lying dead in the hallway. So where on earth is her younger brother, Dana?
It was the whole family except for Dana, the only son, who wasn't there.
Dana Ewell is missing. Is he a hostage or a victim? While police search for him, forensic examiners piece together what happened on that fateful Easter Sunday.
The investigation revealed that Tiffany got shot first. Glee heard her falling to the ground, came to that direction, seen the perpetrator, and took off running. That's when she got shot and killed in the office.
At this moment, Glee's husband Dale still hadn't arrived home.
Dale came at a later time. We speculated anywhere from 15 minutes to a half hour. And so the crook waited for him to get there.
Startled cat burglars don't wait quietly for another person to come home. Hitmen do.
This had been an execution. This was premeditated. This had been designed.
Someone wanted Dale Ewell dead.
Dale Ewell had an unpleasant reputation as a businessman. People were often unhappy after they did business with Dale. He got the better end of almost all the deals he was in. And he might have made somebody angry enough to want to hurt him.
20 years before, he upset a local mafia figure in a business deal.
It's not normal for them to kill women and children unless they're doing what they call a root pull. And a root pull is when everyone gets killed.
A root pull is a possibility. But what about the missing son, Dana Ewell? Dana is the odd one out in the Ewell family. While his father plays down his millions, Dana plays them up.
Dana liked being rich. Dana liked being popular.
He fancied money. That's what he lived for, is wealth and the power and fame that come with it.
A student at Santa Clara University, Dana is known on campus for his luxury cars and imported suits.
Dana carried a briefcase to his classes in college. A nice leather, completely inappropriate briefcase, as everybody else is in sweatshirts and shorts. He wore button-down shirts, doctors, and carried his briefcase.
So where was Dana while his family was getting shot?
He had gone with his girlfriend, who was the daughter of an FBI agent, to her house for Easter dinner. While his parents and sister were being murdered, he was having dinner at an FBI agent's house, hundreds of miles away. That's a pretty good alibi. It's about as airtight as you can get.
Dana Ewell seems strangely unaffected by the murder of his parents and sister. He says he can't think of anyone who would want them dead. But in the Ewells' blood-stained home, detectives begin to discover that the devil is in the details.
Alarm had been disengaged or was off. There was no forced entry. The house was locked.
Strange. And there's also something odd about the bullets that are used to kill the Ewells.
The thing they noticed quickly was these bullets had deep gouges down the sides.
The striations on the marks indicated to us that there was a suppressor or silencer used.
It's the preferred tool of a hitman. A silencer, so the neighbors won't hear.
The bullets that were recovered, they were able to determine that they were from the box of bullets in the house.
Dale Ewell and his family were killed with Dale's own bullets. But Dale's gun doesn't have a silencer.
So that means someone came with a gun with a silencer and appeared to maybe use the bullets from the family to kill them with. You don't bring a gun to a gunfight or execution with no bullets in it, unless you know there's bullets there to get.
And the execution theory begs one more question.
Someone was here waiting for them, the family, to show up. So how do they know when they were going to show up, unless they had inside information?
This family hitman is clearly someone who knew too much. The mounting evidence keeps driving home one confounding point. It's an inside job. But who could be the insider?
We went transparent, went just white. And it says, "Oh," and closed the door.
Easter Sunday, 1992.
It was an execution.
The Ewell family returned from their beach house.
I'm just gonna make a sandwich, I'm starving.
One gunshot went to the back of the head.
One by one,
Glee had seen her daughter get shot.
they are executed.
They wanted the whole family killed.
By a killer who seemed to know just when they were coming home.
The purpose of the killing was not some random act, but it was an intentional killing of the entire family.
A cold-blooded hit on a wealthy family, carefully planned, with inside knowledge. Why? Is it a grudge, a mob hit, or simple greed?
Dale Ewell is said to have had a tangle with a local gangster.
I was familiar with this alleged mafia figure. He's considered a hothead. He would not have waited 21 years to kill the family. And then, secondly, he wouldn't kill the family. His anger was on Dale Ewell, not Glee or Tiffany.
This time around, The mob's hands are clean. But Detective John Souza has his eyes and ears wide open. The day after his entire family has been discovered shot dead, 19-year-old Dana Ewell returns to his family's home.
Who's that? That was your mother.
And so we go through this house, and there's several things that are just very strange.
What are they doing?
The first thing that turned their heads his way was when Dana walked through his mother's blood,
You can't go in there.
rather than step over it like almost any other victim would do.
We thought that was unbelievable.
Hey, where's he going with that? I want an itemized list of everything that's taken from this house.
No tears,
I'll see what I can do.
no emotion at all. Just like everything is matter of fact.
Now suspicious, detectives comb through Dana's past. They discover a young man whose heart only beats for one love: money.
He wanted to be successful. He loved money. He talked about money. He liked to show off money.
Marcy Bonilla dated Dana in junior high.
He would lie when he could get away with it. He would manipulate. He just wasn't a very trustworthy person.
Marcy remembers Dana's strange fixation with his wealthy father.
It seemed like he would wear his dad's clothes. The pants he always wore were so big on him. One day he wore his dad's Rolex to school that would just hang from his arm. It was like he was trying to be his dad, I guess. Fill his dad's shoes.
Once in college, this leopard does not change his spots.
While he was in college, he got featured in one of the local papers as a self-made millionaire.
Check this.
You know, that he sold airplanes and he built this business up and made millions of dollars, and that he was doing stock deals between classes while he was in high school. It was all a lie.
Wait, you made this up?
Hey, jump in if you lift the class.
Okay.
I'll see you guys later.
He had claimed all these things that his father had done. He was sort of taking his father's legacy, if you will.
Hey, Junior, you ready, old man?
Dana wants to be just like his father. Not because he loves the man, but because he loves his money.
Good luck, Pop.
They asked themselves, why would he do this? What was the motive? The family's wealth was a strong motivation. I mean, there was millions of dollars in the family's estate that would go to Dana.
Is $8 million motive enough for murder? And if it is, how was Dana able to plan the perfect crime? Well, I've observed one thing about the wealthy. They often rely on hired help.
Well, I want an itemized list of everything that's taken from this house.
Once the detectives started looking at Dana as a possibility because of the way he had acted, because of some of the things he had said, they obviously knew they needed to find the actual gunman because Dana's alibi was airtight. So they went to Dana's college and started asking around.
At college, Dana plays the rich big shot, which makes one choice of friend very curious.
Dana being the $200 shirt and $100 tie guy, he's running around a guy cut off Levi's and just a slob.
This slob is named Joel Radovich.
When I got a hold of him, I said, well, I understand that, you were good friends with Dana, and, his parents got killed. And I said, yeah, I heard that. And he goes, are you going to arrest me?
That makes detectives suspicious. So then they started looking at how can we connect Dana to Joel, Joel to the murder.
So begins a game of cat and mouse that drags on 3 long years. Dana Ewell hadn't counted on a determined detective who just will not go away.
Dana made numerous comments to people that we would never solve this case because we're not smart enough, and that the only reason we were cops because we weren't smart enough to get any other job.
If John Souza wasn't already as motivated a detective as ever lived, them dishing him ramped it up. He was more determined than before to see this to its conclusion. This was boy against man.
John Souza is like a dog with a bone, and Dana's friend Joel is looking more and more like the hitman. His alibi for the night of the murders is weak.
That's the silencer right there.
He's ordered books about building pistol silencers, and he and Dana act like people with something big to hide.
Dana was a person that you couldn't follow because he was looking at the mirror all the time.
They were communicating in ways that drug dealers did back in the early 90s. They both had pagers, and they would page each other, then go to a payphone and call back.
Those tactics may dodge a modern wiretap, but they're no match for old-fashioned eavesdropping.
They'd have an agent go up and use the phone next to him, pretend to carry on a conversation, try and hear, Dana or Joel talking.
Finally, a breakthrough. Detectives discover that unemployed Joel has spent over $30,000 on flying lessons.
Dana was paying for them, and that was a significant amount of money, and we needed a money connection.
Is this payment for murder? It's time to turn the screws.
They told Dana they believed Joel had done it. They wanted to see Dana's reaction.
And he went transparent, went just white. And it says, "Oh," and closed the door.
It isn't long before Dana and Joel hit the payphones again. As Joel starts his call, an undercover cop listens in.
I'm starting to worry about this a little bit.
Now they're starting to talk about the murder.
I need to know if I can get charged in this whole free shirt deal.
Don't want to talk to anybody.
We obviously conclude that being the three bodies.
Just lay low.
There's one missing piece in this puzzle. The murder weapon.
Over time, the detectives found other people in Joel's circle of friends.
Detectives discover that Joel Radovich had an illegal lockpick sent to a friend's house. They wonder what other illegal connections Joel has with his friend.
I felt if he was shown that we had an arrest warrant for 3 counts of murder, he would come clean.
Has Joel's friend owned a gun before? He has. A 9mm pistol, just like the one that was used on the Ewells. He sold it to Joel Radovich, and after the murder, Joel gave him a confession.
He eventually said that Joel had confessed. He told him he had committed these murders.
We retrieved the barrel, cleaned it up, and shot it, and positively identified it as a murder weapon.
Dana Ewell is arrested amid the wreckage of his perfect crime. After years of tenacious police work, the evidence is overwhelming, and a stubborn underdog cop handcuffs a guilty man.
Dana's position to this day is that he's innocent, that there's nothing for him to be remorseful about in the murder of his parents.
What he did was obviously very evil. And the one that made me madder than the fact he killed his parents, he killed his sister. So he wouldn't have to split the $8 million. That's the only reason she died. That was, to me, was evil. That's strictly about money, period.
It was the height of arrogance. I'm smarter than those working-class cops. I'm Dana Ewell. Catch me if you can. But he was a rich little boy playing a man's game. Now Dana and Joel are serving life sentences with no parole. They will die in prison.
Up next, behind mansion walls.
It was just a horrific murder.
Rich kids look for new kicks.
The crime was every parent's worst nightmare.
And play a deadly game.
I think they principally did it for thrills.
Chicago, the Roaring 20s. America's barons of enterprise are making money, hand over fist. It's a happy time for the city's elite. But on May 22nd, 1924, millionaire businessman Jacob Franks fights a sick feeling in his stomach.
Dear sir, as you no doubt know by this time, your son has been kidnapped.
His 14-year-old son, Bobby, has disappeared while walking home.
He is at present well and safe.
Now, there's a ransom demand for $10,000. Or else.
Should you, however, disobey any of our instructions, his death will be the penalty.
$10,000 then would be the equivalent of over $100,000 today. While most parents will pay anything to save their child's life, wealthy parents hold much larger checkbooks. And the Franks would seem to have no trouble ponying up.
Young Bobby Franks had the world at his feet. After a school day at Harvard Boys, he'd walk home to the family mansion in elite Kenwood. His father is a retired industrialist and president of the Chicago Public Library. The Franks want for nothing. But status and wealth can't stop heartbreak or murder.
The crime was every parent's worst nightmare.
Just hours after the Franks received the ransom note, Bobby's dead body is found in Wolf Lake, a remote parkland outside the city. He is beaten and horribly disfigured, as if acid has eaten his flesh.
What could horrify parents more than the thought that their child, simply walking home from school, could be picked up and murdered?
The Franks are devastated and confused. First, the ransom note. Then, before they have a chance to respond, their son turns up dead.
To investigators, it just doesn't add up. Why would a kidnapper kill a hostage before they get their hands on the money? Who could possibly be behind this?
There is one clue at the murder scene, a pair of eyeglasses. They don't belong to the boy, so whose are they? Then there's Wolf Lake itself. Who would know it well enough to hide a body here? Police discover that it's a haven for bird watchers.
The thing about bird watching, it is a genteel preoccupation of the leisure class going back centuries.
One particular bird watcher catches their attention. Another rich teenager, Nathan Leopold.
Nathan Leopold came out of one of the most wealthy families in all of Chicago.
His father owns the biggest paper mill in Illinois. At 19, Nathan is heir to a grand fortune. So the last thing he needs is ransom money. But rich victims demand quick justice. So police explore all avenues, no matter how unlikely. They interview the wealthy heir.
But on the 21st, I was with Richard Loeb and a couple of girls.
We went for a country drive.
As expected, Leopold has a convincing alibi for the day of the murder. Like so many rich kids, he was wooing girls in his flashy car. The girls were strangers, he tells police. Conveniently, he can't remember their names. But he does identify his good pal and driving buddy, Richard Loeb. Another teen aristocrat with impeccable credentials.
Richard Loeb is a popular, cocky, good-looking guy, a guy who liked to hang out with girls, very privileged kid, and probably spoiled because of the wealth the family had.
Richard's father is a vice president of American retail icon Sears Roebuck. Two rich kids picking up girls, nothing unusual there. It seems like a dead end.
But behind mansion walls, what is murder to you and me can be just a parlor game. The cops have no idea they're being played for fools, that a killer is toying with them.
In 1920 Chicago, gangsters aren't the only residents with a taste for murder.
They bludgeoned to death a 14-year-old Bobby Franks.
They take out hydrochloric acid and pour it over Bobby Franks in the hopes of disguising the body.
It was just a horrific murder.
For months before the slaying of a young aristocrat, two rich teenagers are plotting.
The two of them are said to have had a sexual relationship with one another.
I don't get the same thrill out of this as you, Dickie.
But sex is just one secret Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb are keeping to themselves.
Richard Loeb would promise to provide sex for Nathan Leopold in return for Nathan Leopold's agreeing to participate in a certain number of crime adventures with Richard Loeb.
They're bourgeois criminals, using their superior class and education to outsmart the law.
Leopold, he had a measured IQ of 200. He graduated from the University of Chicago at 18.
Richard Loeb has a passion for crime novels.
Richard Loeb had a fantasy life. He really liked detective stories. He was pushed into the classics, but his real love was the detective stories.
This doesn't excite me. It excites you. Yeah, well, I know what excites you.
I've seen it often. When wealth gives you any plaything at the snap of your fingers, everyday life seems dull as dishwater. Excitement comes when you start playing games with society's taboos.
The boys had committed increasingly ambitious crimes.
What are you proposing?
Arson, car theft, but yet they hadn't committed a crime that really they thought matched their own intellectual potential.
Loeb's passion for crime stories incites them further.
They wanted to commit the perfect crime, a crime that would be an elaborate crime, a crime that would make people say, wow, what a crime.
And such others.
Should you, however,
disobey any of our instructions,
even slightly.
So the finest education money can buy is perverted into kidnap and murder for an amusing goal: committing the perfect crime.
I think every once in a while, the wrong people meet. And I think that's true for Leopold and Loeb.
In the days following little Bobby's death, Leopold and Loeb's game is in full play.
He was arrogant, selfish.
Part of the fun is to be involved in the investigation. Loeb offers his opinions to journalists.
I mean, if I was going to murder anybody, he's exactly the kind of cocky son of a bitch that I would pick.
I think Loeb inserted himself into the story by talking to journalists, both as a way to stay close to it and try to get information from them.
But these whiz kids aren't quite as smart as they think. First, the body is found before they have a chance to collect the ransom.
The boys were convinced that it would take weeks to find the body. It will have deteriorated to the point where identification would be very difficult. As it turns out, however, the body is found the very next morning.
And one of them has made a schoolboy error. Police have been investigating those glasses.
The lenses apparently were unremarkable. The frames were not remarkable, but the hinges on the frames were remarkable.
Old-fashioned detective work brings a breakthrough. Only 3 people in Chicago were prescribed glasses with such an extravagant hinge. And one of them is none other than Nathan Leopold.
Did you lose your glasses?
No,
Have you got them?
not on me.
For that to be discovered so quickly at a time when there's, of course, no computer, no DNA, none of the other crime methods was really extraordinary.
Do you know how busy I am? I've got an appointment at 3 o'clock.
As suspicion falls on Leopold and his friend Loeb, police challenge their alibi. Perhaps they weren't picking up girls the day of the murder, but their victim.
The turning point in the investigation probably was when the Nathan Leopold family chauffeur came forward to police. He could prove that Nathan Leopold's car was sitting in his garage the entire day in which the crime was committed.
Far from exonerating young Leopold, the chauffeur helps tighten a noose around his neck.
After you.
Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb were telling investigators that they were picking up girls in Nathan Leopold's car. Cannot be true. They were lying. Their alibi is not accurate.
It's no good holding out, Richard. Leopold is the owner of those glasses. Your alibi has fallen apart.
Experiencing the kind of interrogation he relished as an avid crime reader, Richard Loeb crashes to earth. He realizes they haven't pulled off the perfect crime.
Come clean.
In fact, one imperfection follows the next. Typewriters are like people. They leave fingerprints with every letter. The ransom note was pecked on an Underwood machine, just like Nathan Leopold's.
This is Darren.
The glasses, the false alibi, the ransom note trace. Who's smartest now?
They thought the police were dullards, not in their league. Leopold and Loeb made their own rules and their own morality. Now the cops look like they're winning this game. But when it comes to trial, never underestimate the power of money.
Before the term thrill kill is coined, there's Leopold and Loeb. 2 wealthy teenagers who want to commit the perfect crime for fun. But they miscalculate so badly, they're arrested within days.
This is out of control. Do you even know who I am?
And now, they're spilling their sordid story.
Okay, I'll tell you all.
Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb don't just settle for hunting fox, quail, or pheasant like their wealthy friends. These 2 young men, heirs to millions of dollars, hunt an innocent child.
Leopold and Loeb wait in a rented vehicle as 14-year-old Bobby Franks walks home.
The victim was chosen somewhat randomly. They circled around, looked for people coming out of the Harvard School for Boys, and Bobby Franks was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
They know Bobby from their tennis club.
Hey, Bobby, come on, I'll give you a lift. Hop in.
Oh, I can walk. I live just up the road.
I think the whole thing was about the thrill of plotting a kidnapping and murder, the thrill of actually luring Bobby into the car,
Come on, I want to talk to you about a tennis racket you had yesterday.
the thrill of being about to do a murder.
Once Bobby Franks is in the car, it's not long before the chisel comes out. Richard Loeb leans over that front seat and begins bashing the skull of young Bobby Franks.
Come here, arrogant little son of a bitch!
He lives for a while, longer than the boys expected him to. Eventually, Loeb grabs a cloth, sticks it in the mouth of Bobby Franks, and he dies, either of suffocation or blows.
The clumsy murder is just the start to this imperfect crime.
The fact that these two young men were so very smart didn't really give them much of an advantage. I've seen dumb criminals who made fewer mistakes than these two kids.
They drag the body out of the car, bring it over to a drainage ditch. Nathan Leopold has to take off his jacket, which happens to have a pair of glasses in it at that time. They take out a bottle of hydrochloric acid and pour it over Bobby Franks's face and genitals in the hopes of disguising the body.
Heavy son of a bitch.
So Bobby Franks' naked, acid-ridden body is stuffed into that culvert and left.
Just let me do it.
They wanted Chicago to recognize that the perfect crime had been committed, and they wanted to sit back and watch as people tried to figure out how this crime was committed and who committed it. They wanted to sit back and laugh at the futility of the investigators.
Now, as they await trial, no one is laughing. They've completely tarnished the reputation of Chicago's elite.
The city is horrified. How could people of such a privileged position do such a thing? What's wrong with these families? What's wrong with our society that such a thing could happen?
Were these children of the rich so depraved they could resort to murder for entertainment? People are horrified. They demand justice, the death penalty. In Chicago, it is deemed the trial of the century.
The boys have the best defense money can buy. The famous attorney, Clarence Darrow.
He was very much against the capital punishment and wanted to use this case as a way of avoiding capital punishment. And at the time, this was easily as big as the O.J. Simpson case.
Darrow convinces Leopold and Loeb to plead guilty, so they avoid a jury trial. Next, he tries to convince the judge to spare their lives.
And I'm damned if I'm gonna let it happen now.
He views crime as always having a cause, and that cause is always rooted in the environment in which that criminal grows up. He blamed their wealth, he blamed their idleness, he blamed detective stories, he blamed anyone but the boys themselves.
The innovative defense doesn't work. Convicted of murder, the pair's lives are spared. But only because the judge thinks it useful to study the killers. Sentenced to life plus 99 years, Leopold and Loeb are sent to the same prison and continue their relationship until Loeb is slashed to death by another inmate.
Nathan Leopold went on to use his intelligence for good, fighting to improve the prison education system. He so impressed his captors that after 34 years, they let him free.
Leopold moved to Puerto Rico, and lived quietly until 1971, when he died of a heart attack at age 66. Bobby Franks would have been 61.
Born into a world of money, these children grew into deadly offspring. Dana Ewell was possessed by an ice-cold greed. For Leopold and Loeb, it was all about ego. These sons of wealth played life as a lethal game, a quest to commit the perfect crime. Till next we meet, behind mansion walls, I'm Christopher Mason.
In our first story, Behind Mansion Walls, American royalty is stained by blood.
After the first 2 shots, my mom came outside, heard my dad scream.
It was pretty obvious he was a crazy man with access to a lot of weapons.
And later, Las Vegas high life sends a respected dynasty to a new low.
He fancied himself a hitman, a James Bond a type of character.
There's drugs, there's betrayal, murder. I was just surprised how one wealthy family can be involved in so much weird stuff.
I'm Christopher Mason. The DuPonts are one of America's wealthiest families, but you'd be surprised by the skeletons lurking in their closets and how they became a fatal dynasty.
West of Philadelphia is a land far out of reach of the average American. It's called the Main Line. An exclusive stretch of grand mansions, vast estates, and country clubs. Mere millionaires are small change on the Main Line. This is billionaire country.
Fancy playing croquet on the lawn? Perhaps a spot of tea after the morning fox hunt? For generations, the establishment families of the Main Line led a wonderful life, far from the prying eyes of the hoi polloi. One event would change all that. Murder.
January 26, 1996. Olympic gold medalist and a regular Main Line visitor, Dave Schultz, is on one of the wealthy estates, fixing his car radio.
Hey, Ned, it's working. Come listen.
My dad was working on something in his car, and he pulled up, and he said, "You have a problem with me?"
You got a problem with me?
Immediately took out a big gun, was filled with hollow point bullets. And hit him with it twice in the chest. After the first 2 shots, my mom came outside, heard my dad scream, pointed a gun at my mom.
The police are coming.
My mom ducked back inside, immediately called the police, and then he took one more shot and hit him in the back. My mom ran outside and just told my dad.
Alexander Schultz is just 9 when his father is shot down. To this day, he still finds it hard to comprehend.
Just no explanation. I think that was the hardest part, is that it wasn't from anything, you know? So that was really When you have a tragedy like that, you want someone to tell you at least why it happened, you know?
The killing seems senseless. And even more bizarre is where it happens. On property owned by an heir to one of America's biggest industrial fortunes. DuPont.
The 19th century leaders of industry in America amassed enormous fortunes, large enough to sustain wealth through several generations. And the DuPont family, I believe, would be in the top 10 of those.
Eleuthère Irene DuPont founded an industrial empire back in 1802. His first millions came from gunpowder and a lucrative contract with the U.S. military. Over 200 years, the DuPont Company grew to become America's biggest chemical firm, with annual revenue estimated at $40 billion. Many of Eleuthère's descendants will be born rich.
Generation after generation were able to afford the finest things in life, to live in luxury, to have assets such that they could be charitable donors, philanthropists, explore whatever they wished in life.
John DuPont is a great-great-great-grandson of the DuPont Company founder. His share of the DuPont inheritance is thought to be hundreds of millions of dollars. But it won't just be this heir's money that makes him different.
John, you're late.
Born in 1938, young John grows up on a sprawling estate known as Foxcatcher Farm. Locked behind miles of fencing and security checkpoints. It's 800 acres of America's most exclusive real estate.
The upper end of it was a working dairy farm. Then you had a large area of woods. The mansion house itself is enormous.
But at its heart, Foxcatcher Farm is empty. John's parents divorce when he's 2 years old. His older brother and sisters are away at boarding school. So he lives alone with his mother, Jean, in elegant isolation.
Alone on his vast estate, young John DuPont has one companion, Hubie, son of the family chauffeur. But John's only friend is also on the DuPont payroll. John's mother, Jean, pays Hubie to play with her son at a rate of 90 cents an hour.
As the years go by, John's isolation only gets worse. His social skills never flourish.
He was an odd fellow who was not really going to do well in a marriage or at cocktail parties.
Instead of people, he turns to animals for company. As a young teenager, he becomes enamored with natural history.
He actually earned a doctorate and was an ornithologist of some note.
A Filipino parrot and a Mexican sparrow are named in his honor. But like so many other things in his life, his mother makes much of this happen, buying him vast scientific collections to play with. John learns a lifelong lesson. What he can't earn on his own merits, DuPont money can buy.
He could do very well when he was the man paying the bills and commanding the respect of others through his assets.
In 1962, at age 24, John discovers a new obsession, competitive sports. Lack of natural talent won't hold him back when he decides he wants to be an Olympic athlete.
He buys his way onto elite training squads for swimming and pentathlon. But even the DuPont millions can't make him swim quickly enough to qualify. There must be another way to bask in the glory of Olympic gold.
In 1984, John DuPont buys a new collection that will rival his stuffed creatures. Wrestlers.
Okay, boys.
Having failed to excel at the sport himself, he resorts to buying success.
Get serious.
In this case, a potential U.S. Olympic team.
He was a frustrated athlete who had these millions to make it possible to hang out with athletes and coaches that were the best in the United States.
In 1989, at age 41, John splurges on a $600,000 wrestling facility at Foxcatcher Farm. Then he spends more money paying Olympic hopefuls to move in and train for the 1996 Atlanta Games.
Yes. Yes. Focus.
His chief draw, gold medalist coach Dave Schultz, an American wrestling hero and father to young Alexander Schultz.
He was a rock star, really, within that wrestling niche.
For a time, the wrestlers seemed to enjoy the opportunity. The best coach, the best facilities, completely paid for.
America's top piggyback.
For both sides, it's a win-win.
The wealthy are surrounded by people who want some of what they have. And because they want some of the wealth, they cater to the egos of the wealthy, tell them what they want to hear, behave as they're ordered to behave, and try to keep in good graces.
So what possibly could have gone so wrong that afternoon on Foxcatcher Farm? When John DuPont's prized wrestling coach, David Schultz, is gunned down, defenseless.
My friend had just been shot, and the person who had just shot him, his whereabouts were unknown.
It's a day Mike Savitsky will never forget, as the first cop on the scene and as the victim's friend.
My immediate reaction was, there's my friend on the ground, I gotta help him. And that's what I did.
Come on, stay with me, buddy. Come on.
I checked him for signs of life, breathing, pulse, did not find any. And at that point, I began to administer CPR. And as I would pump air in, I could hear it coming back out through his chest.
Dave Schultz dies in his friend's arms. His wife blurts out the truth. She knows who shot her husband.
Get John DuPont, please.
John DuPont.
I was very upset by that. And there was definitely a feeling that, you know, we have to get him and arrest him and bring him to justice.
But DuPont has barricaded himself inside his mansion. Can they get him out before someone else is killed?
We knew that he was armed. We knew from prior history he had a large collection of firearms. He had a safe room. It was almost like a vault. He could lock himself inside.
Leave me alone!
The main line, west of Philadelphia, winter 1996. John DuPont has just murdered an Olympic hero. Now, he's holed up inside his mansion with a stockpile of high-powered weapons.
Leave me alone!
Police call in reinforcements.
There were probably 20 or 30 police departments involved, 5 separate SWAT teams involved.
For years, John DuPont enjoyed the spoils of the landed gentry. Now, his mansion is a prison.
It's a showdown at Foxcatcher Farm. And the question is, will the DuPont fortune buy John out of this?
One of John's other Olympic pursuits is target shooting. He's also an avid hunter. Everyone on the estate is at risk.
He had a safe room. It was almost like a vault. He could lock himself inside. And there was quite a bit of weaponry in the house.
Police have no idea how this will end. And the closer they look into the life of John DuPont, the more worried they get.
He would talk about people banging walls and he just had general paranoia.
It turns out John DuPont is quite the eccentric.
Get out of my house.
Alexander Schultz remembers his weird mix of sanity and delusion.
He was, hearing people and thought he was paranoid, very paranoid, thought people were out to get him. I mean, this was mixed in with sanity. It wasn't just this guy babbling to himself all the time. This was, he was coherent a lot of the time, too.
But coherence is often a stranger to the master of Foxcatcher Farm. He sees Nazis in the trees. Swans try to hypnotize him. He worries that an imaginary goo machine will make his mansion disappear.
After several hours under siege, the madness rears its head.
He was demanding to be called Dalai Lama. Several times he had made threats that he had, I believe the term used was toys.
I will use my toys.
That he would use on any police officers that approached the mansion.
At various times, he calls himself Jesus and the President of the United States.
At that point in time, it was pretty obvious he was a crazy man with access to a lot of weapons.
But no matter how mad their quarry, cops can't forget they're laying siege to a descendant of an American icon. They don't storm the mansion.
They definitely wanted to take him alive. They did not want to have to hurt him or whatever, let justice be served through the court systems. The decision was made to wait it out.
24 hours later, the eccentric millionaire is still holding out.
There were rumors that it had a supply of food and water, that it could be used as a safe refuge in case of a war.
With DuPont bunkered down, police start piecing together his original crime. The surprise murder of his former friend, Olympic wrestling coach David Schultz.
The most likely explanation of most of his odd behavior was that he suffered from schizophrenia.
Forensic psychiatrist Park Dietz interviewed DuPont.
In DuPont's case, it was quite extreme. The man had been mentally ill for years.
It was bound to happen with him. He was on the precipice of doing something like this.
Hey, John.
Alexander Schultz recalls how his father had a falling out with his benefactor.
I remember the Christmas before my dad's murder, there was rumblings of that we were gonna have to move because John was gonna fire him because he thought he was out. My dad was out for him in some sort of way.
Despite years of loyal friendship, David Schultz becomes a marked man.
The motive had to do with his mistaken belief that Schultz was damaging his reputation in the wrestling world.
Deluded by schizophrenia, John is convinced the wrestlers hold him in contempt.
Come on. As much money as John DuPont had, and in whatever aspirations he had to be a wrestler and to be part of that wrestling community, he did not have the level of talent nor the level of respect that Dave Schultz commanded both as a wrestler and as a coach.
Mike Savitsky believes that John DuPont's paranoia may have been fueled by sycophantic friends, eager to find his favor and share his money.
The situation was made worse because people fed off of John for their own personal gain. They heightened his paranoias, and ultimately they triggered what happened.
To this day, it's unclear exactly what tipped John DuPont over the edge. But it was a fatal turning point. After 2 days outside in the dead of winter, the cops are losing patience. But instead of storming the mansion, they try another tactic.
They cut off his heat to his mansion, and it was very cold.
It's the break they're waiting for.
So during the negotiation, he just announced to the negotiators that he was going out to fix the heaters. And he was going to grab a wrench and walk out there and fix it himself.
The SWAT team is on edge.
Hold right there, sir.
Will DuPont go down without a fight?
Put your hands up!
Without police firing a shot, one of the strangest chapters in mainline history is over. But another type of siege is about to begin in court.
If John DuPont is mentally ill, does he qualify for a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity? Could he really get away with murder?
Few doubt John DuPont pulled the trigger, then fled to his mansion. But to convict him of murder, prosecutors have to prove he is not insane.
In Pennsylvania, as in many American states, the test of insanity requires the following elements. First, the person has to have a mental disease or defect.
DuPont is found to suffer from schizophrenia.
Second, as a result of that mental illness, the person has to either be unable to tell what they're doing or not know it's wrong.
The prosecution argues that despite DuPont's illness, he still knew right from wrong.
He knew that Dave Schultz was a human and that shooting him could harm or kill him. As long as John DuPont knew he was shooting and harming a human being and knew it was against the law, he's legally sane and responsible, even though he was mentally ill.
John DuPont is found guilty of murder, but he's also deemed to be mentally ill. His sentence is relatively light, 15 to 30 years. The grand mansion on Foxcatcher Farm is replaced by an 8x10 cell. His fortune can't help him now. In 2010, at age 72, John DuPont dies in prison.
Could the murder of Dave Schultz have been avoided? If you or I exhibited the madness of John DuPont, we'd quickly end up in psychiatric care. But many people lived off John's wealth, so his mental illness was either indulged or ignored, and a much-loved Olympic hero paid with his life.
Coming up, behind mansion walls.
She was DuPont money. She was born rich. She spent her whole life fabulously wealthy.
High society collides with Las Vegas lowlife.
He was just a stone-cold killer.
And the DuPont name is tainted once again. When dollars come to Las Vegas, Nevada, they rarely leave in the same wallet. No matter how wealthy you are when you arrive, odds are you'll leave poorer.
Now to a rather unpleasant story. The body of a deceased woman was found today.
In a seedy Sin City motel in August 1998, a DuPont heir loses more than money.
When the hotel employee went to
The Del Mar was used by prostitutes, drug users. They would rent it by the hour.
The horror begins when a maid complains about the stench in room 6. It's coming from the air conditioning vent.
They took off the panel. They see a garbage bag. The maintenance man reaches in, starts to drag out the bag, rips the bag open, and realizes that this is a body in here.
High society can have a dark underbelly. This is a tale of greed, manipulation, and espionage. It will soon lead to a grand mansion on Philadelphia's main line. But on this hot August night in Nevada, the police have no name, no motive, not one clue.
For 3 days, no one seems to miss the dead woman. Then, police get a call.
I need to talk to the police.
Dean McGuigan, who was a member of the DuPont family, had reported to the police that his girlfriend was missing.
Dean McGuigan, 42, is one of many heirs that DuPont money nourishes as it trickles down. Dean is related to convicted murderer John DuPont, who killed his star wrestling coach a year earlier. Now, another untimely death lands on the DuPont doorstep.
It's my girlfriend.
The Las Vegas Metro homicide detectives immediately knew from his description of her that the body they had recovered at the Del Mar was, in fact, Patricia Margello.
45-year-old Patricia Margello isn't a high-flying society wife, the type the DuPont name is usually associated with. Far from it.
Patty Margello was a drug addict, a prostitute out of the Philadelphia area. A girlfriend of Dean that had followed him to Las Vegas. Somebody that the DuPont family didn't approve of.
And Patty's not the only one.
Mother, you want to see me?
Yes, come in and sit down.
Dean hasn't exactly done the dynasty proud.
Dean was the product of rich parents. He had everything given to him, therefore he really accomplished nothing.
But he does manage to develop a drug addiction and a felony conviction. It's a great disappointment to his mother, thrice married Lisa Dean Chendor McGuigan Mosley.
I don't know what to do about it. I've just about reached the end of my tether.
She shows her disapproval by periodically cutting off his money.
So I've made a decision.
Dean had a trust fund that he was living off of. His mother, Lisa, sometimes took his access to the trust fund away.
I'm going to cut your allowance in half.
What? Oh, how do you expect me to live on that?
I expect you to get a job and hold it.
He did, for a while, work as a waiter at a restaurant and was earning $2.10 an hour, plus tips.
Either you get a job, or I cut you off completely.
At that time, his mother had taken his money away.
Dean's mother would like to see her son divorce his wife, Linda.
In 1992, Dean married a woman named Linda, who was a regular working class woman, and they seemed happy, although he was addicted to drugs, and she asked him repeatedly to go get help for his drug addiction.
Yeah, that's rich coming from you, real rich.
Lisa didn't like her. The two never got along.
Although Dean separates from his wife, he doesn't immediately file for divorce. Instead, in 1995, Dean starts a relationship with a girl he meets in drug rehab. Patty Margello.
She was a part-time prostitute, a full-time drug addict, and her teeth were missing.
Patty is everything a DuPont descendant shouldn't be. Dean doesn't care. But his mother does.
Patty really upset the family. They had tried to pay her off before to leave to get away from Dean. That didn't work. She just kept coming back into his life.
Fed up, Dean's mother turns off the money tap until he comes to his senses.
Okay, we're going tomorrow, Mom.
You're going now.
In 1998, Dean decides to start divorce proceedings against his wife and moves into a Las Vegas hotel. To his family's chagrin, he flies Patty out from Philadelphia to join him.
The reason that Dean was pretty much living on cat food was because his mother took away access to his trust fund, mainly because she didn't approve of his girlfriend, Patty.
But now, Patty is dead. The FBI is called in. And right away, two things strike Agent Brett Shields as odd. Dean has facial injuries,
I think it's my girlfriend.
and it's taken him 3 days to report his girlfriend missing.
Dean was my main suspect at that time. And here we had a guy that had a broken nose. He hadn't reported his girlfriend missing for 3 days.
So, this is just a coincidence.
Oh, man, I got slugged.
I was grilling him. It was not a good cop, bad cop thing. It was a bad cop interview.
So, what you're saying is that
Dean says the night Patty went missing, he left her in his hotel bar to earn some money.
That's what I think happened.
Dean told the police he last saw her in the bar at the Hilton. She was supposed to get paid $2,000 for entertaining 2 high rollers for the night.
Patty was expected to meet a colleague, Diana Hironaga, and the pair would entertain the men.
Diana was an aging porn star and part-time prostitute who trolled the casinos in Las Vegas looking for Johns.
Diana Hironaga is the key. Police find her hand-printed name in the Del Mar Motel register. She rented room 6 the night Patty died.
And Diana has quite a tale to tell. A story covered with the fingerprints of American aristocracy.
I was just surprised how one wealthy family can be involved in so much weird stuff.
On a hot August night in Las Vegas, 2 prostitutes are out in the town with their clients. One of the working girls, Patty Margillo, is the girlfriend of DuPont heir, Dean McGuigan. Dean's family doesn't approve of Patty and her ways. But after tonight, that won't be a problem.
The night of the homicide, Patty had been approached by Diana Hironaga. Diana had told Patty she had 2 high rollers that they were gonna take them out on the town and pay them some good money to be their eye candy.
Patty's boyfriend, Dean, lives in a hotel across town. He knows all about her lifestyle of paid sex and drugs. In fact, Dean has a drug habit himself.
Dean admitted that they were equally bad influences on each other, and he testified that they were perfectly happy living in squalor as drug addicts together, that they were soulmates. And he truly seemed to love her.
But on this job, Patty starts to get a bad feeling. Instead of the classy social function she's been promised, Patty finds herself doing drugs in the cheap Del Mar Motel. And her 2 high roller clients seem anything but.
And the high rollers ended up being Joseph Balagnassa and Ricardo Murillo.
One was a convicted drug dealer, the other was a dishwasher.
Something about this party isn't quite right. Patty may be high on methamphetamine, but she has enough sense to plan ahead if things go wrong.
They stayed in the room for about 2 hours, partying, using drugs, and Patty eventually realized something was very dangerous.
No, I'm fine, really. Would you excuse me a moment?
She went in the bathroom and called Dean at the Hilton.
Dean McGuigan doesn't pick up. So Patty calls a friend and asks her to pass the message on to Dean.
Her friend asked, hey, do you want me to come get you? And she goes, no, I'm all right now, but just let Dean know what's going on.
By 2:30 in the morning, Patty wants out. She escapes to the bathroom to try her boyfriend again. This time, Dean answers.
Hello?
It's me. This doesn't feel right, baby. Come and get me, please. I'm at the Del Mar.
Dean said he had been involved in a fight, he had a broken nose, he couldn't come get her. He also said he didn't even know where the Del Mar was, so Patty was on her own.
Okay, bye.
That's the last call she ever made.
There was no bathroom window that she could climb out of. She was stuck.
Patty has been set up.
While Hiranaga and Murillo's friend, Joseph Balagnassa, held Patty down, Murillo tied Balagnasa's belt around her head, wrapped it around her head twice, once through her mouth and once around her throat.
Diana Hiranaga described to me how she was holding down one of Patty's arms, and with the other arm, Patty reached up and grabbed her hair and pulled her down, so she was almost face to face with her. It was a very brutal way to die.
Then, the men went to a nearby drugstore to buy soda and garbage bags, a crucial mistake.
They found the garbage bags, but they also managed to get themselves on most of the 30 surveillance cameras that the store had operating.
After wrapping Patty's body, they jam her into the air conditioning duct and leave.
Murder most foul. But why Patty? 3 days later, Diana Hiranaga drops a bombshell that rocks the Eastern establishment. She claims the man who ordered the killing is a member of the DuPont family, Dean McQuiggan's stepfather, Christopher Mosley.
Las Vegas, Nevada, August 1998. A murder on the seedy end of the Strip is starting to cause some unlikely ripples.
He gave me this when we first met.
An aging hooker has just admitted to helping murder Patty Margello, the girlfriend of DuPont heir Dean McQuiggan.
He said that if I could convince...
Diana Hiranaga says she was paid to kill by Dean's father-in-law, Christopher Mosley. Mosley lives a millionaire's life on Serendip Estate, outside Wilmington, Delaware. He's the third husband of a DuPont heiress, Lisa Dean Chendor McQuiggan Mosley.
She's definitely a woman of privilege, and she's lived her life as that, as somebody that never had to worry about money.
Before their marriage in 1989, Mosley had a pedigree of his own. His late father was an executive vice president of J.P. Morgan & Company on Wall Street.
Christopher Mosley hails from a background I happen to know rather well. His Long Island family is in the social register, but he is no society butterfly. After 25 years in the army, he applies for the job of gardener at the Serendip estate. Soon, he's a gardener with bedroom privileges.
You must be getting hot.
Christopher Mosley was a groundskeeper for Lisa DuPont, and apparently not a very good groundskeeper because she was getting ready to fire him. And the day that he was to be fired, Christopher said that he professed his love to her, and it was a love story ever since.
Christopher Mosley receives several gifts from his wealthy new lover, like the plot of land on which he develops an exclusive golf club. When investigators arrive to question Mosley in August of 1998, they find him preparing for the club's opening day.
I'm telling you, I never received any message.
Here we are They're getting ready for their gala event, you know, the grand opening event.
She's making it up.
At first, Mosley denies all knowledge of Patty Margello's murder. But police have hard evidence. Faxes between Christopher and Diana Hironaga outlining their deal.
5-step plan.
He just stopped right there and started the confession.
I hired Diana Hironaga.
They're setting up tables, they're doing all this stuff. And here we have Christopher Mosley confessing to a homicide.
I gave the order.
So we had to arrest him.
Mosley says he just wanted to save his troubled son-in-law, Dean, from a string of mistakes. As a former military man, he was on a mission.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
And Christopher Mosley spells out Operation Dean. It's a 4-step plan to get Dean divorced from his estranged wife, Linda, to get him off drugs and away from Patty Margello. If the 4 steps don't work, he has a step 5. Kill Patty and Dean.
So, how are you going to take the mission?
Mosley fancied himself a hitman, a James Bond type of character.
My operational budget is quite healthy.
Okay.
In some way, he thought he was either impressing his wife, assisting his family, accomplishing something good, and at the same time, he seemed to enjoy the fantasy of carrying out a military operation step by step.
With Operation Dean exposed, investigators have almost everything they need to charge Mosley with murder for hire. But there is one more piece of the puzzle. Step 5 called for Dean's murder too. What happened?
When it came time for step 5, step 5 changed. Mosley advised Hironaga that it changed to where it was for Patty only, not Dean.
In the rolling hills of Serendip Estate, Lisa stands behind her husband. She proposes $4 million bail to keep him at home. But that request is denied.
She made it clear where her allegiances lied, that she was going to back Christopher Mosley in this thing all the way, and that Dean was written off. That she wanted nothing to do with Dean. She did not want to talk to him. He was cut off.
In 2000, Patty Margello's killers meet justice. In federal court, Richard Murillo is convicted on charges of murder for hire and receives 2 life terms. In Nevada, Joseph Balagnasa gets 10 to 25 years for murder. For turning state's evidence, Diane Hironaga gets a reduced sentence of 15.5 years. Christopher Mosley is found guilty of murder for hire. But because of his cooperation with police, he is sentenced to 16.5 years. He dies in custody in 2005. Today, Dean McGuigan leads a much quieter life, living in suburban Virginia, where he works as a financial consultant.
The most shocking part of this whole case, to me, was, again, somebody that came from wealth. Here's Dean, somebody that had everything given to him. But the drugs bring everybody down to the same level. Whether you're the wealthiest family in the world or the poorest family in the world.
There are many problems money can solve, but murder only creates more problems, even if you are a DuPont.
Over the span of 200 years, the DuPonts built a grand empire of wealth and power. But this family tree holds some very twisted branches. John DuPont was so indulged, he became deadly. His nephew, Dean McQuiggan, brought further shame to the family name. They may cringe with embarrassment, but they can't escape the charges. Till next we meet, behind mansion walls, I'm Christopher Mason.
In our first story, Behind Mansion Walls, the male heir to a billion-dollar fortune,
one of the wealthiest real estate families in New York,
turns cross-dressing fugitive with blood on his hands.
He dresses as a woman who's apparently experienced at dismembering bodies.
And later, his vast wealth funds the local church by day.
He was a pillar of the community.
And bankrolls the underworld by night.
6 days of the week, he's pursuing cocaine, prostitutes. The 7th day was church, family.
I'm Christopher Mason. Behind mansion walls, wealth will cover a multitude of sins, until murder draws back the curtain on a world of secret lives.
Get on the ground.
In New York, if you control real estate, you control everything. Politics, business, and views of Central Park. Just ask Seymour Durst.
Seymour Durst, to understand who he was, he was considered one of the top 5 most powerful real estate barons in New York.
The Durst family is New York real estate royalty. Manhattan is their kingdom, with properties worth billions in today's money. In the 1970s, Emperor of the Realm Seymour Durst is grooming his firstborn son, Bobby, for the throne. But he's a reluctant heir.
I want you to redevelop our properties on the west side.
He did try to extricate himself from the Durst family in the 1970s.
If this is too much for you, I can get Douglas to do it.
But he was lured back to New York by his father.
But the corporate world just isn't Bobby's scene. He's more the arty type.
His scene was basically being by himself and smoking pot. He was reserved and basically kept to himself. He was socially awkward.
For those who know about Bobby's past and what he witnessed as a young boy, it's no wonder he has issues. Local newspapers reported the death of Bernice Durst as an accident, but the family would later acknowledge Bobby's mother committed suicide. And 7-year-old Bobby was there when it happened. The experience would stay with him for the rest of his life.
As he got older and as he developed, these issues he had as a child, they kicked in, and they kicked in with a vengeance.
But one day in 1970, a new woman comes into Bobby's life. An innocent young girl named Kathleen McCormick. Unlike Bernice Durst, Kathy isn't from a wealthy Jewish family. She's blue-collar Catholic. But like Bobby's mom, she's beautiful, and Bobby adores her.
He was taken with her. She was taken with him. They were a love story.
Kathy's friend Gilberta Najami recalls the whirlwind courtship that quickly led to marriage.
She would wait at home while Robert was in New York and wait for his phone call, and her face would smile, when he called, and they were obviously in love.
For a while, Bobby and Kathy are happily married.
How you going to do that?
But it isn't long before cracks begin to show.
The marriage started out well. Then after a couple of years, it began to deteriorate. And that's when she started to see a different side to him.
Well, in that case...
The lovebirds' marriage turns sour when Kathy makes a horrifying discovery. Bobby has a violent streak.
They would get into arguments. There would be physical confrontations that would turn to beatings. Friends see her with bruises on her body.
All the friends knew there was domestic violence going on, that he was beating her and that he was threatening her, because we were getting woken up by phone calls in the middle of the night.
We should go to the police. There's no point.
Perhaps seeking alternative ways to express his anger, Durst undergoes primal scream therapy. But those who hear the scream of Bobby Durst are disturbed. It sounds more like the howl of a wild animal than a human being.
We've been going through my things.
Kathy threatens Bobby with divorce and says she wants a settlement. But Bobby tells her she won't get a dime.
She wasn't asking for a lot of money. It's not like she wanted millions of dollars.
Kathy stays in the marriage until January 1982.
Kathy called me and said, Gilberta, I have to get out of here. He is driving me crazy.
Kathy joins her friend for a family meal.
Difficult course.
I know, but I just have to hang in there.
Oh, I'm sure.
But the peace is soon shattered.
After she'd been there an hour or two, the phone started ringing, and it was Robert. And he was screaming. Everyone could hear.
Get yourself home right now.
Screaming.
I'm having dinner with friends.
Everybody in my family knew that, there was going to be a major fight when they got home.
Thank you so much for having me.
And as Kathy prepares to leave, she says something to Gilberta that chills her to the bone.
We stood on my front porch, and she said, Gilberta, and she looked me dead in the eye, promise me if something happens to me tonight, you'll check it out. I'm afraid of Bobby.
It's the last time Gilberta will ever see Kathy.
I'm scared.
I still wonder why I let her go. I wonder why I didn't call her to make sure she got home. There's so many questions.
Bobby will later say that he and Kathy had argued, but he then drove his wife to the station, where she caught a train back to Manhattan.
It was Bobby who subsequently, 5 days later, reported her missing. So there was a major investigation that was conducted, and it became a front page in the newspapers because of who the Dursts were. The wife of real estate baron is missing. A reward was posted. Bobby had given his story, but then there began little chunks of his story began to basically peel away. And police began to suspect him when they heard about the beatings, when they heard that she wanted to divorce him.
Robert Durst enlists the help of his friend, writer Susan Berman, to talk to the media and police.
Susie Berman was by Robert's side the whole time, and she protected him. The whole time she protected him.
Gilberta Najami wants to get to the bottom of what happened to Kathy. She searches Bobby and Kathy's vacation home.
I was looking in particular for the clothes that Kathy had on when she was at my house the previous Sunday. I did not find those.
Then she makes a shocking discovery.
Her mail was in the garbage. Her clothes were thrown out. Her books were in the garbage.
He was erasing every last sign that she had ever even existed in his life.
Suspicion surrounds Bobby Durst, but no body is found. And without evidence against him, Kathy's disappearance remains just another missing persons case.
It will be 17 years before this cold case is revived by an eager young detective who believes he can prove Kathy's disappearance is really a murder case. The detective wants to interrogate Susan Berman, who may have been involved in a cover-up, but he will never get the chance.
I was telling the police and any authority that would listen to me, they need to go interview Susie Berman. I said it on television. I said it in People magazine. People magazine came out December 4th of 2000. The police were on their way to California to interview her. On December 24th of 2000, Susan was found dead in her apartment in Los Angeles with a single gunshot to the back of the head.
It has all the hallmarks of a professional hit, but something doesn't add up.
You know, she wasn't someone that was trusting, so she wouldn't let anyone into her home. So police know it had to be a friend. It had to be someone that she knew well. And whoever it was, and she was leading to the back of the house. And as she was walking, the person was behind her and simply just pulled his hand up and pulled the trigger, and she was dead.
The timing of the murder also seems suspicious. Berman was due to be interviewed for the reopened investigation into Kathy Durst's disappearance. Kathy's friends and family can't believe it's only a coincidence.
They always believed that Susan Berman knew what happened to Kathy.
Was Susan Berman the woman who knew too much? Durst is now a suspect in his wife's disappearance and the murder of his best friend. He denies any involvement in either case and goes into hiding. But it's only the beginning. The story of Bobby Durst is about to get really strange.
Robert Bobby Durst was the heir apparent to a billion-dollar real estate fortune. Now he's gone into hiding. He's wanted for questioning by New York State authorities in connection with the 1982 disappearance of his wife Kathleen, and by the LAPD in connection with the murder of his friend Susan Berman in December 2000.
After word came out, after the news was published that he was under investigation again for this 18-year-old disappearance, he fled to Galveston, Texas.
No one has seen much of Durst since the murder of his friend, Susan Berman. And perhaps even if they had crossed his path, they wouldn't have recognized him, because Bobby has given himself quite a makeover.
When you're trying to avoid prying eyes, a good disguise is a must. Some opt for the traditional dark glasses and mustache. Others lay low under the wide brim of a hat. Bobby Durst takes a more dramatic approach. He transforms himself into a deaf, mute woman.
Durst would later admit he wasn't much good at passing as a woman. Once, while sitting in a bar, he accidentally set fire to his wig. Not very ladylike.
Bobby comes to Galveston, Texas in December 2000 to lay low as a woman. But a headless corpse is about to take a starring role in the biggest drama that Galveston has ever seen.
I was at home and I received a call from the Galveston Police Department. Said they found a torso floating in Galveston Bay. I asked them to repeat that because I wasn't sure I heard them right. They repeated it, and then I went out to the scene. There was a headless, legless, armless torso floating in the bay, and then there were some bags that were found floating that appeared to have body parts in them.
Investigators on the scene search the garbage bags and find the severed limbs of the corpse. But the human puzzle lacks a vital piece, the head.
We found everything except the head. The first thought was, where's this going to go? Where are we going to lead to trace back what happened?
Then, inside one of the bags, the first clue to unlocking one of the strangest stories in American criminal history.
In one of those garbage bags, there was a piece of mail that indicated a residence in Avenue K in Galveston.
The residence is a small boarding house with cheap rooms to rent. Investigators send the hands of the corpse to forensics for fingerprint checks, while an officer is dispatched to Avenue K.
We had a house, but we didn't know which of the 4 apartments we needed to look into.
Police interview the residents from apartments 3 and 4, but there's no answer from numbers 1 and 2. Apartment 2 is rented by a 71-year-old male, Morris Black. Apartment 1 is occupied by an elderly lady named Dorothy Siner. Then, cops get an ID on the floating man puzzle.
We were able to identify the body, the fingerprints from the arms that were located inside the plastic bags.
The soggy body parts belong to the resident of apartment 2, Morris Black.
Locals describe Morris Black as a cantankerous loner. He was once arrested for threatening to blow up the offices of a utility company because he thought his electricity bill was too high. But how does a grumpy old man end up butchered and dumped in a watery grave?
We'd already done a search warrant on Morris Black's apartment by this time and found that it was completely cleaned out, not a single fingerprint, which was extremely unusual given the man lived there.
But the hallway is a different story. Who needs prints when you've got blood?
Blood appeared to be mopped in the common hallway and towards the doorway of apartment number 2.
With no sign of Dorothy Siner, police fear she may also be a victim. So they search her apartment, and the bloody mystery goes deeper.
Inside apartment number 2, we found cuts in the linoleum kitchen floor. We found blood spatter on the wall. Once the linoleum was removed from the floor, there was pooling of blood underneath.
Dorothy's apartment looks like a slaughterhouse. But tests show all the blood belongs to Morris Black. So where is the quiet old lady?
Optometrist received the trash.
We discovered a receipt for some eyeglasses from a local optometrist for some glasses for Robert Durst. Well, we wondered, who's Robert Durst?
Durst is due to pick up his glasses within the next few days. So the cops set up a sting and arrest him on suspicion of murder. In Durst's vehicle, police find multiple pieces of evidence linking him to the killing and dismemberment of Morris Black. And they make another discovery. Dorothy Siner is, in fact, Robert Durst.
It wasn't exactly a master of disguise type job. He pretty much threw on a wig.
On October 9th, 2001, Durst is charged with murder and locked up with bail set at $300,000.
$300,000 bail is 99 times out of 100 more than enough to ensure that someone's not going anywhere on a charge that's as serious as murder. But what they had not reckoned on was that this was a guy who could produce $250,000 as easily as I could produce 10 bucks.
Durst makes his one phone call and posts bail the following day. Then he goes on the run.
Bobby Durst is dubbed America's first billion-dollar fugitive. But his wealth is not the only unique thing about him.
While he was on the run, there were all sorts of sightings, all sorts of people coming out saying that they had seen him at a gay bar dressed as a woman or seen him here dressed as a woman.
But the fugitive isn't free and footloose for long.
All right, look, I'm gonna need to see some ID.
6 weeks later, he's arrested in Pennsylvania for shoplifting.
Robert steals a Band-Aid, and then on his way out of the store, steals a chicken salad sandwich.
When this freakish-looking thief goes for the glove box, alarm bells go off. And a search of the vehicle makes the officer glad he trusted his instincts.
It's no trouble, but I don't want you to get it anymore.
Police discover 2 loaded handguns. They also find Morris Black's ID, nearly $40,000 in cash, and a bag of marijuana.
What's the big deal up?
The billionaire had $40,000 in the car. He had $500 in his pocket, and he steals a Band-Aid and gets caught. And I'm like, what a fitting ending to your run as a fugitive.
Durst is arrested and extradited back to Galveston, Texas. This time, bail is set at $1 billion. Try getting that through Western Union. In September 2003, Durst finally faces trial for the murder of Morris Black. On the prosecution side, it looks like an open and shut case.
I really felt the evidence was overwhelming. I was very confident that he was going to be convicted.
But Bobby Durst won't go down without a fight.
He hires the dream team. He gets the best attorneys, the best criminal attorneys available in Texas.
Durst admits he killed his neighbor, Morris Black, but claims it was self-defense. He says he returned home one day to find Black inside his apartment holding a gun.
That's my gun. Yeah, your gun. You want me to shoot you with it?
A struggle ensued, and Black was accidentally shot in the face. The defense claims Durst then panicked, and fearing that it would appear he'd intentionally murdered Black. In a state of madness, he dismembered and disposed of his corpse. But citing results from Morris Black's autopsy, the prosecution argues the dismemberment was not the work of someone in a panicked state.
The cuts on the legs and arms and neck were very smooth, very almost professional looking. No hesitation, almost like a surgeon.
He calmly and methodically cut Morse up and packaged him like a side of beef.
The prosecution argues Durst had planned Black's murder because he wanted to steal his identity and go on the run.
He made preparations to leave. He had withdrawn large sums of money to travel with. The bow saw was bought at least 7 days prior to the killing.
After a 2-month trial and 5 days of deliberation, the jury returns with a verdict that shocks everyone. Bobby Durst is not guilty.
I remember looking over at Mr. Durst himself when they read the not guilty verdict, and he kind of looked down for a second, and his jaw hung open for a couple of seconds.
But as jury members talked to the media in the aftermath of the trial, the deciding weakness in the prosecution's case emerges. They couldn't prove that the killing wasn't in self-defense. And with the only charge being murder, the jury had no choice but to find Durst not guilty. In the end, Bobby Durst serves a few years in prison for gun charges and skipping bond. For the dismemberment of Morris Black's corpse, he's found guilty of evidence tampering.
Released from jail, Bobby signed up for cooking classes at a culinary school in Houston run by the mother of a friend of mine. The topic of the class? Knife skills. The grim joke at the cooking school was, he already knows how to chop. Now he needs to learn how to fillet.
After completing probation, Durst moves back to New York to resume his life. The disappearance of his ex-wife, Kathy, remains unsolved. Kathy's best friend, Gilberta Najami, will never give up her search for answers.
When Kathy made me promise to check it out, I had no idea what I was committing myself to. I'm doing the best I can to keep my promise.
Still to come, behind mansion walls. Sometimes the spotless robes of a saint.
He was a pillar of the community.
Hide the blood-stained sins of the man.
He wanted pleasure. He wanted cocaine. He wanted prostitutes.
Hear the words millionaire businessman, and you think flashy cars, private jets, weekends at the country club. You don't think nursing homes and church. But that's what this man is all about. Helmut Buxbaum is a devout churchgoer and the owner of a $22 million nursing home empire in Ontario, Canada.
He said to one of his family members at one point, "I'm not going to be poor, I'm going to have people work for me." He came to Canada in the late 50s with $5, and by the mid-80s, he had an empire worth $22 million. Pretty darn bit of good work there, to be honest.
My father worked very hard. He would work sometimes 16, 18 hours a day.
But as Helmut's third son, Philip, recalls, even as the business expands into an empire, his hard-working dad keeps the silver spoon well out of reach.
I had no idea we had money until I was about 15. I had no clue, because we lived such normal lives.
And elder care isn't exactly a glamorous industry.
It's not sexy running nursing homes. It's not like drilling for oil and the well comes in and you're a wealthy man. It's not like looking for gold like a great uncle of mine did and strike your El Dorado.
And that's probably just as well, because Helmut comes from a strict religious background where sexy is a dirty word. In fact, religion is Helmut's middle name. Literally, it's Treugot, meaning God is faithful.
Helmut Buxbaum was a person who had religious inscriptions on his business card on the gates to the home. His name was up on a plaque on the church as one of the benefactors of the church.
Each year, Helmut donates between $200,000 and $400,000 to his local church in the village of Kamoka, where he lives with his wife Hannah and their 6 children.
He was a pillar of the community and very loving and dedicated to his family.
Helmut's wife, Hannah Buxbaum, is a paragon of the Christian spirit.
The image of her and her community was she was, I would say, a saint.
They just seemed to be a model family.
You know, it all just seems a little too perfect, doesn't it? In my experience, the cleaner the closet door, the dirtier the skeletons within. Does Helmut, God is faithful, Buxbaum, have a dark side?
Helmut, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine.
I think that he felt that if he worked hard and believed in God and did all the right things and was a devoted family man and a pillar in his church, that he could indulge himself from time to time. And ultimately, from time to time, became more and more and more and more.
Some indulge in chocolate. Helmut Buxbaum has a different guilty pleasure.
He couldn't be satisfied with stamp collecting. He liked prostitutes. He liked cocaine.
It all started with pornography. But after his first visit to a brothel, Helmut discovered what real-life women will do for a man with money.
Now, don't you ever have children that'll ruin your body.
And he liked it. A lot.
Yeah.
The hookers and dealers like it too. Their new clients' cash flow never seems to run dry.
He provided them with money for coke, provided them with money for women.
I'll meet you there.
They loved it. They had themselves a multimillionaire in their clutches.
But Helmut doesn't go for the upscale scene. He prefers a back alley strip joint in the seedy underbelly of London, Ontario.
This is a guy who could have rented a private plane, flown down to Las Vegas, taken a suite at the best hotel, snorted cocaine out of Lalique dishes, and had the best prostitutes in the world. And it wouldn't have cost him anything in terms of his vast income. He didn't do that.
Meanwhile, Helmut maintains his holier-than-thou image at his church.
I can't even imagine how he would sit and move from the pew and then go to the bar and carry on a conversation. It's a different world, and he could operate in these two different worlds.
Helmut is living a secret life. But like a good Christian, he confesses his sins to his wife, Hannah. He knows she can find it in her heart to forgive.
He would confess to her that he was seeing prostitutes and he was taking cocaine and he was hanging around a bad crowd, and she would forgive him time after time after time after time.
But what does the man upstairs think of all this? When Helmut suffers a stroke just weeks after his 43rd birthday, Hannah wonders if it's God's retribution. Perhaps now this pillar of the community will start behaving himself. Or will he?
Helmut Buxbaum was a poor religious boy who came to Canada looking for opportunity and found it. He now owns a $22 million nursing home empire and is a pillar of his church in Kamoka, Ontario. But his saintly exterior masks inner demons.
He wanted pleasure, he wanted cocaine, he wanted prostitutes.
Now he's had a stroke, and after a long stay in the hospital, he's lucky to be alive. Like a lightning bolt from the heavens, surely this is Helmut's wake-up call to mend his wicked ways. Or is it a sign to get his kicks while he still can? Helmut prefers the second option.
He started to turn into his alter ego. A wild man, sort of out of control. You know, I'll do whatever I want to do, when I want to do it, how long I want to do it.
Good stuff, huh?
It was like the governor, the little piece of machinery in a motor that prevents it from overheating or over-revving. It was like that governor that, you know, oh, I really shouldn't do this. But that was gone. And all of a sudden, he became very pleasure-seeking and not even trying to cover it up.
Helmut is spending more on hookers and drugs than ever before. And the shady characters he deals with are only too happy to provide their illicit wares.
Oh, hell.
For dealer and pimp Squirrel Barrett, Helmut is like the goose that laid the golden egg.
Squirrel Barrett, the main point guy, was living off Buxbaum. He was ripping him off on every drug deal. He was selling him drugs, keeping a bunch for himself, had a very lucrative business, and he would talk to all his other friends in the seedy underworld and say, this guy's got a lot of money. This guy can do a lot of stuff for us, and we need more drugs for him.
At the same time, Helmut makes sure he donates even more than usual to his church.
Money will buy you friends in low-life circles, and it'll buy you friends in other circles.
With nothing to stop him, Helmut dives deeper and deeper into the dark world of vice.
He was taking prostitutes to the Caribbean. He was injecting vast amounts of cocaine, large amounts of cocaine. He was supporting almost a part of the underground in terms of the sex trade and the drug trade in London, Ontario. He was out of control.
And the repercussions of Helmut's wild life are being felt at home by his long-suffering wife, Hannah.
Just a big portion. No, Helmut. Not again, no.
He was picking up venereal diseases and passing them on to his wife. And he would tell her, well, the doctor says you should take these pills too.
Good people don't get it.
In the course of a year, $1 million had been taken out of the companies and had disappeared.
It's not just your life. It's my life and the children.
Hannah discovered this and was fearful. She said, Helmut, the future of our children, of our family is at stake here. You can't fritter that away. We have to do something about this.
Hannah may be God-fearing, but she's not afraid of lowlifes. She confronts Helmut's suppliers.
My mother went to these drug dealers and told them if they didn't leave her husband alone, she was going to turn them all in.
The pushers do not want to lose their prized millionaire client.
They didn't want to lose their meal ticket. They had them right where they wanted them, except she was interfering.
Helmut also resents Hannah for trying to stop the good times. He's tired of his nagging wife. But divorce is not an option.
He'd made himself a self-made man, and to give up half of what he had made and to lose his wife and possibly the affections of his children, that wasn't in the cards. He wouldn't do it.
All is not well in the Bucksbaum household. But in July 1984, Helmut's nephew Roy visits from British Columbia. The troubled couple put on a cheerful face and drive to Toronto Airport to collect him. Young Roy is going to wish he'd stayed home.
On the return from the airport, Hannah Bucksbaum, Helmut Bucksbaum are in the station wagon. The nephew, Roy Bucksbaum's in the back seat. They've picked him up from the airport, and they're heading home to Kamoka. They've been on the road. They're tired. It's been a hot day. Bucksbaum sees a vehicle ahead.
The car appears to have broken down, and Helmut insists on pulling over to help. But it's a fatal mistake.
Get down on the ground! Get down on the ground! Give it down! Stay there! Put in the tools! Put in the tools now!
A seemingly drug-crazy attacker demands cash and valuables, but appears suddenly to lose patience and drags Hannah from the car.
On your knees!
Then, within seconds, he ends her life.
He pulled the trigger 3 times. One bullet into her temple, crashed around in her brain. Another bullet struck her in the arm. A third bullet went astray.
The gunman races off before Helmut waves down an approaching vehicle. But it's too late for Hannah Bucksbaum.
She crumpled in the ditch and within moments was breathing her last. She died there at the side of the road.
Police are called to the scene.
Sorry to ask.
Helmut tells the officers it was a robbery gone wrong, but investigators are puzzled. How does petty theft lead to a murder execution? And why Hannah?
What was the purpose of shooting Hannah? There wasn't a resistance. There wasn't a struggle to not let him rob. And why would they shoot the wife, who normally wouldn't be deemed a threat?
Come on, lady!
He's the millionaire nursing home operator. She's just a passenger along for the ride.
On your knees! On your knees!
Something isn't adding up. And there's one question on everyone's mind.
What really happened here?
Before sunset the following day, a break in the case will lead detectives to the shocking answer. Religious man and millionaire nursing home tycoon Helmut Bucksbaum is living a double life.
6 days of the week, he's pursuing cocaine, prostitutes. The 7th day was church, family.
When his lovely wife Hannah is shot dead by the side of the road, Helmut tells police it's a robbery gone wrong, but a lot of questions need answering.
How does a robbery go bad when someone gets shot in the head?
Detectives are suspicious of Helmut's apparent lack of grief.
His behavior didn't seem to be that of a grieving husband.
Helmut admits he did nothing to protect his wife from the attacker.
She was a saint, and he stood by while a saint was slain.
Then, the evening after the murder, there's a break in the case.
We had information come to us that a gentleman had met Helmut Bucksbaum at the London airport.
They arrest the unidentified man back in Toronto with cocaine in his possession. The man is Robert Squirrel Barrett, Helmut's dealer. Police learn of Helmut's seedy lifestyle of drugs and hookers. Could Hannah have been the victim of an underworld dispute? Then, another turn in the investigation. A highway patrol officer saw Helmut and Hannah stop for the same blue vehicle on the opposite side of the same road on the same day, a few hours before the murder. Why would Helmut stop twice in one day for the same car, unless he knew who he was stopping for?
Good Samaritan. I always stop with
Detectives haul Bucksbaum in for questioning.
Partway through the interview, a determination was made that this man is lying to us. And with the evidence that we had collected up to that point, there was more than sufficient grounds to believe that he, in fact, did have a hand in killing his wife. And he was arrested, charged with first-degree murder, and lodged in a cell
that day.
That same day, Helmut's dealer, Squirrel Barrett, is also questioned. And this time, he sings like a chipmunk. He admits Helmut had been pestering him for months to do something about his interfering wife.
As the pressure mounts, and as Hannah is trying to interfere with his lifestyle more and more, he's realizing, hey, the good times are at risk here, folks, and my wife is causing problems, and the gravy train is going to end unless you can help me get rid of my wife.
About 2 weeks later, police pick up the gunman Squirrel hired for the job and begin to piece together the answer they've been searching for. What really happened that day?
The gunmen were to wait along the side of the major highway on the way to Toronto, and Helmut Buxbaum would pull up behind the car, and they'd make like there was some sort of car trouble.
This, explains the gunman, is the morning attempt that was foiled by the arrival of a provincial trooper. Then, Buxbaum called Squirrel from Toronto Airport to arrange a second attempt.
He has ice water in his veins. Not once, but twice in one day, he's delivered his wife into the hands of her killer.
This time, no one comes to Hannah's rescue. Not even her own husband.
She looks over to her husband for help, and he's just standing there passively, not doing anything. She realizes, uh-oh, honey, no, please, not this way, she begs her husband.
Hannah Buxbaum has the terrible realization that her own husband has planned her execution.
She knew that she was going to die, and she knew that her husband had orchestrated it. That would be a terrible thought to take to the grave.
She turns to the gunman. She says, no, please, I have 6 children at home. Please don't do this. The gunman, seeing the wife getting no response from her husband, pleading with him for her life, turns to the husband and says,
"It should be you, you son of a bitch."
When a low-life hitman looks down on you with disgust, you know you've hit rock bottom. But investigators soon discover Helmut Buxbaum has even further to sink. Turns out he had arranged to profit from Hannah's death.
A number of months before the killing, he took out a life insurance policy on Hannah's life for $1 million.
After paying the agreed fee of $25,000 for his wife's murder, the insurance payout would leave Helmut with a handsome $975,000 profit.
I just can't imagine that, the cold-bloodedness of that.
In October 1985, Helmut Buxbaum goes on trial for first-degree murder, and a rogues gallery of witnesses dishes the dirt on their infamous millionaire client. Helmut Buxbaum gets life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years.
Ultimately, 2 years shy of his first opportunity for parole, Helmut dies in prison of a heart attack. One imagines as he breathed his last, the question must have crossed his mind. Is it heaven or hell for Helmut Buxbaum?
In November 2007, Helmut is buried alongside his wife Hannah in Kamoka Cemetery, Ontario. On their headstone is engraved a passage from Revelations. Their works do follow them. For some, the deadly sins of lust and murder lead only to damnation. But Helmut's son, Philip Buxbaum, believes his saintly mother Hannah still has forgiveness in her heart.
She's with my mother now. That's something she would want. She would want her Helmut back. She really would.
Helmut Buxbaum and Robert Durst, 2 multimillionaires with the sky their only limit to success, driven underground by dark deeds and unspeakable desires. They shunned the spotlight and tried to conceal their deadly sins. But their dalliances with murder exposed the sordid details of their secret lives. Till next we meet, behind mansion walls, I'm Christopher Mason.